Yeah, I just came over to chop it up a little bit. I seen I was gonna say something about this yesterday, but I said let me wait. I said I'm gonna wait and see uh what actually happens over the next couple of days. Cause it's the same people trying to fight. So it ain't like nothing changed in boxing. It's the same guys fighting, so it ain't like much done changed. So it's not a conversation. But Terence Crawford just went out here and did what Tank Davis been doing over the years. He'll get out here and comment on guys' lawsuits and a PED test that don't got nothing to do with him. I don't care what y'all say. When he sat up here and said something about like a lot of these boxers, when they came out here and spoke on dudes' situations as far as PEDs and stuff, like, man, y'all should have mind y'all business, man. For real. Ain't nobody asked y'all what y'all think about that. Out of all the people in the field test before, ain't nobody ever asked y'all what y'all think about that. But I seen how y'all was though last year. A lot of fans lost a lot of respect for y'all. They ain't gonna say it to your face, but they'll say it basically by actions. They ain't really paying attention to nobody like that. They like, oh, these dudes worry about another fighter that bad? Never seen this before. But Terence Crawford, he see the same thing. He see the same thing. That's why he went out and called it out. But I heard some guys, I saw some tweets where people was like, yeah, but Tank Davis made more than you and that. Bro, first of all, if Tank Davis wanted to smoke with Terence Crawford, he could have went and got the smoke. He wanted to try to fight, they talking about money and stuff. You ain't talking about no hands. Cause if he wanted to do something with the hands, he could have called him instead of Conor Ben. That boy Tank tried to entertain the fight at 47. But you ain't called out Terence Crawford though. He used to fight at 35. This ain't no dude who used to fight at 47 his whole life. He used to fight at 135, 130. So he doing something that you should be doing. You came up for 25, he came up for 130. So what you doing? He doing what you should be doing right now. First off, that boy Tank done went up 10 pounds in his career. Oh yeah, he went to 140 one time, a couple times. Yeah, I forgot about that. 15 pounds. Charlo did that in one fight. Congratulations. You did something that Charlo did in one fight. Congratulations, dog. People be taking shots at Terence Crawford like he a bum or something. I just said that. He started at 125. No, he started at 25. He didn't start at 26. He started at 25. He literally he weighed in at 125. So I'm gonna count 125. That's where he was at. But you said Terence Crawford started at 126. Hold on, Troy Ingram. You said Terence Crawford started at 126? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's just 4 pounds away from where Crawford was at. They fought the same guys. Literally, Terence Crawford could be fighting Barrios right now. If Barrios would have had a belt and not, let's just say if it was Barrios who had the belts instead of Earl Spence, because let me put it this way. If Ugas would have went straight from that fight, and let's just say Earl Spence, they had the belts, Barrios had the other belt, after him and Keith Thurman fought, it would have been Barrios and by 4 pounds, bro. Come on now. Like what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Do you know that Tank walks around at 180? Do you know that Tank Davis walks around at 180? Troy. We ain't talking about no feelings over here. This is the factual. We talking about facts over here now. Do you know that Tank walks around at 180? Yes or no question. Do you know that Tank walks around at 180? That's all I'm asking. You saying Crawford bigger? Do you know that Tank walks around at 180? You don't know that? You said probably? Bruh. How you said probably? How you said probably. Probably 155. So you gonna make an opinion, your opinion factual right now. How do you know that Tank is probably at 155 at the most? How do you know that Tank is probably at 155 at the most? How do you know that? Is that something you feel? Is that an opinion or a feeling, or is that a fact? It's a fact that he walks around at 180, I know of. Why you think he's celebrating weighing in at 139 right now? He's celebrating weighing in at, have you ever seen any other boxer celebrate weighing in at 139? If the man been fighting at 125, he only moved up 15 pounds his whole career. Why is he celebrating being at 140 if people think that 140 is a heavy weight? It's hard to make weight. How do you know Tank Davis ain't walking around at 180 though? That's the only question I'm asking. How do you personally know Tank Davis ain't walking around at 180? Because I hear everybody say Tank Davis is small, he's this and this. How do you know this? You know, I can go confirm right now through boxers that he's weighed 180 on the scale before. Didn't you see Carmel Moulton just weighed 155 recently? What weight class he fight at? What did Carmel Moulton walk in at? And he was supposed to fight. How much did Carmel Moulton weigh recently? He fight at what? 126, 130? How much he weighed recently? Did anybody know that Carmel Moulton was walking around that heavy? Because for some reason, everybody just knows Tank Davis walking around that much. For some reason, everybody know Tank Davis walking around that much. Bro, do you know that I used to be at 147, 155, 135 all the time when I weighed in? I was at 135, 140, 147, 155. I could look at somebody and know what weight class they're in and how much they weigh. I've done it plenty of times. The man is celebrating weighing 140 right now. You saying he probably walking around at 155. I ain't talking about Sean Porter fighting Usyk, bro. I ain't talking about that. I'm just asking. I ain't talking about Sean Porter fighting Usyk. That ain't what I'm talking about. We talking about two different things. If you know anything about Sean Porter's history, that's a whole different topic than what I'm talking about. Sean Porter, when he weighed the weight like that, he actually fought it that way. Sean Porter did that because he was on a certain team and they needed somebody to fill in at that weight class. Sean Porter didn't fight at that weight class because he had to fight at that weight class. See, that's a whole different topic. That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm just asking one question. You still haven't answered. How do you know this man is at 155? You just discounting everything I said about him being 180. And you said probably 155 at the most. Probably. Bro, I'm speaking facts on here, dog. This ain't no probably. Especially when it comes to Tank, this ain't no probably. This ain't no probably. I can go get pictures right now with Adrian Brunner. We already know Adrian Brunner will walk around about 170. I got pictures of Tank being bigger than him when he was younger, being bigger than him. They said Tank knock out heavyweights, right? He's far heavyweights. Oh, I seen him beat up a heavyweight before. If you one of the most talented boxers in the world, and let me show y'all something else, how people don't believe in Tank Davis like that. Because I hear a lot of people say that about Tank Davis' weight. Let me give y'all a point right quick how I know people don't believe in Tank Davis' talent like that. You said Tank say this, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's an opinion, dog. That's an opinion. You don't know what you're talking about. It's professional boxers out here that know Tank Davis done been at 180 before. You don't know what you're talking about. No disrespect to you, but you don't know what you're talking about. You just throwing opinions out there. You talking about your cousin and everything, Sean Porter. That ain't what I'm talking about. All I gotta do is talk about strictly Tank Davis. I ain't gotta bring up Sean Porter's name, my cousin, my homeboy. I'm talking about strictly Tank Davis. It's professional fighters who've seen him weigh 180 before. Professional fighters, amateur fighters, everything. They've seen him weigh 180. I don't know if you know it or not, but guys at 135 can walk around at 165, 160, and cut that weight all the way down. I don't know if you know it or not. Guys in boxing can lose 20 pounds in a day, 15 pounds. You can ask any boxer. That's common sense. It ain't got nothing to do with Tank the same size or this. Bruh, I done seen pictures where Tank was bigger than Richardson Hitchens, and he was bigger than Adrian Brunner. And he had a pop belly and a big neck. Yeah, he lost all that weight, but he was walking around heavy. That's just like Terence Crawford. He was walking around heavy right now. Terence Crawford ain't 6'5" or something like that. Fundora like 6'6" or something like that. And he can make 147 right now if he wanted to. So what we talking about size? We talking about height? Or how fat somebody can get? I don't know what size mean. What does size mean? He said Tank stay the same size. Because last time I checked, Terence Crawford was a grown man when he was started boxing guys like Gamboa. So Terence Crawford fought Gamboa when he was like, what was that, 2000? So Terence Crawford he was 27 when he fought Gamboa. Yeah, man, come on. That's normal. Holding weight and stuff like that, water weight, that's normal. Come on, man. I'm telling you right now, Troy, I'm telling you, this ain't opinion, it's a fact. Terence Crawford fought Gamboa at 27 years old at 135. I don't know what size you talking about. I'm talking about, you got to explain. I don't know what you agreeing on. I'm asking what you talking about size. You got to explain your size. You said Tank ain't the same size. What you mean? Tank the same height as Inoue. He the same height as Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao was fighting all the way up to 47 and 54. Manny Pacquiao went from 105 pounds all the way up to 154. So what are we talking about, size and height? What are we talking about? Is Tank a better talent than Manny Pacquiao, Troy? Let me ask that question real quick. Is Tank Davis a better talent than Manny Pacquiao? Is Tank Davis a better talent than Manny Pacquiao? Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Tank Davis, he the first fighter I've ever heard people say he the GOAT, he the best, he the greatest, and y'all complain about him moving up in weight. It don't sound like everybody think he that good. Matter of fact, I ain't going to say it sound like. I know y'all don't think he that good. Why don't nobody want? Let me ask you a question. Why is everybody scared for him to move up, but every other boxer, nobody has been scared for them to move up? When nobody scared for Floyd to move up to 54? When nobody scared of Usyk going to heavyweight? When nobody scared of Zerto going from light heavyweight to cruiserweight? Wasn't nobody scared of and people say, oh well, light heavyweight to cruise, that's 25 pounds. Wasn't nobody scared of Benavidez moving up recently? It seemed like the only person y'all get worried about of actually moving up, you said Manny Pacquiao. Bruh, by the time Manny Pacquiao was at 30 years old, it don't matter, bro. Tank can't do it. It don't matter. Tank can't do it, dog. It don't matter. Tank can't do it. Anyway can't do it. Anyway, the same size as Pacquiao. They started out the same weight. Anyway, scared to go up to 126 right now. It don't matter, dog. He ain't on that level. He's not on that level, bro. I don't know why people running around acting like this is some made up stuff. He ain't on. Y'all ain't treating him like he on that level. I was watching Tank 10 years ago, but shoot, I ain't finna sit up here and start that engine if it ain't ready to go. I really watch boxing. The guy that I've been talking about the last 10 years, he done moved up by 3 or 4 weight classes, and he trying to fight Canelo. Yeah, that age stuff don't mean nothing. The guy I'm talking about right now, the guy I've been talking about for the last 10 years, he moving up 3 or 4 weight classes, and he trying to fight Canelo. He moving up so many weight classes, people scared for him to move up in weight. Terence Crawford, the first boxer in history where people scared for him to move up in weight. That's how much weight he moving up. You can't name not one other boxer where people said, don't move up, that's too much weight. Not one boxer in history you've ever heard, nobody in history has ever said they are scared for a boxer to move up in weight. Yeah, Roy Jones, yeah, that is one. No. But look, they talking about, yeah, that Roy Jones is one. That is true. Roy Jones going to heavyweight. We ain't want that to happen. I agree. That's when I really first started getting serious in boxing. Roy Jones going to heavyweight, that was a big deal. Even light heavyweight was a big deal. So that's true. It's true. But look, Nick, that was the fans of Roy Jones. Like the haters. Nick, hold on, Nick. But I agree with that, but I'm talking about the haters. I'm talking about the opponents' fans. We ain't talking about Roy Jones fans didn't want him to go up. Like, we didn't want Roy Jones to go up. But the fans of the other opponent, like right now, it's other people's opponents that don't want Terence Crawford to go up. Yeah. I'm talking about other fans. I'm talking about the fans of the other opponents. Like right now, we got Roy Jones. They ain't want him to move up. They don't want Tank to move up too high right now. Cause Tank could have fought Terence Crawford at 47, but they don't want Terence Crawford to move up. Like Terence Crawford's fans, me personally, I don't care what he does. He can stay at 54 right now and make the same kind of noise at 54. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then, I was going to do a video on that. I'm probably going to do it tonight. But I got a good one coming tonight. I was supposed to do something else, but they had this come out. But I'm going to do something like that tonight because I'm going to start talking about Benavidez and Morrell and building up the fights. But, for some reason, Tank don't say nothing until... for some reason, and I'm not trolling. This is all facts I want to say because ain't nobody else going to say it, so it's going to sound weird. Hearing something different. But I'm starting to get a feeling that Tank Davis has to promote his own fights. Because every time he has a fight coming up, he usually starts tweeting like this a couple of weeks before his fight. Every time. I'm getting the feeling he got to promote his own fight. I know it had the award show that happened this weekend, but I'm getting the feeling. Because somehow it turned from the award show, and then he was talking about how Lamont Roach can crack, and I'm like, hold on. It sounds like promotion. I'm like, this sounds like promotion. I'm like, oh, okay. This is who Tank wants to fight. Every time he got a fight, bro, fake beef. He talking about Lamont Roach, the next Roy Jones. And I ain't disrespecting Lamont Roach. If anybody know me, I'm a huge fan of Lamont Roach. Got a lot of respect for Lamont Roach. Got it out the mud. He don't clout chase. Lamont Roach don't clout chase. He don't call boxers out online. He'll fight you in the ring, anywhere, whether it's Pro Box, ESPN, your platform, his platform, whatever. So I got a lot of respect for Lamont Roach. Yeah, he the 50 Cent of boxing. He the 50 Cent of boxing. I can almost say he do what Cameron, a little bit of Cameron sprinkled on there. You know, because a lot of people forget. I don't want to get into that, but I'll just say, you know, a lot of people forget certain things that happened recently. But when you get in the beef with everybody, though, because this ain't even what I want to talk about. I don't know what Troy went. Troy, you still in here? I'm still answering your question, sir. Any questions you got? I'm entertaining, because I would like to know what's everybody's thoughts out there. But Troy, you can't just come in here and say Tank Davis probably 155 at the most. Bro, that's a guess and that's an opinion. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people's making guesses and opinions. And I'm going to tell you right now, Tank Davis came out and said he made $40 million his last fight. If PBC is paying Tank Davis $40 million to fight Frank Martin, if they pay him $40 million to fight Frank Martin, and Canelo making less than that, that don't make a lot of sense. So Tank came out and said he weighed. So Troy, this is what things get shaky at. So you think Tank celebrating weighing 140 right now because he always walk around at 155? Bro, I'm telling you, I used to weigh in at 135. Bro, you don't celebrate being on weight at 140. You say Amazon ain't paying that. Amazon ain't paying that. Bro, let me tell you something. Mike Tyson didn't even get that. That's what I'm saying. Dudes is lying about their numbers. Troy, think about this real quick. Mike Tyson didn't even get that much money. Do people really think boxing is that important right now? How is boxing that important when everybody's saying everybody trash yourself, Tank and Canelo? They even saying that Terence Crawford is trash right now. That's how bad that boxing is trying to sell tickets right now. When you got to sell tickets to the point where you say the number one pound for pound fighter is trash, boxing ain't doing well enough to where Tank getting $40 million to fight Frank Martin. $40 million. So you okay with PBC giving Tank Davis $40 million to fight Frank Martin when they could have took $10 million of that and gave it to Shakur Stevenson and let him fight Tank Davis? Tank could have got 30, he could have got 10. I bet he would have took it. Or they could have did 2020. That was Earl Spence and Terence Crawford did. Something like that. You telling me they get this man 40 million? It just get Frank Martin one? Oh, let's just get Frank Martin 2 or 3 million, then get Tank 40 million. You said PBC offered Shakur a deal. He turned it down and said he wanted a 3-fight deal. You said PBC offered Shakur a deal. He turned it down and said he wanted a. So you think Shakur Stevenson? So you think Shakur Stevenson, one of the best fighters in the world, silver medalist, who's fought everybody, even fought Tank Davis for free. So you think Shakur Stevenson, who fought Tank Davis for free 10 years ago, would not fight Tank Davis for $10 or $15 million right now? And they used to be friends. Do you know that Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson is good friends? They used to be friends. Do you know how? I don't know if y'all dudes, when y'all say Shakur Stevenson is ducking and everything like that, and he turned down the fight, I don't know if y'all know how ridiculous that sounds when y'all say that. When y'all say Shakur Stevenson turned the fight down, do you know that you're basically saying that one of the best fighters in American history the last 20, 30 years is scared? You said Canelo would destroy Bud. He too big for him. Canelo's only knocked out one black guy in the last in his whole career. That's how I'm gonna argue about the Canelo and Bud thing. Canelo has only knocked out one black guy his whole career. That's how long I'm gonna talk. Vincent Jackson, what's going on? But Canelo has only knocked out one black guy his whole career. So the fact that most podcasts don't even know that, I don't even get into the discussion about Canelo like he's a Greek god or something like that. Canelo has only knocked out one black guy his whole career. The man hasn't had a knockout in like 5 years. Tank Davis said, that's how I know y'all don't pay attention to what Tank say. That's why I don't take Tank serious. Tank said I'm saving Shakur for last. So how is Shakur Stevenson turning down a 1-fight deal when Tank said I'm saving Shakur for last? How is Shakur turning down Tank Davis when Lamont Roach said him and Tank Davis been set up this fight 2 years ago? So you think it ain't no better fighters out there than Tank at 135 for Tank Davis? So Keyshawn Davis ain't good enough to fight Tank Davis? I just told you Canelo only knocked out one black guy his whole career. And y'all still talking about he gonna get stopped. I can't even entertain that. Canelo ain't knocked out a black guy in like 15 years, and y'all sitting there telling me he finna knock a black guy out. How can I entertain that? I can't take that serious. That's not even an argument to even make right now. We focusing on Tank Davis. I'm not talking about a guy who only knocked out one black guy in 60-something fights. I don't want to talk about Canelo right now. That's how fast the argument gonna go with me. Canelo has only knocked out one black guy in 60-something fights. He couldn't knock out Charlo or nothing. He's knocked out one black guy in 60-something fights. Couldn't knock out Munguia, but Munguia just got knocked out. It sound good, but Canelo ain't got no power like that. It sound good though. I'm telling you, it sound good, dog. When y'all say Canelo would destroy Bud, it sounds amazing. The man has only knocked out one black guy his whole career. That's why he don't fight him. Why you think he's fighting so many Europeans? Come on, man. Don't let me tell these guys secrets on here. It ain't nothing to argue about. Cause trust me, once I tell you the information I'm saying, you're gonna start saying the same thing I'm saying. You know how many guys I done seen argue with me on here, and then I look at the comment section somewhere else and they saying the same thing I was saying? These dudes don't know boxing like that. I don't know everything, but I live this. I can't stop watching boxing without even, if I tried. And I done tried a few times because they ain't trying to put nothing together for real. You say he's a natural 168, so Canelo's a weight bully then. So when he fought Floyd Mayweather, he was a weight bully. So you telling me a weight bully Canelo? Okay, he's a weight bully. But this ain't about Canelo though. We getting back to Tank Davis. Like I said, Canelo's only knocked out one black guy's whole career. At the end of the day, he's not somebody I want to waste 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes on. But let me get back to Tank Davis though. Cause this is what this live is about. So Tank Davis. So this guy right here. So you telling me Shakur Stevenson, one of the best American fighters ever in history, right now. That's how I know y'all ain't been watching Shakur Stevenson like that. Tank can even tell you when they was coming up, Shakur Stevenson was that guy. Y'all don't even know this. Before y'all knew who Tank was and Devin Haney was, Shakur Stevenson was that guy. He was going to the Olympics. Devin Haney was that guy too as well. Tank was unknown. That's what y'all don't know. Tank Davis was unknown. You had to go out of your way to find out who Tank Davis was. Matter of fact, let me tell you how I know most people didn't know who Tank Davis was. Because Devin Haney was around Floyd that whole time, and nobody knew who Devin Haney was. Devin Haney was around Floyd the whole time, and nobody knew who Devin Haney was. I ain't gonna say nobody, but the fans now, they didn't know who he was. So Shakur Stevenson was always the most talented fighter and most decorated out of all of them. So when people say he's scared, he was already sparring Tank Davis and all that already. And people will say, well, that's just sparring. Guys go to the hospital about just sparring. Guys get basically lose their punch resistance by just sparring. Sparring will end your career. Spar the right guys enough. And you won't be sparring long. So people say Shakur Stevenson, he turned down a deal with whatever. So y'all, it's amazing how the fans will sit up here and say how many guys will fight Tank Davis for free. On camera. So dudes will be on camera sparring Tank Davis for free. But they go to the table to make a deal, everybody like, nah, they ain't trying to make no deal. Bro, how you gonna fight? How Shakur gonna fight Tank Davis when Tank Davis was already talking to Lamont Roach 2 years ago? 2 years ago, he was talking to Lamont Roach. What YouTube channel you seen reporting Tank Davis was trying to fight Lamont Roach the last 2 years? Since everybody know about Tank Davis. Is there any YouTube channel that I can go to right now that was reporting that Tank Davis was gonna fight Lamont Roach the last 2 years? I'll give you another one that's better. Is there anybody on YouTube in last year, in 2023, when I said he was gonna fight Frank Martin? Was there anybody? I seen a couple in 2024, but in 2023, before Shakur Stevenson fought De Los Santos, was there anybody saying Tank Davis was gonna fight Frank Martin? Nobody. So when people sit up here and say, well, Shakur Stevenson, he ain't trying to fight this guy and that guy and that guy, you can ask Frank Martin and he'll tell you that Shakur Stevenson ain't ducking nobody. Shakur Stevenson was finna fight Frank Martin. So he obviously ain't ducking nobody. He ain't putting the money up, so that wasn't his problem. Ain't nobody still asking why Tank Davis fight Lamont Roach though. So is American boxing that weak to the point where the only person we can get for Tank Davis is a 130? Do people believe that? I mean, y'all really got to understand what y'all saying though. You're saying that this country, the toughest guy that will fight Tank Davis is Ryan Garcia. Who else? Frank Martin. Everybody, Shakur and Devin and all them other guys, they just scared. What's going on, Smoochie? He said, I agree, Tank, but career got cut Aaron. His career ain't get pushed back. Shakur Stevenson career ain't got pushed back. Shakur Stevenson is early on his career. Alexander Usyk is a 2-time undisputed champion, and they just put him over Inoue. That boy Usyk went all the way up to heavyweight and knocked out Joshua at what, 35? I mean, not knocked him out, but he beat Joshua twice at like 35, 30, 34, 35. And the man still couldn't get put over Inoue on pound for pound. So when the fans catch up to Shakur, like they caught up to Usyk always been that guy. He 37 years old now, about to be 38 in 3 days. Like 2 or 3 days, Usyk finna be like 38. Usyk finna be 38 years old. Bitterbill finna be 40 years old. If you look at their resume, you already just said earlier that Usyk fought Sean Porter. So that lets you know how many times Usyk been going up in weight. Usyk done fought Sean Porter. He done fought Bitterbill. He done fought Tyson Fury. He done fought Anthony Joshua. And the man just got over Inoue on pound for pound. And he almost 40 years old. So what happened with his career? Did his career get pushed back? Because he was still fighting dogs the whole time. No, the fans just caught up to him like they gonna do with Shakur Stevenson. They gonna just catch up to him. These guys is friends right here. That's why people don't even know Shakur Stevenson and Tank like that. This how I know people don't even know Shakur Stevenson and Tank. These dudes is friends. Y'all don't understand that. In this country, we got people that's trying to fight each other as friends. People say, well, you know, Shakur, he ain't trying to fight Keyshawn because they friends. Him and Tank Davis friends. He probably know Tank. I can almost probably guarantee he probably knew Tank Davis probably longer. I don't know. They probably around the same age. He probably knew Keyshawn well. I don't know. I know you knew Tank Davis over a decade. Him and Tank Davis friends. So y'all got a man out here that's trying to fight his friend, who he's very good friends with, was just backstage with him chilling. The same thing he be doing with Keyshawn right now. And he said, nah, I'm putting that all out the window. I'm going to fight Tank. This man ain't trying to sell no tickets. That's what I'm saying. People don't know Shakur Stevenson and Tank like that. I think a lot of people just be choosing sides and talking, and then they be like, well, this guy ducking. I got to pick a side, you know. It's either Michael Jordan or LeBron. I got to do one of them. I can't do both. You know, it can't be Randy Moss and Jerry Rice. I got to pick one of them. This man already going out of his way to do negotiations. He made sure PBC was first. He making sure that Tank get the first chance to fight him for unification at 135. If Tank want to be undisputed, he like, hey, I'll give you the chance at the belt first. If I don't fight Loma, yeah, I'm going to you. So if I lose anybody, it can be you. You get the belt. It is what it is. Ain't nobody sitting around. I know me personally. I've always felt like Terence Crawford was gonna beat Errol Spence. I'm gonna tell you right now. I haven't lost no respect for Earl Spence since he lost to Terence Crawford. That's the difference between me and everybody else. If Tank lose to Shakur Stevenson, everybody gonna be acting the same way they did when Earl Spence lost. They act like Earl Spence, oh, he got destroyed. Man, please. If Earl Spence would have took a knee in the 6th, 7th round like Ryan Garcia did and looked up at the ref, it was like, I'm done. I would have said Earl Spence is done then. If he would have got dropped by an MMA fighter, that's when I would have said Earl Spence is done. But people just choose to feel like he done because they felt like he was going to guarantee beat Terence Crawford. That's all it was to it. That's why a lot of these guys don't like fighting each other, because it's like, if one of us lose, they going to say we done. It ain't even no respect being given before the fight. Terence Crawford went out there and beat Spence. He still ain't getting no respect. But let me get back to the original topic I was talking about, though, because all I wanted to ask was, how did you know that Tank Davis was not 180? How did you know that he doesn't weigh 180? He never weighed 180. That's all. That's the only thing I wanted to ask. And I'm gonna be real with you too. I'm gonna tell you how thorough I am. Tank had a picture where when his belly was hanging over his pants, and I ain't even posted. That's how real I am. That's how much of a Tank Davis fan I am. Tank Davis had a picture recently where he had a pot belly and it was hanging over his pants. I had like I ain't even see it. Before somebody called me a hater. I only got one issue with Tank Davis. It really was never about him, who he was fighting, until recently. The only thing I was worried about was Tank Davis was his weight. You said I could see Tank losing, but not like Spence. That's what everybody said. Everybody said that they didn't see Earl Spence losing like that. That's what everybody said. I know what time it is. That's what everybody said. Everybody. 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 And ain't nobody standing on none of it right now. Ain't nobody standing on nothing they said about Terence Crawford over the years. They said he ducked. They said he ain't worth the money. He ain't trying to fight nobody. Too small for 47. He went to 47 and knocked out everybody he fought. Knocked out everybody he fought at 47. So a guy who knocked out everybody he fought at 47 for some reason, then we already see how hard 154 is. Don't nobody want smoke at 154. They want Terence Crawford to beat everybody for him. These dudes they've been at 154. They could have been fighting each other. They waiting on Terence Crawford to clean house for him, because they know how good he is. But let me tell you how disrespectful. This is how I know over here the fans have went too far with the Tank Davis situation. They talking about he making $40 million. So Tank Davis is making $40 million to fight Frank Martin, when Canelo ain't even getting $40 million right now to fight. That don't make sense. I don't even think Bitter Biv them got $40 million. How much did Bitter Biv and Bivol get? So when people throw out that number, like, yeah, it's $40 million. Bitter Biv and Bivol made $10 million each for their fight. $10 million. And that's a turkey out of sheep fight. So do people really know how much $40 million really is? I mean, Floyd had fights that was making $1 billion. And he was only getting 100. You said Amazon paid him 6 fights, 40 million. Bro, Tank House just got foreclosed, bro. And Tank Davis owe taxes right now. Do you understand what's going on out here? Tank Davis owe taxes right now, bro. Tank Davis money, his money ain't there right now, bro. Do you understand that? Tank Davis ain't making no money right now. Tank Davis just asked for 150 to fight somebody. You didn't see what Terence Crawford just said? He said, by the way, little guy, don't speak too soon because you definitely not making more than me fighting who you been fighting. That's why you talking about fighting Ryan again. I'll repeat that. By the way, little guy, you don't speak too soon because you definitely not making more than me fighting who you been fighting. That's why you talking about fighting Ryan Garcia. Then he says, before that, first thing a dumb rich person say to another rich person is, I got more money than you. I bet I own more investments than you and I don't owe $1 in taxes. You can't buy anything, nothing I can buy. I can't buy. That I want, sir. And that's a fact. Let's see who money lasts the longest. Smart guy. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like the money stuff, I don't even get into all that, bro. Cause somebody gonna get embarrassed if I tell the truth. How you selling 400,000 pay-per-views and you getting $40 million with a fight card that loaded like that? This boy, he had Benavidez on his undercard. He had Gary Russell Jr. them, Antoine Russell on there. Puyo. He had I forgot the whole card he had. It was so long ago. But he had a whole bunch of names on that card. He just getting 40 million and what everybody else getting? That ain't a good investment. You paying one fighter $40 million? How you gonna get that back? If that was a smart idea, UFC would have been doing that, bro. You say Amazon, bro. I don't know where you getting the information from, bro. Where you getting this from? The network ain't. You said the network paying the money. Who told you that? First of all, where you get this information from? Where you get this information from? You said Amazon. Who told you this? Who told you that Amazon was paying these people? Because let me tell you why that don't make sense. If what you saying right now makes sense, let me tell you why it doesn't make sense. That being in the NFL, they would have been dropped the prices, bro, of the seats. The NFL showing the same games. They got the same amount of games. They actually added another game. The NFL has so many networks that broadcast Super Bowls and games. They getting paid from CBS, Fox, ESPN, Amazon. What's another one they got out there? Peacock, Netflix. You telling me all those people right there, and where all that money going to? So what? They paying the players directly? Where the money going to? Why do you think they make us still pay tickets? Let me ask you a question. Why Tank Davis tickets so high if Amazon paying for everything? Bro, we the one that's paying for it, bro. We the one that's paying for it. That's why they be bragging about the gates. How many people came to see the fights? We the one paying for that stuff. It's a reason why Floyd Mayweather left PBC already. It's a reason why Adrian Broner left PBC. It's a reason why Floyd Mayweather right now can't pay his employees. Did you hear about Floyd not being able to pay his employees right now, allegedly? You didn't hear about that story going around? And I know Tank Davis ain't got more money than Floyd. That's not even a conversation. So you telling me it's a good investment for PBC to give Tank Davis $40 million and they just paid Terence Crawford them like $20 million each to fight each other, Terence Crawford and Earl Spence? Let me ask you a question real quick, Troy. Who would you rather fight? Who would you rather watch fight? Frank Martin and Tank Davis or Charlo and Terence Crawford? Let me ask you that question real quick. Who would you rather watch fight? Lamont Roach and Tank Davis or Terence Crawford and Charlo? I'm gonna tell you why the 40 million. Exactly. So the 40 million stuff you just talking about is dead, bro. That's cap. It's cap, bro. It's cap. It's cap. Straight cap. Canelo ain't finna go over to PBC and they giving Tank Davis $40 million to fight Frank Martin, man. Nobody knew who Frank Martin was, though. I had just seen last year where everybody said Frank Martin ducked Shakur Stevenson. And then as soon as Tank Davis said, I'm finna fight Frank Martin, then all of a sudden everybody said Frank Martin the best fighter ever. I seen everybody talking bad about Frank Martin. That's why I give him that. It has nothing to do with Frank Martin. I like Frank Martin. I give it. You can ask Frank Martin right now. Everybody was calling him a duck. The only reason people putting respect on him is because Tank got a knockout. You can't brag about a guy you just said that was ducking somebody. So if he ducked Shakur Stevenson and went over to, that's what the fans said. If he ducked Shakur Stevenson, yeah, but Frank Martin only been fighting, what, 7, 8 years or something like that? Nah, hold on. Frank Martin started boxing like, I think he said like his senior year in high school or the year after or something like that. Frank Martin ain't been boxing that long. That was the one. Frank Martin is probably the most inexperienced fighter that Tank Davis had, and that was one of his toughest fights. And people don't even know that. Frank Martin ain't even been boxing that long. So when everybody seen that PBC, well, when I seen PBC they had their weigh in at like 7 p.m. with Tank Davis, and he was looking at Frank Martin, you're drained. Sucking him down all the way down to the last. Oh, you're drained. You don't remember that when he was pointing at Frank Martin, talking about he was drained? You don't remember the weigh-in? And y'all be acting like Tank don't be thinking about this stuff. Why you thinking about why you bragging about Frank Martin being drained at the weigh-in? They paid $40 million so he could drain Frank Martin and fight him? And people will say, well, it was at 130. And people say, it was at 135 though. Bro, the weigh-in was at like 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Everybody on this earth will tell you that was one of the latest weigh-ins they ever had in their life. Bro, the weigh-in was almost at nighttime, bro. You know we had them weigh-ins in the afternoon, before the afternoon even come. That weigh-in was almost at nighttime. As soon as I seen this weigh-in, I ain't even want to watch the fight no more. You said Devin looked worse than this. Devin ain't start fighting when he was almost 20 years old, though. Like I'm just telling you, Frank Martin ain't been fighting about 7, 8 years. You comparing a guy who been fighting almost his whole life to a guy who been fighting since after he got out of high school. This is one of the most inexperienced fighters that Tank Davis done fought. I seen a few fighters with their face sucking in though. I don't understand. Josh Taylor's face was sucking in 2 or 3 years ago. And you know what people did after his face was sucking? You know, after Josh Taylor's face was sucking in, you know what everybody did? They put him on pound for pound. Ryan Garcia's face was sucking in at 135 against Tank Davis. We forgot about that? Devin Haney fought Lomachenko at 135 with his face sucking in the way it was because people wanted to see the fight. He could have moved up then. You didn't hear people after Devin Haney fought Lomachenko? Y'all didn't hear fans saying that Devin Haney was ducking Tank because he moved to 140? So you criticizing a guy who stayed at 135 to make big fights for the fans? And he sent Shakur Stevenson an offer after that? Make that make sense now. Or should Devin have done like Tank does, go to 140 and then bring a guy out from 135 to 140? Maybe Devin Haney should have did that then. Maybe you're right. Instead of Devin Haney fighting at the weight that going to 130 like Tank should be doing right now, maybe Devin should have brought Lomachenko up to 140 and had him fight at 140 so he wouldn't be so his face wouldn't be sucking in and drained like that. Maybe should have did that. Because people are basically saying right now, and that's one of the fights that people brag about. We can't name five fights right now that's bigger than Lomachenko and Devin since that fight happened. That was a fight for the fans. I haven't heard no other boxer draining himself to make a big fight. But a lot of people think that's, oh, you're being a weight bully by doing that. Oh, I don't know why he would stay at 135 to make the fight with Lomachenko after he was already undisputed. Yeah, shout out to my dog Nick too, man. So you telling me Tank Dave we should we should punish Devin Haney for staying a couple of more months at 135 and fighting Lomachenko? Nobody else did. Why Tank ain't fight Lomachenko before Devin and Teofimo? Because Devin Haney wasn't even with Top Rank. And he got those 2 Kambosos fights in Lomachenko. And he took a pay cut. Devin Haney made less money fighting Lomachenko and Kambosos than Kambosos did fighting Devin Haney. Kambosos made $10 million fighting Devin Haney. Do people know what kind of sacrifices Devin Haney made? He was already undisputed after he fought George Kambosos. He was already undisputed. So he could have he was supposed to move up right after he fought Kambosos the first time. They locked him in with another deal to fight. So let me tell you how people so lost on Devin Haney, because they ain't know Devin Haney back then until he got some belts. So Devin Haney fought Kambosos after chasing everybody around. We got videos from 2018, 2019 where Devin Haney was calling out Rolly Romero and Teofimo Lopez. So Devin Haney, after he couldn't get Rolly Romero and Teofimo Lopez at 135, he went ahead and said, okay, Teofimo ain't gonna fight me. Everybody said, oh, he ducking Teofimo. So Kambosos wins. He starts celebrating. Everybody said, look, he starts celebrating because he didn't want to fight Teofimo. What a scary move. No, Teofimo said he wasn't gonna fight Devin. You know how I know? Because he just turned down his biggest payday by Turkey Al-Sheikh. Turkey Al-Sheikh first offer to Teofimo Lopez was to fight Devin Haney. So Devin Haney was going to fight Teofimo Lopez before he fight Ryan Garcia. So Devin Haney, after everything that happened last year, he was still going to step in and fight Teofimo Lopez and Ryan Garcia back to back. Something Tank ain't never did. So he was finna fight Teofimo Lopez and Ryan Garcia. So Teofimo Lopez ain't never made $1 million. We can't throw him an offer for $10 million. And I bet you ain't know this. I bet you ain't know that Teofimo Lopez tried to fight Tank in 2000 after he fought Ryan. And they offered Teofimo Lopez a little bitty money. They ain't have enough money to pay Teofimo Lopez. All he wanted was like $10 million, $5 million, something like that. Not even 10. He would have took 5. They couldn't even give Teofimo $5 million. And guess what? Tank tried to put a rehydration clause on Teofimo Lopez after Teofimo Lopez said that he can't make 135 no more. And this is after Teofimo Lopez had already fought at 140. He was going to go back down to 135 just to fight for Tank. Ain't nobody going out their way to go up in weight to fight Devin, go down in weight. And this is an undisputed fighter. So Devin Haney was already going to leave 135 a long time ago. 2 years before that. But then the Kambosos fight happened. Oh, I'm not finna turn down undisputed. Bet. Boom. The second undisputed fight happened at 135. That's when he started looking drained. He fought Lomachenko. That's when he was drained. But people got to realize he fought in July. Then he came back in October. Then he came back in March. He didn't fight once a year like Tank did last year. I'm pretty sure if Devin Haney would have fought only one time last year, he wouldn't have been drained. I mean, not last year, but when he fought Kambosos, if he would have fought one time that year, he wouldn't have been weight drained. If he would have fought one time against Lomachenko and that was it, like Lomachenko did against Kambosos, he would have been all right. But this dude continuing to have to make weight. People not even realizing, oh, Devin had 3 fights in 8 months. 9 months, he had 3 fights. And the 3 fights he had was 2 Kambosos fights for undisputed and Lomachenko for undisputed. And somehow we trying to compare that to Hector Garcia and Ryan Garcia. Oh, why was Devin Haney drained? I'm not a boxing fan. I don't want to see Devin Haney fight Kambosos twice after beating Teofimo Lopez. I don't want to see Devin Haney fight Lomachenko. I'm worried about Devin Haney being drained. I don't care about boxing. I'm thinking about weighing in. Ain't nobody said nothing about why Tank Davis fighting the guy that was drained. Why every time Tank fights somebody, they drain? Y'all ain't never noticed that? And I'm gonna tell you how. Yeah, he let the little bro take that Lomachenko smoke for him, Nick. And that's why all of y'all is begging for a Devin fight right now. Everybody begging for a Devin fight, cause you know why? You know Tank ain't finna give it to you. But I'm gonna tell you another one I'm gonna drop on y'all. Tank fought Gamboa 5 years after Terence Crawford, right? So Tank and Terence Crawford were fighting the same fighters. And guess who got Gamboa up out of there faster? Yeah. Guess who got Gamboa up out of there faster between Tank and Terence Crawford? Take a guess. And Gamboa had a torn Achilles when he was fighting Tank. He couldn't even move. So he stood in the same place the whole fight, fighting Tank Davis on a torn Achilles. So it took Tank 12 rounds to knock out Gamboa with a torn Achilles. It took Terence Crawford 9. It took Canelo Alvarez 6 rounds to knock out Amir Khan. It took Terence Crawford 6. And for some reason, people are like, it's just more power, bro. That's how you feel. That ain't facts. That ain't facts. The difference between Terence Crawford and Canelo is when Terence Crawford fight black guys, he knock them out. When Canelo fight him, he go 12 rounds. That's a big difference. It's just facts, because everybody want to bring up black and Mexican and all that other stuff when it comes to boxing. Ain't no, that's really irrelevant. All you got to do is call these guys by the name. You don't need to say what color they are and where they from. That's when y'all be getting the game mixed up. But the only time you gonna hear me bring up colors and stuff like that is when I'm talking about resumes. Since everybody want to bring up colors and, oh, the black fighters they done and American heavyweights they done. I've been seeing everything people been saying. Weight bullies, Devin Haney a weight bully. Man, y'all better know boxing for real, bro. I'm telling you, when somebody talking to me, they better know more than me than I do about Tank Davis. You better know more than I do. That's it. Tank Davis and Terence Crawford got the same. So they paying Tank Davis $40 million. He getting all that money to fight the same guy that Terence Crawford fighting? Sound like an industry plant. So he getting $40 million to fight the same guy that Terence Crawford got fought? They paying why they paying Tank $40 million? Because he knocked out Gamboa in the 12th round? Terence Crawford did that 5 years ago. Why are y'all celebrating Tank for doing the same thing that Terence Crawford did 5 years ago? Before he did. Yeah, me too. I don't like that hanging in the pocket stuff. I don't like that either. It sound like to me, Nick, he sound like he ain't go all out in his last fight like he could have. It sound like it to me. The message he putting out there. But I don't like that either though, bro. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm a Terence Crawford fan. It ain't no guarantee that I know he finna knock out Canelo or beat Canelo. Do I feel like he can? Yeah. I don't know if he gonna beat Canelo. But for people to be acting like, but for people to act like Canelo just been looking good the last fight, bro, Munguia got stopped recently by nobody. I ain't saying he was a nobody to me. He a nobody to y'all. He got stopped, period. Canelo's power is gone. The way Canelo been looking, the way guys like Canelo and Tyson Fury power just disappeared like that, it's gonna show you that's basically a little hint. If you follow boxing and you know what's been going on the last 10 years, that's a little hint right there to let you know that PEDs, the ostarine, the billionth of a gram, and everybody was talking about. I don't know if that matter or not, but I just know since Canelo got away from that, them knockouts ain't coming like they used to. How about that? How about since Canelo got caught on them PEDs, them knockouts ain't been coming like they used to? Yeah, he does unnecessarily. He gets hit way too much. Way too much. I felt like he was getting hit way too much. Yeah, he hasn't, man, he only knocked out one guy, one black guy, Kirkland. That's it. He knocked out Kirkland. Couldn't get Danny Jacobs out of there after he had cancer. Him or Triple G. Couldn't get Charlo up out of there. I'm not scared of none of the power Canelo has right now. Canelo looks like he's very small from what I've seen recently. He looks very tiny. He's like the same size as Ryan right now. And that shows you how big Ryan Garcia is. But people but that's crazy though. People really trying to turn the whole narrative. That's why I say the narratives that people have built around Tank and Devin Haney, it's disgusting. Because y'all beg and plead Tank. I bet y'all would love for Tank to drain himself to fight Lomachenko. If Lomachenko said, meet me at 130. Y'all wouldn't want Tank to lose 5 extra pounds to fight Lomachenko? I bet he won't do it. That's the difference between the fighters that I watch. Well, I watch Tank. Like I said, he's one of my favorites. But man, the dude, it ain't there no more like he used to. He like an old stripper now. You looking at the young strippers, you like, that old stripper. Yeah, Majamal was piecing him up. I thought he could have lost that fight. Majamal better than what people think, though. They gonna find out when he fight Virgil Ortiz. They got Virgil Ortiz beating him up. I'm like, okay. I mean, possibly. Virgil Ortiz ain't no punk. He ain't no bum. He ain't no loser. He a real threat. And Virgil Ortiz moving like how I want these other fighters to move. But they think Majamov is just like trash, though, man. They need to check his resume. The pro resume and the amateur resume. And look at them guys that he was beating up on in the amateurs and see where they at right now. He got guys at top 5 at 168, top 5 at 160. So he been putting in real work. I think he beat Adamas or something like that. I don't know. Somebody had beat Adamas. Yeah, he would. Hey, Nick, I'm going to tell you now, even with a loss right now, he will. Even if he loses his next fight. He'll pull a Dubois out here. He'll pull a Daniel Dubois. He'll definitely pull a Daniel Dubois out here. He ain't been at 154 long. So for him to just be jumping around out there at 154, like, yeah, I'll fight this guy. Like, I don't know about it now, Boots. I was rolling with you, dog, but this dude want too much smoke right now. Way too much. Yeah, he do. He got a lot of things to work on. I think the things that he got to work on, I think him and Boots got like 2 different things they need to work on. It's not the same problems. That's why it still would be a good fight right now. It would still be a good fight right now. But man, he let Virgil get all this smoke at 154 and get prepared. Man, it's gonna be a wrap. Let Virgil go out here and get himself right real quick at 154 and get all this experience. Cause this ain't nothing but experience at this point. That's all it is experience. You can never fight enough people. But nah, people don't understand, like, bro, you gotta understand, bro. Last year, even when Devin was talking about Ryan, I'm like, man, I'll watch it, but it ain't what I want, but I'm gonna watch it though, because it is a good fight. You know what I'm saying? I had to talk myself into it. I don't agree with everything these dudes be doing, because I know it ain't the fight that everybody want to see. But man, when people asked about Lomachenko last year, like, man, this the year that Lomachenko should fight Tank at 36 years old. It's time now. Why you gonna fight Loma at 30, 31? Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm probably do it later on. I've been studying some fights on him. Morrell gonna have to move a little bit. And also, Morrell gonna have to move a little bit. I don't think he can sit there and trade. I think Morrell gonna have to do the same thing that Crawford gonna have to do against Canelo. He gonna have to move a little bit though. Because as long as he can move and keep Benavidez with that high guard, man, he can get him to throw some punches. Because Benavidez, he throws a lot of punches, but he got to get set though. That little second it takes Benavidez to get set, you better get out of there. Yeah, I saw that, bro. He was working with, that was before the last fight though. I don't know if he was working with him again. Yeah, it's probably again too, because he in Miami. Yeah, you're right. That's probably new tape too. He been in Miami still. Yeah, he been working on his footwork with Rigondeaux, man. They been looking better too. People ain't been noticing. Benavidez is a student of the game, bro. He be working. But Morrell, I don't know, man. I'm getting that feeling, like I said about Munguia last year, like two more fights. People don't understand how important 2 more fights is. I'm gonna tell y'all how important 2 more fights is. 2 more fights are so important that Daniel Dubois has had like 2 or 3 fights since he fought Usyk, and people feel like he's a different fighter. That's how important 2 or 3 fights is. So when people say, "Oh, why you want to push the fight back, man?" If you would have pushed the Usyk and Daniel Dubois fight back, Daniel Dubois possibly can get an upset. If he would have fought Usyk now instead of trying to rush it when they did, trying to be first. But if they would have waited 2 more fights, it'll be a whole different Daniel Dubois sitting in front of him. Yeah, when he gets set, it's done. That's why I was saying when Andre was in front of him. Andre, if y'all go back, when Andre was moving around and throwing punches early on, I was like, yeah. But when I seen that Andre was not prepared to clinch, you know, a lot of fighters, bro, that, especially the ones I like, they don't clinch. They don't clinch. So that's why I was tripping so hard last year when people were like, man, Devin doing all that holding against Ryan. He doing all that holding. He doing all that holding. Man, what you think Caleb Plant was doing against Trevor McCumbee? He was holding. See, I noticed when certain people clinch, it's okay. But when other dudes clinch, oh man, it's a problem. I gotta see him get knocked out, man. Yeah, I know they're the same size. That experience gonna play a part though. I don't think Morrell got that experience. Morrell, I'm telling you, Morrell not being able to out jab old boy them last 3 rounds, that last fight, that let me know everything I need to know. He ain't got that much 12-round experience. Benavidez got more 12, he got more like 12, 10-round experience than most of these guys who boxing right now. So I think that's where the fight gonna get tough at. Cause you know, Caleb Plant was used to going 12 rounds and stuff like that. So it wasn't that difficult for him. Even looking back now when at certain fights, you know, he was always able to go that distance and be able to work. And his clinching was amazing against Benavidez. But Morrell's not a clincher. So for him to be sitting there trading, I don't think he can go blow for blow with Benavidez though. I don't think he can go blow for blow. I'm being real. I forgot what I seen him do, what I seen somebody catch him with. Oh, Morrell leaves his hands too high. Like when he has somebody, his hands will be too high and open, and somebody just, boom, uppercut. Benavidez can, tell you, Benavidez might get him with an uppercut. But Benavidez got a better jab though. Morrell jab is it's not as good as I thought it was. Yeah, that jab, his jab is. I don't even know if Morrell's jab is better than the last guy that Benavidez fought. Just to be 100. I think Vosic got a better jab than Morrell does. Yeah, he does. I seen Benavidez, he moves. You know, Benavidez be doing that little crouching style where he'll go. Yeah, a lot of people think that Benavidez gets hit a lot, but he's only doing that when he's walking through the punches. And he could definitely get caught walking in too. Benavidez can get caught walking in. He can get caught walking in. If you get him mad enough sometimes and you throw a couple of punches, he'll drop that guard down like, yeah. Just throw another quick one. Boom. Get him up out of there. I'm telling you, it's only going to take one punch. But I don't think he's going to get Benavidez with an uppercut. It's going to have to be something over the top. And then Morrell, I think Benavidez can get him with an uppercut. He keeps his hands way too high. Way too high. And his defense is decent, but I don't like where his hands be. Like I don't like that about what's Virgil Ortiz either. I don't like when he put his hands down like between his legs, like almost. It's like a habit, but you don't want to do that with Majamal. He be doing that little leaping left hook. Yeah, Ronald Gravel was his toughest fight. Yeah, Munguia didn't even, Munguia turned down Gravel to fight the last guy that just knocked him out. I don't know if everybody know that. Yeah, he walks right in. Yeah, I hate that, bro. I'm like, come on, dog. You can use angles to go. Yeah, he be walking straight in. Like, man. And I don't like when he be doing that late start, too. So I wouldn't be surprised if Morrell get the first 2 or 3 rounds, something like that. But when they get to the 5th round, it's going to be blood everywhere. Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't know who I'm going to pick yet. I'm leaning toward Benavidez, but I need to see something a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I need to see. I really need to see. I definitely do. Yeah, his jab way better. I know people was like, I was looking more at the last fight with Benavidez. I'm like, let me see what his jab on. I ain't worried about nothing else. And I don't know if people know if Avozic was hungry that last fight. Like, for real. That dude Avozic was hungry his last fight. That's why I told people, I said, I want to see Avozic fight Morrell next. Now, if Avozic would have fought Morrell, we would have seen Morrell show everything. But the last guy Morrell fought, he didn't show everything because he was more of a defensive fighter. So he basically was able to maneuver, tire out Morrell, and then later on in the fight, he was able to throw some hooks, jab a little bit to the body. But I didn't like Morrell gassing out, bro. I'm telling you, I don't like when guys gas out. And when you have a guy that's like literally out punching you with a jab, and he's not really a guy who jabs a lot, it's not a good sign, bro. I think a lot of people are overlooking that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Morrell got more power than Plant, so he ain't gonna play around like that. And this guy's the same size as him. You know what I'm saying? These guys is, and then I'm gonna tell you another thing too. Morrell is still growing. Like the size Morrell was last year, he bigger now than he was last year. If they would have fought when people first was talking about the fight, Benavidez would have stopped him. But he bigger now. He put a lot more size on. So Morrell gonna be ready to go. He ain't playing. But Benavidez, man, telling you, man, the dude's just dangerous, bro. Dangerous. Right now, I feel like the Figueroa and Stephen Fulton fight is harder to pick than that fight, but just by a little bit. Just by a little bit. Anger and stuff, and he might fight better. We never seen him fight a guy who you have a little bit of history with, so we're gonna learn. It's not much to really learn from Benavidez. It's a lot more questions about Morrell. Because I don't know if he can get Benavidez up out of there like that. Just don't know. Really don't. But yeah, I don't like the 50-50. But it seems like he gonna walk him down, man. And see what Morrell about. But Morrell, he gonna get outpunched by Benavidez though. It's already 3 things guaranteed. I can already say he gonna outland them. So if they betting on that, I'll definitely go with Benavidez on that one. He gonna throw more punches, and possibly can be some knockdowns in this. I don't know. It's gonna be that type of fight. It's gonna be a classic fight. It's definitely gonna be a classic. I'm not gonna lie. To be honest with you, I don't care who win or lose this fight. It ain't gonna change for me. I know the fans going into it, but I'm gonna do a live on that later on though. I don't want to get too much into it. I'm gonna do a live on that later on tonight, but because, or I might save it for tomorrow. I don't know. But I was actually gonna do one now, but I want to get into this about just all this stuff that's being said right now, like about the whole stuff, the $40 million with Tank Davis, like, bruh gotta stop putting this stuff out, bruh. For real. For real. As a fan too, y'all gotta understand this. Y'all gotta realize a lot of these dudes be capping, man. Y'all definitely gotta understand that. A lot of these dudes be capping. A lot of them be capping. I'm talking about you really gotta look around and read the room. A lot of these dudes be capping. I'm talking about badly. You gotta think about it. Bitter Biv and Bibble, they got a turkey out of sheet deal too. They only had $10 million. I thought it was 20. But they saying it's 10 million a piece. So for a lot of guys, if you're throwing around the money thing right now, boxing ain't really bringing a lot of guys money. You got to think about it. The two guys in top 5, these are two guys that's top 5 pound for pound that just fought each other. Two top 5 pound for pound fighters. And these guys only made $10 million. And we paying Tank to fight somebody for 10? I mean for 40 million? If that's the case, Frank Martin need to be getting some generational money. I'm talking about super generational. He should have been getting at least 10. Can't get a man 25% of what his opponent getting? We can't do 25, 75? I don't know what he made, but I'm just throwing it out there. It can't be 25, 75, something like that. Lamont Roach just said that he's making less money in this fight against Tank Davis. I mean, he's saying that he could have made the same money fight somewhere else. He turned down bigger money to get this fight or something around there, or the same money. It was either bigger or the same amount of money to fight Tank Davis. So he's not getting generational, life-changing $10 million to fight Tank Davis. So if Tank Davis getting $40 million, and he's talking about this is homeboy from back in the day and everything, all right, well, throw on 10 then. You the one who going out of your way to move him from 135. Everybody saying you the cash cow. So make sure everybody cash out then. Everybody saying Tank the cash cow, but ain't nobody cashing out. They cashing out with Canelo. You know dudes is cashing out with Canelo because dudes ain't even fighting no more. After they fight Canelo, they're like, man, I'm done. I ain't fighting no more. And then this is what Michael Carpenter said. Michael Carpenter, hey, bro, you can tell he tired of this stuff. Look, he said this. He jumped into it. I ain't never seen a reporter do this. Mike Carpenter said, oh, well, he didn't jump into it. Terence Crawford just whatever happened. I don't know what happened in this. Well, I guess he was responding to Terence Crawford. He said, outside of the Ryan Garcia fight, Terence Crawford has earned multiples more than Gervonta Davis for his bouts with Mazarov and Spence compared to Tank's bouts with Frank Martin, Hector Luis Garcia, and the upcoming bout with Roach. I think what Tank is trying to say is Bud now his own man. Tank is Bud is what? Turk is Bud. You talking about Turk is Bud Sugar Daddy? That what you said? I ain't got nothing to do with Boston. I don't be caring about none of that. I could have said that about Floyd. How Floyd had Tank running around. I could have said Tank was Floyd's sugar daddy or sugar baby or whatever. Floyd was his sugar daddy. Could say that about Al Heyman. Like, why he getting $40 million? He said he getting 40. Why are you getting $40 million to fight Frank Martin? You ain't selling that much. The numbers ain't adding up. Is that why everybody leaving PBC and going over to Turkey on the Sheet? It's because Tank getting overpaid? Tank still doing in-house fights, right? That's what I'm saying. Hey, Tank still doing in-house fights though, right? Tank still doing in-house fights, bro. You know how much we protect Tank. I don't know if y'all know it, but people be saying like Shakur and Devin fans and all that stuff, bro. They don't really be going in on Tank like that. I'm kind of neutral on all that, but they don't go in on Tank like that because you gotta understand, Tank ain't really fighting nobody. Everybody Tank fighting is at 130. Or a guy who used to be at 130. Yeah, Nick. I already know. I ain't gonna do it. Cause you gotta understand. I'm gonna tell you, bro, like, and this is real talk. If Tank Davis is making $40 million fighting Frank Martin, you ain't finna see no more big fights in PBC like that. Benavidez them already said they had to go ahead and figure out put the money together themselves to try to get this fight together. With Morrell and Benavidez. If anybody should be making $40 million right now, it should be Morrell and Benavidez now, splitting $40 million. See, what I see now is people know that Devin Haney's taking the harder fights. And they just want to see Tank Davis fight whoever Devin Haney done fought before. Because Lomachenko, that's still being a question. You said Tank is his own man now. Yes, Floyd and Austria, but Tank is his own man. But if Tank is his own man, and he picked Lamont Roach out of all the fighters in the boxing, and he got $40 million he can hand out to make them fights happen. So that means he done made already $100 million. The way everybody talking. So Tank got $100 million in the bank, from what I'm hearing. Everybody's saying. You said it's about putting butts in the seats. No, not necessarily. I don't think it's about putting butts in the seats. Because Mike Tyson just did that and he only got $20 million. Jake Paul just had a fight in July and he had a fight in March, and I don't even think 1 million people watched the fights. So Tank, last time I checked, Mike Tyson is selling more than Tank Davis. Somehow right now in the era, while Tank Davis is the face of boxing, Mike Tyson is selling more than Tank Davis twice already. Tank did 1.2, Mike did 1.5. With no crowd. With no seats. With no seats though. Mike Tyson just sold way more than Tank as far as the gate and the pay-per-views with no seats. And he only got $20 million. Yeah, I saw that. Al need to call me. And then another thing too, and I bet y'all don't even know this, Tank ain't even training with his trainers he usually train with right now. I'm gonna do a video on that. I know the guy who he training with right now. I follow him on Instagram. You said Tank trolling? Bro, that's what his career has came to, bro. We know that. We know that his career is trolling. We know that, bro. We know that. That's why I'm on here right now. All the black people that support Tank, I want them to know that while they spending the guys who don't really keep up with these opponents, who need my help to let them know what's really going on in boxing, I'm letting them know right now. $100 ain't worth what he doing right now. Sorry to tell you. Sorry to tell you. Ain't nobody turning on Ryan Garcia versus Tank. When the last time you watched Ryan Garcia versus Tank? I bet you watched Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia more than you watch Tank versus Ryan Garcia. So that lets you know right there, Tank whole career is trolling. We already know that. That's why I'm on here telling black fans and everybody else now that his whole career is trolling. He's not fighting the best. He's trolling. So you went through all that. So you went through all these messages right now to just say Tank trolling. I already know that, bro. That's why I'm on here now. So everything you were saying earlier is really irrelevant because I already know he's trolling. You trying to make some facts turn his trolling into facts. See, that's the thing that a lot of his fans do. And I'm a fan of Tank too. But a lot of the newer fans that don't really know him like that, you said Loma and Shakur should have signed a deal. Tank is fighting PBC fighters, bro. Tank is fighting guys who fight on PBC. The only person he ain't fought that was on PBC is Ryan Garcia because he went out of his way to fight Ryan Garcia. He just got on live and the fight that he asked for was Ryan Garcia. Tank is getting every fight that he wants. I don't know if people know that. Nobody's turned down Tank Davis for a fight, bro. It sound good, bro, but he 30 years old, bro. In 2 more years, he ain't gonna be in his prime no more. Because I'm gonna be real with you. The way that Tank's weight fluctuate, ain't Tank smoking weed and stuff right now? So that's gonna add up in a while. I seen some other stuff. He talking about, yeah, I do this too, and I do that. I ain't want to post that. He was talking about prescriptions and narcotics on there he be taking. I don't even know if that's true or not. He trolling. But let's just hope he trolling. But I don't know what he does in his spare time. But what I do know is Lomachenko ain't no Lamont Roach. Lomachenko ain't no Frank Martin. Lomachenko ain't even Ryan Garcia. And I'm going to tell you another thing too, though. For all the people who think Ryan Garcia didn't take no PEDs or nothing last year, right? You're basically admitting that you think that Ryan Garcia is a way better fighter than Lomachenko ever was. Devin Haney had just got out of the ring with Lomachenko. For some reason, they seen the performance from Ryan. And he did something that Lomachenko ain't never done before. For some reason, they just naturally think that his talent is like that. So I'm telling you, the next time Ryan Garcia fight, y'all better put some money down on his opponent if you want to make some real money. That's going to be the best advice I can give you. Go ahead and cash out. He just said Shakur Stevenson didn't do enough, bro. You trying to get Tank Davis to fight a guy who just told everybody that Shakur Stevenson doesn't do enough. I don't think y'all understand that. Y'all are trying to get Tank Davis to do something that he don't want to do. Y'all are telling us that fighters are ducking Tank Davis when it's other people that he don't want to fight Shakur. He just said that Keyshawn Davis looks better than Shakur Stevenson. Nobody who's a Tank Davis fan was saying that last year. Do you know that I was saying that Keyshawn Davis looked good? He just ain't getting no knockouts. Did you know that everybody said that Keyshawn Davis was trash after he had that fight where he failed a weed test? He failed a test for weed. You be on the internet. Wasn't everybody saying that he was trash? Wasn't everybody just saying that Keyshawn Davis was trash? They was just saying it a year and a half ago. Not last December, but the December before that. They were just saying, oh man, he went the distance with Nair Albright. He trash. Not knowing that this man ain't been pro that long. He just went pro in like 2021, 2020 or something like that. I think it was 2021 he went pro. So he only been pro for about not that long. You got to think about that real quick. Tank just said that Keyshawn looking better than Shakur is. Who Shakur be? He ain't fought nobody. He ain't did nothing in his career. What has Shakur done? That don't sound like he going out of his way to fight. Did Tank say what has Lamont Roach done? Have you ever heard Tank Davis say what has Lamont Roach done? We just seen Tank Davis and Lamont Roach have 2 press conferences. Name me one thing disrespectful that Tank said about Lamont Roach. And you can't say it's because they friends. You can't use the excuse because they friends. That can't be an excuse. Because guess what? I ain't seen no pictures of Lamont Roach backstage at Tank Davis fight. So you can't say that him and Lamont Roach friends, so he ain't say nothing, dog. You said Lamont Roach is the only option? So you think Lamont Roach is the best fighter in America available for Tank Davis? Let me go down this list of fighters right now. I'm glad you said that. Glad you said that. So Lamont Roach is better than Keyshawn Davis. Okay, so he better than Keyshawn Davis in your eyes. Who else he better than? So 130 Lamont Roach, who lost to JaVale Herring, a guy that Shakur Stevenson knocked out. He's better than okay, so Zepeda didn't want to fight Tank. I'm an honest guy. I'm gonna show you how honest I am because I don't do no capping. Zepeda didn't want to fight Tank. Lomachenko called out Tank a couple of years ago, but last year just didn't work out. Tank wasn't even an option, bro. Y'all keep saying that, but Navarrete already said that him and Lomachenko was gonna fight already. So Lomachenko has never said out of his mouth that he was supposed to fight Tank. Lomachenko didn't say that not one time. The only person that said that was Bob Arum. Bob Arum said that Teofimo and Ryan Garcia was gonna fight twice. He announced that Ryan Garcia and Teofimo was gonna fight February 2024. Then Bob Arum just announced that he was trying to make Lomachenko and Tank fight. So that's 2 fights Bob Arum announced that never happened. So Devin Haney, every time Bob Arum announced a fight with Devin Haney that he trying to make, every time it happens. So that makes sense to you? Shakur Stevenson going out of his way to fight a guy that he's friends with. Ain't no other countries doing this. Ain't no other countries in boxing doing this. They ain't going out of their way to fight their friends. Just telling you like that. Ain't nobody in no other countries going out of their way to fight no friends. Nobody. They're not going out of their way to fight no friends, dog. Y'all comparing Shakur Stevenson. You can't compare nobody to Shakur Stevenson in boxing. Terence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, those are the only 2 boxers I know that's trying to fight friends of theirs. I don't know if people know it or not. Sean Porter and Terence Crawford are very good friends. Those guys were never supposed to be in the ring together. Shoot, he knew Sean Porter longer than all these guys that knew somebody. They very good friends. So I'm not like these other YouTube channels. I'm not finna get on here. A guy who used to work out and spar with Tank Davis, he calling this guy out in public, saying that he's a 30-year-old prospect, he's a bum, everything else. This a dude he used to be friends with. I'm pretty sure they'll be friends after they fight. But what Shakur got on his neck? That's a Rolly Romero and Tank Davis backstage pass on his neck. I wonder how he got that backstage pass. He ain't with PBC. How Shakur Stevenson get that backstage pass? See, we different over here. Y'all want me to throw one of the best fighters in American history under the bus because, well, Tank said so. Nah, Tank been capping. You just said Tank was a troll earlier. Now you trying to, you just said Tank was a troll earlier. You said most fighters don't sell. Nobody sells, brother. Nobody that ain't black don't really sell like that. And if a dudes ain't really fighting nobody black, they ain't selling. That ain't even no argument. Ryan Garcia ain't fighting nobody that ain't black and selling. That ain't never gonna happen. Teofimo ain't never been on pay-per-view. So most fighters that's not black are not on pay-per-view. Because you know why? The fans only want to see black guys get knocked out. They don't really, that's why I'm saying the negativity is so bad in boxing that they don't even want to watch their favorite fighters. Everybody be trying to throw around Anyway name and Bam Rodriguez top 5. Well, make them pound for pound then. Make them pay-per-view. They got whole country behind them. Make them pay-per-view. Right now. Make a pay-per-view right now. At 24 years old, Devin Haney was pay-per-view. Bam Rodriguez should be pay-per-view right now. He's 24 years old. When Devin was 24, he was on pay-per-view. None of the guys on pound for pound sell like that. That's why they put him on pound for pound. So they can make it seem like, yeah, this guy just superior. Josh Taylor was on pound for pound. Yeah, it ain't about agreeing, Troy. I'm just saying this is facts. I ain't on here this ain't my opinion. This is facts. This is facts. You got people out here wanting to talk down on the fighter who's Tank's friend who's calling him out. He called Tank a 30-year-old prospect, and he's friends with him. Shakur take boxing very seriously, dog. He don't play around with this. Tank ain't say not one bad thing about Lamont Roach. But for some reason, we gonna sit up here and act like he ain't go out of his way to make the fight with Lamont Roach. He ain't say not one bad thing about Lamont Roach. He just went on the internet yesterday and talking about Lamont Roach could crack. Lamont Roach got 40% knockout. 40% knockout rate. 40%. Lamont Roach has like 9 KOs or something like that. And Tank Davis just told all of his followers, all 7 million of them, Lamont Roach can crack though. Is he smoking crack or is he talking about crack? What crack is he talking about? What does crack mean? I keep hearing that word. He talking about he cracked Devin Haney in sparring. I played the whole sparring video yesterday, and I ain't hear nobody talking about where the crack was at. Last time I heard about something cracking, we was talking about Barry Bonds at a baseball field or something. Now all of a sudden we comparing Lamont Roach to somebody who can crack. And I'm not disrespecting Lamont Roach. I'm saying Lamont Roach do got power. Lamont Roach does have power. I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying if you give a Lamont Roach credit, you better pass it around. You better pass it around because the guy that Lamont Roach lost to, Shakur Stevenson, stopped him. So if Lamont Roach can crack, Shakur Stevenson can crack. Oh yeah, I guess everybody like, oh, he tripping. Wait, let's see how much I'm tripping when I pull this poster up. Cause I love this little poster I got. Where is it at? See, everybody don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, they don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about? Shakur Stevenson can't crack? So Shakur Stevenson running from who? He running from Tank? Okay, that what's up. We believe that? How long we gonna sell that? You know nobody believe that right now, right? You know Tank fighting like 6 weeks and everybody talking about Devin right now, right? You know we got Tank fans right now talking about Devin Haney, right? You know we have people in here talking about Devin Haney, my favorite fighter, but they talking about Devin Haney yesterday. Devin Haney ain't got no fight coming up right now. Not at March 1st like Tank Davis does, the face of boxing. I think what fans have done, they've talked so much, they backed themselves into a corner, and now they starting to realize, man, I don't know what I'm talking about, man. I'm saying everything that everybody else saying. Bruh, Troy, everything you saying, bro, I done seen 50 million people say already. I just seen people saying last year Pitbull was gonna get knocked out. I ain't seen them since. I mean, Pitbull was gonna knock out Rayo, my bad. They said Pitbull was gonna knock out Rayo. I ain't seen them since. You know what I heard after Rayo beat Pitbull? After everybody didn't think Rayo was gonna beat Pitbull, you heard what I heard? You know what I heard? Oh, well, Tank supposed to fight Rayo next. Tank supposed to fight Rayo next. He was gonna fight Pitbull if he would have won, but Tank gonna fight Rayo next. How the hell is Tank gonna fight Pitbull or Rayo, and he's supposed to fight Lomachenko? Well, Lomachenko turned the fight down already. Cause he didn't want to fight, you know what I'm saying? At 36 years old, he supposed to be ready when somebody asks him. You can't ask no 36-year-old boxer right now to fight when I'm ready. Who do you guys, what? You can't go to no boxer right now at 36 years old and be like, fight when I'm ready. What y'all think Lomachenko is, a bum? You can't ask no fighter to fight when I'm ready. Why Tank ain't fight Loma when he was 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35? Let me ask you another question. Why everybody wasn't saying Lomachenko was a duck when I was calling Lomachenko a duck in 2023? I only had this channel a year. Why everybody ain't say nothing when I was posting videos saying Lomachenko a duck? Why they ain't wait until August when the news came out that Lomachenko ain't accepting the fight? You know you can go through my page right now. I never announced that Lomachenko and Tank was gonna fight. I never announced that Shakur Stevenson and Tank was gonna fight next. You know, I have a video right now that's talking about Tank. Matter of fact, I'll pull it up. Let me go ahead and pull that video up real quick. I have a video right now with Tank Davis's coaches said that Shakur Stevenson is next. A year ago, before the week that Ryan Garcia and what's his name? Devin Haney was gonna fight. I got so much in my mind right now. Let me see. Find this video. Where the video at? Let me pull it up. Let me pull up the video. Because I'm going to tell you right now, nobody has these tweets I have on this video. See, people that didn't pay attention to this, they forgot about this. Let me go ahead and pull this real quick, since everybody don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna put the date on there, how many months ago it was, so y'all know how many months ago it was, so y'all can see how old this information is to me. And this was the week that Ryan Garcia, Tank is such a clout chaser that he chose it to the week of the fight. You see it said 9 months ago at the bottom, right? You see it said 9 months ago. Okay? 9 months ago. So 9 months ago was April. That's the week that Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia was fighting, because Tank's a clout chaser. So the only time that Tank wanted to talk about, and his coaches wanted to talk about Shakur Stevenson fighting and making the deal was what? What did it say right here? Kenny Ellis said Gervonta fighting Shakur, then moving up 140 for Devin. What is Shakur saying? Respect the coach, Kenny Ellis. Appreciate the real in this game too. He not bending nor folding nor cause something else. Truthfully believe in his fighter. He don't bring nonsense up that's irrelevant to try to trick the fans. I'm down whenever y'all make the call, OG. What did Shakur give him credit for? He don't try to trick the fans. And what did Shakur do a couple of months ago? He cussed Kenny Ellis out, and Kenny Ellis then was pulling out guns and everything on Twitter and Instagram. Y'all ain't see that? Kenny Ellis made such a U-turn on this. Shakur Stevenson got so mad that they was trolling him that you had people, allegedly, I ain't gonna say that, allegedly people was pulling out pictures of guns out on Shakur Stevenson. Y'all don't remember that? Y'all don't remember when Kenny Ellis them had people from Baltimore and everything pulling out guns on Shakur Stevenson online, trolling him about a fight because he ain't signed a deal that he didn't get the call for? What did he say? He don't bring nonsense up that's irrelevant to try and trick the fans. I'm down whenever y'all make the call, OG. And then Tank went and did that. Frank Martin. What a picture at? You see that? You keep saying they offered him a one-fight deal, bro. I'm gonna ask you again, bro, because you keep trying to make it seem like Tank can't. You say Tank is his own boss. Who is they, bro? First of all, who is they? Who is they? I'm like Mike Tyson. Name the names, bro. Who is they? They who? Who is they? They offer who a fight? I just gave you that whole breakdown. You talking about they? I don't think he's running, but they offered a fight though. Shakur Stevenson said he wanted a long-term deal with PBC. Or like a 3-fight deal or something like that. Or something like that. It was like a 3-fight deal, whatever. He wanted a deal so he could fight Tank. What's wrong with that? I mean, even Oscar said that he was trying to work with Shakur Stevenson. Matter of fact, Oscar is still trying to work with Shakur Stevenson. Matter of fact, Oscar got a fighter fighting Shakur Stevenson right now. So the only person that everybody is saying that Shakur Stevenson don't want to work with nobody is Tank Davis then. They say that about everybody. Troy, you think I'm gonna sit up here and let Tank Davis throw every American fighter under the bus because people think that he a super monster like that? He ain't knocking people out like Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder got dudes shaking on the ground like they having a seizure. Tank ain't hitting nobody like that. I've been watching Tank for years. He knocking out 130 guys that's at 130 and guys that's drained. And guys that been boxing since they were 20, 19, 20. And guys ain't even 30 years old yet. Everybody know Ryan Garcia looked like he was out of it when he got knocked out by Tank. I ain't see none of y'all running around saying that all these fans talking about Tank fought Ryan Garcia when he was drained. I ain't hear none of y'all saying that they were lying. I noticed that too. None of y'all don't really be going at fans when it be about, when fans be going at Tank. I be looking at these comment sections, y'all don't be saying nothing. When fans be, and Canelo fans be going at Tank, talking about rehydration clause. Canelo is the king of rehydration clause. Tank fans got so much respect for Canelo that they'll let Canelo fans get in every comment section and sit up here and say that Tank Davis is a rehydration king, the same thing that Canelo does. And I'm the only person that hold Canelo accountable. Why does Tank fans not hold Canelo accountable, but they'll let his fans hold Tank accountable? You see that? They know everything about what Shakur Stevenson did, but they don't see none of these people out here talking about Tank Davis cherry picking. You probably don't know this, but I was the first channel on here to say that Tank Davis was a pound for pound fighter. Bruh, on everything I love, Tank Davis had just got out of jail when I said that he was a pound for pound fighter. Do you know that it was 4 or 5 YouTube channels that dropped the video that same week? Tank Davis didn't even fight in the last 6-7 months. The week I had posted a video up saying Tank Davis was a pound for pound fighter, I seen a whole bunch of people drop their nuts and start posting the video. I don't know if y'all know it a lot, but I gave a lot of these dudes heart out here to talk about Tank Davis. I'm talking about to actually give him props. It was guys that's fans of Tank Davis that were scared to put him on pound for pound. But they'll get up here and say, Bam Rodriguez top 5 pound for pound. There's dudes out here who think Bam Rodriguez top 5 pound for pound. But they'll brag about how Tank Davis went up to 140. But you a Tank Davis fan. Make that make sense. How you a Tank Davis fan against Bam Rodriguez? Bro, don't worry about no Shakur Stevenson, no Devin Haney. You can't even defend Tank against Bam Rodriguez, and he only 24. And Tank was knocking out champions around that age. Dudes wasn't even a fan of Tank around that time, so they don't even know. Tank Davis was knocking out champions around that age. So people don't even know that. But y'all will sit up here and brag about how all these other fighters ain't doing nothing. But y'all will let Bam Rodriguez, Canelo fans, and everybody else talk about what Tank ain't doing. But if American fans sit up here and be like, hey man, Tank ain't fighting this guy, that guy. Well, Shakur, he ain't doing this and that. What? Shakur ain't never ducked nobody. I mean, if you entertaining the fight, yeah. Even the situation with him and Devin Haney. At least they try to make a fight. These dudes tried to make the fight. Tried to make the fight. Tank going out of his way with Lamont Roach. Yeah, man, me and Lamont. He ain't say not one bad thing about Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach ain't undisputed. He ain't beat Lomachenko. None of that. He ain't said not one bad thing about Lamont Roach. Shakur Stevenson knocked out the guy that Lamont Roach lost to. And Tank Davis gonna tell everybody, what has Shakur Stevenson done in boxing? A silver medalist who got robbed in the Olympics? What has he done? The man ain't lost a fight in like the last decade. What has he done? What? This man said, what has he done? What has Shakur done? Keyshawn looking better than him? Come on, man. Come on, man. And then we giving Tank. So Tank getting $40 million right now because he beat the Gamboa 5 years after Terence Crawford did. Terence Crawford got Gamboa out of there in the 9th round with a torn Achilles. It took Tank Davis 12 rounds to knock out a guy who got a torn Achilles. So it took him 12 rounds to knock out a guy on one leg that can't move, can't do nothing. Matter of fact, let me tell you how disrespectful they was to Gamboa. Gamboa sit up there and messed his Achilles up. They didn't even let him tape his shoe. He had to tape his shoe to his leg, and he had to tape his shoe up to keep his Achilles intact. They didn't even let him do that. Referee, come on. Hurry up. Gamboa like, man, I'm finna call this fight off. Go back and look at the fight. Gamboa like, man, I'm finna cancel this fight. My Achilles messed up. I don't even know what's going on. And the man went 12 rounds. I mean, that's insane to me. Shakur Stevenson trying to fight a guy he was friends with. Ain't nobody in boxing doing that except Terence Crawford and Shakur Stevenson. Yeah, and Terence Crawford and Tank got common opponents. Both of them fought Gamboa. We trying to act like, well, you know, Terence Crawford bigger now. He bigger because he be in the gym. Because he lived this. That's why. That's why Terence Crawford moving up in weight, because he lived this. He know how to get in the weight room and put on weight for the next weight class. The same way Manny Pacquiao did. He went from 108 or whatever to all the way to whatever that weight was. Let me see if I still got that picture up here. Dang, I ain't even got it up here. I'm gonna have to make another one. I'll make another one soon. I got a picture up. I think it's on StreamYard. These dudes ain't moving up like Manny Pacquiao, man. Let's stop it, man. I'm just trying to get Canelo and Tank to do what Pacquiao did. At least challenge yourself a little bit. I mean, I ain't even asking y'all to do what Floyd did. Ain't nobody asking them to go 50-0. It's crazy. Ain't nobody asking Canelo to go 50-0. This man that lost fights and he's still considered the face of boxing. And everybody talking about some, man, this era, they just care about losses. All they do is when a guy lost, they stop supporting, and it ain't Floyd that messed it up. How Floyd messed it up when he gave Canelo the opportunity to lose fights in America and still be considered the face of boxing? That man he's getting all the opportunities that he needs. Shakur Stevenson is friends with Tank Davis. It ain't nobody, I haven't heard y'all name drop nobody who friends like Shakur Stevenson and Tank was. And they still are, I'm pretty sure. But guess what Shakur Stevenson said? He's a 30-year-old prospect. He the first person to call Tank Davis a 30-year-old prospect. And ain't nobody else said it. And they ain't have the balls to say it because they want to bow down to King Tank. But I'm supposed to be convinced that Shakur Stevenson ducking him because, you know, he wanted a 1-fight deal and they said 3, and then, you know, he didn't want the deal and everything. He just turned down the money because he's just the richest guy in the world, and, you know, he's just so scared to get knocked out by Tank. But yeah, man, they know what time it is. But for people to try to sit up here and compare Terence Crawford money to Tank Davis, so what? How about you compare how fast they knocked out Gamboa? Forget the money. We talking about boxing. Tank Davis was making $1 million against Eastside Cruz. And he owe taxes right now and there, all kind of stuff. Everybody know that. If you got so much money, pay your taxes. Talking about some money. You the last person that need to bring up some money right now. That's another thing y'all doing. Y'all letting dudes who owe people money sit around and talk like they got all the money. It ain't even about money. We trying to talk about boxing. Nah, man, this dude owe this amount of money and I made this much my last fight. That's how you know that's how you know dudes ain't fighting nobody. When they gotta sit up here and talk about how much they made, they can't even talk about their opponent. Be like, man, who you fought your last fight? It don't matter. I still made $40 million. Oh, they paying $40 million for that? Oh, okay. No wonder Turkey Out of Sheet got boxing then. It ain't never coming back. Turkey Out of Sheet, like, yeah, I'll give y'all a couple of fights. I know Tank only fighting one time a year, so if I give y'all 1 or 2 fights, y'all should be all right. Oh yeah, I knew Fury was gonna retire. Fury don't want to fight. He don't want to fight Joshua. What's a wrap? He don't want to fight Joshua. Fury ain't that good, man. I've been trying to tell people that, but they don't understand that. You know, you can yell and scream as loud as you want, but once it get quiet, you see how quiet it is now that Tyson Fury retired? All them fans that diehard fans, you know what everybody's saying? I don't believe them. So you don't believe when Tyson Fury won the biggest fight of his life and then he retired for 3 years? You wasn't watching Tyson Fury then? That's how you know these people don't watch Tyson Fury box. Tyson Fury took the biggest fight of his life. The biggest fight he ever had. And the man retired after he won the fight. What you think he gonna do after he lose? The man won the biggest fight of his life and he retired for 3 years. Deontay Wilder had to beg him to come back to boxing because Deontay Wilder really want to smoke. Unlike Tank Davis. But people are talk down on Deontay Wilder though, but he the one who got Tyson Fury out of retirement after 3 years. But these people, they supposed to tell me they know boxing though? How y'all know boxing but y'all don't know that Deontay Wilder brought Tyson Fury out of retirement? It wasn't Joshua. It wasn't Eddie Hearn. It wasn't Frank Warren. It wasn't Bob Arum. It wasn't none of them dudes. It wasn't Turkey Al-Sheikh. So let's quit acting like we just be giving people credit who be making the fights happen. Nah, that ain't what's going on in boxing. This ain't the 80s. This ain't the 90s. This ain't the 2000s. Dudes is capping these days. That's why I hear a lot. I heard some dudes. I saw a website yesterday talking about Deontay Wilder fighting the guy with 11 losses. How about you hop off Deontay Wilder's nuts and go celebrate Usyk and all these other guys? Deontay Wilder just fought Joseph Parker as a tune-up, buddy. And Joseph Parker sitting around here still celebrating Deontay Wilder fight because he went 12 rounds. And it's one of the worst fights I ever seen. He's celebrating one of the worst fights anybody ever seen. Ain't nobody going back watching Wilder and Parker like that. Come on. Stop it. Parker like, yeah, man, don't make the same mistake as Wilder, man. It just got dropped 2 times as the last fight. These dudes go 12 rounds with Wilder. They ready to retire. Man, I can't believe I went 12 rounds with Wilder. Woo! That was a life-changing victory for me, man. My own country knows who I am now. You know what dudes found out? They found out how big it is to get in the ring with Deontay Wilder. It's a difference. Joseph Parker more famous for fighting Deontay Wilder than he is fighting Anthony Joshua. Nobody knew who he was after he fought Anthony Joshua. But people try to tell me, well, no, nobody know who Wilder is. He don't sell nothing. He don't got no numbers. Stop it. Just like with the Shakur Stevenson stuff. Just stop it. It's a lot of dudes that's sitting up here talking about Edwin De Los Santos last year. Man, I sure would like to see Shakur Stevenson rematch De Los Santos. Then I put out videos talking about, hey, they talking about Tank Davis fighting De Los Santos next. Man, I don't want to see that. Bro, that's what Tank Davis people talking about. Whether you want to see it or not, you were just saying you want to see Shakur Stevenson rematch De Los Santos, and that was one of the most boring fights I ever seen. De Los Santos did 0 in that fight. But you believe in him so much that you want to see him fight Shakur Stevenson again, but you wouldn't mind him fighting Tank Davis? You don't think that Tank Davis is going there and knock out De Los Santos or something? How you don't want to see that? How you don't want to see a guy that Shakur Stevenson just fought? And why do you don't want to see Tank Davis fight that same person? You'd rather see him fight Lamont Roach? Most of the people who's Tank Davis fans, this gonna be their first time seeing Lamont Roach fight. But y'all talking about who somebody else ain't fighting? And when y'all saw Frank Martin fight, that was the first time you seen him fight. Unless it was a rerun. The first time they seen Hector Garcia fight was against Tank. The first time most people seen Ryan Garcia fight was against Tank. So most of the people that Tank is fighting, nobody knows him before he fights him. So for people to be like, man, Shakur, he need to come back and have a good performance his next fight so he could deserve a fight against Tank. So Tank can be like, man, you deserve a fight now. Bro, that sounds like some slavery stuff, bro. Like what? He the only fighter I ever heard people say that about. That he got to prove himself to get a fight. And you got dudes out here getting championship fights after getting knocked out or losing. Dudes is getting championship fights after losing, but they want Shakur Stevenson to prove that he's worthy of a Tank fight. Man, get out of here. Tell me you don't know boxing without telling me. Tank Davis fought Gamboa and went 12 rounds. You should have got Gamboa out there in the 6th round. The man had a torn Achilles. What you want the man to do? Chop his leg off? He on one leg. You still couldn't get him up out of there? But I'll crack Terence Crawford, though. I'll get Terence Crawford up out of there. Man, I don't want to hear that. I'm like, nah, not today, bro. I'm not hearing that. Not hearing that. He brought up the money, all that other stuff. And what did Mike Crawford just say? Outside of the Ryan Garcia fight, Terence Crawford has earned multiples more than Gervonta Davis. And then look, they got 100,000 views on it, and don't nobody want to hit the like button because they scared. Suckers. You had 100,000 people look at that tweet on Terence. So you got 500,000 people that's looking at Terence Crawford tweets. These dudes is haters out here, dog. You got 500,000 people looking at Terence Crawford tweets, and only 4,000 want to hit the like button. Yeah, I know why y'all don't believe, man. Tank Davis want to fight Conor Benn at 147, but he ain't call out Terence Crawford at 147. What's up with that? Anybody? It seems like every time I get to going in, they be messing with my connection and everything. Hey, they don't be letting me cook on here. They be trying to kick y'all off the live. YouTube be like, man, I don't want no. They be trying to kick people out the live all the time. And they be hating. They be hating. They don't be liking me. They don't like to hear this. They don't like to hear this. I'm tired of hearing about these fairy tales about Lil Buddy, though. And I'm a fan of him. Trust me. I wouldn't know all this if I wasn't a fan. I'm just trying to figure out why everybody else don't know about this. Y'all running out here, bringing a knife to a gunfight every time, talking about Tank. Talking about what somebody else done said. Everything y'all say, everybody else saying. One thing that's going to expose Tank, though, is the people that's on his resume when everybody start beating him. I'm not hoping that, but I'm saying Hector Garcia has already lost. Hector Garcia just lost to Tank Davis. Lamont Roach, my bad. Rolly Romero just got knocked out by Pitbull. So if y'all ain't noticed it yet, a lot of people that Tank Davis is alone sometimes. Appreciate that, dog, for giving me the heads up. What's up, Aaron? Y'all know y'all running out of options right now and excuses, right? Y'all know that y'all know why everybody running around saying American boxing is weak, because Americans been running around so desperate to throw everybody under the bus. Y'all threw our whole country under the bus for one fighter. Ain't nobody ever did nothing like this. This dude ain't did enough in boxing for y'all to be throwing all our boxers under the bus for one guy. Come on, man. That's crazy what y'all doing now. Everybody sit up here and say American boxing is trash and it's done. They sitting up here talking about the best heavyweight right now is a guy who lost to an American. But when you look around, people talking about American heavyweights is trash, they done. But have you seen that all these other heavyweights is losing? Danny Dubois lost, Fury lost, Anthony Joshua lost. I ain't heard not one person say, man, UK box, they heavyweight, they done over there. The narratives ain't gonna work, man. The narratives ain't gonna work. I know people that's programmed and we grew up on people doing narratives and clickbait, but after a while it ain't gonna play out. It's like that in every industry right now. Everybody on YouTube trying to put certain narratives, and it don't matter what it is. Boxing, celebrity news, whatever politics, everybody trying to get that little something extra. They trying to put something extra on it that don't really need to be there. Yeah, they be they tripping with the live a little bit, but it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. They be tripping on me. Cause they know what time it is. They definitely know what time it is. They know it's the end of the road, man. Bro, y'all gotta realize, if YouTube has to actually mess with my audio during the live, when I'm talking about certain fighters, they know I ain't capping. Y'all can believe, that's the best evidence I can give you right there. If you got YouTube messing with a boxing channel's audio, that lets you know right there that I ain't lying about none of this stuff. It ain't that serious. It is that serious. I'm gonna tell you right now, if YouTube gotta mess with a boxing channel's audio, it's that serious for them. For me, it ain't that serious. But for them, they gotta have these narratives out there to the point where they gotta sit up here and mess with the audio. I'd have been on here doing a fight. Aaron knows this. I'd have been on here doing a whole fight with when we was watching Usyk versus Fury. I was on here 10 hours, 9 hours or something, however long I was on here. But you ain't hear no glitching or nothing with the audio. As soon as I started talking to one of these, what you said earlier, you said sugar babies or whatever it was. As soon as I started talking about one of them, they like, that lets you know right there I'm telling the truth. I ain't gotta say nothing else. If I was y'all, I'd be asking, hey man, why they sitting up here got videos loading his live? Why they got his live loading and stuff like that? Because they know what time it is. If you gotta do all that, bro, you ain't gonna sell tickets long. Y'all going out of y'all way for him. Y'all can like Tank Floyd or something. I done seen Floyd sit up here and get disrespected all over the internet. I ain't see y'all mess with nobody's lives and stuff when they was talking about Floyd. So y'all protecting Tank more than Floyd? And Floyd sat up here and sold 5 million pay-per-views at one time? 7 million or whatever it was, this time or whatever. Man was doing crazy numbers. That's the person YouTube should have been out here messing up lives for and stuff. And blocking channels for. That's the guy you should have been doing it. Floyd brought all the money. Ain't nobody making $50 million fighting Tank Davis. Ain't nobody making 20 fighting Tank Davis right now. Unless you Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia made more fighting Devin Haney than he did fighting Tank. So that lets you know how much money Tank really bringing in. And why ain't nobody asking that? Why did Ryan Garcia make more with Devin Haney after a loss? Another question, why is Ryan Garcia the first boxer to be signed with a Gatorade? Why Gatorade don't like Tank Davis? Why would Gatorade pick Ryan Garcia over Tank Davis? Why would they put Ryan Garcia over why they pick Ryan Garcia over Canelo? Where is it at? That boy Ryan Garcia went out there and knocked out Luke Campbell. And they said, yeah, we ain't finna sign Tank Davis to Gatorade. Let's give it to Ryan Garcia. And y'all think that Ryan Garcia ain't protected out here? Bro, please. And these Tank fans will sit out here and ride for Ryan Garcia. I don't know if you know it or not, bro. They trying to replace Tank Davis with Ryan Garcia. And they gonna do it too, and y'all gonna help them. Turkey Al-Sheik don't got no problem working with Ryan Garcia right now. Tank Davis got a problem working with Turkey Al-Sheik. So Ryan already 2 steps ahead of him after a loss. Don't nobody care that Tank Davis stopped Ryan Garcia. Nobody. They use Tank Davis to promote Ryan Garcia. And ain't none of y'all finna call it out. So while y'all sitting up here thinking y'all, oh, well, I'm gonna just rain on Devin Haney parade till I just can't do it no more. Ryan Garcia the one that quit, and he getting more publicity. The man ain't did nothing. They look past Tank, they like, nah, we ain't finna do that. And this before Tank went to jail and everything else. They said, nah, we ain't doing nothing with Tank. He ain't good enough in my eyes. So that's what y'all need to be questioning out here. While we worrying about Shakur and Devin and all the other stuff. If Tank making $40 million a fight, fighting Frank Martin, who ain't never been on pay-per-view, never been a champion. If he's making $40 million fighting him, yeah, something going on out here. It ain't got nothing to do with no talent. So y'all, what's the answer? Anybody? I mean, come on now, look at this. What's going on, really? Everybody want to argue about Tank, and that's what I'm saying. Y'all arguing about what Tank? Oh, well, this Tank make more than this guy. Bro, them folks, even when Ryan Garcia running around talking about the elite, the elite, they after me, and they after me, man. The elite save the kids. Guess what? While he was doing all that, he had a Gatorade deal. While Ryan Garcia was doing all that, he had a whole Gatorade deal. Still got it. After all what he said, I ain't heard nobody saying he got dropped from Gatorade after his little rant. But Nike got rid of Kyrie Irving, though. And he ain't say nothing. I ain't hear nothing about him getting dropped from Gatorade. Not one thing. So I see what they stand for. And guess what else? I'm going to tell you what's worse about that. They had Tiafimo as a second option. They wasn't even thinking about Tank. And people want to get on here arguing about Tank, Shakur, and Devin. Man, ain't nobody thinking about Tank like that, man. Y'all making him way bigger on the internet than he is. And that's a fact. That ain't me hating or nothing like that. I just seen Mike Tyson do a fight and wasn't nobody thinking about no Tank Davis. Matter of fact, after the fight, when Tank Davis was talking about, man, I want to get Jake Paul, man. I can't believe he did that to Mike. When nobody's still thinking about Tank Davis. Did you hear anybody making a big deal about Tank going at Jake Paul and taking it serious? No, you did not. Even the casuals didn't take Tank serious. You didn't hear no casual fans that just got through watching Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul say, man, Tank could be next against Jake Paul. Y'all heard him calling out Jake Paul? Not even the casuals. They know better. That's why they don't watch boxing no more. Just being real. That's why they don't watch boxing no more. They have more faith in a 58-year-old Mike Tyson than they do a 30-year-old Tank Davis. You know how I know? Look at what Gatorade did. Gatorade got more faith in Tank Davis. Shakur Stevenson trying to get in the ring and give Tank an opportunity before Gatorade does. But guess who they gonna crap on? Shakur. Oh, man, he ain't trying to make no fights, man. Keep believing that, dog. Like I said, they can't name not one fighter out here who's trying to fight his friend. This guy's fighting his friend. And I went on here to see when Tank was fighting, when he last fought Rolly. When that Tank and Rolly fight was? 2022? I think it was 2022. 23? Yeah, it was 2022. So in 2022, Tank fought Rolly, and guess who was there? So just a little bit. So 2 years ago, so this is just 2 years ago, that Shakur Stevenson was backstage with Tank Davis. What a pass. He wasn't there to jump in the ring, celebrate. He like, I'm there for business. I'm just there to basically support Tank. So they want Shakur Stevenson to fight all the guys he friends with. Shakur Stevenson already said, hey, pick between Keyshawn and Tank. They like, I want to see you fight Tank. Okay, I'll fight Tank then. Me and him cool, but I'll fight him. No, he don't want to fight Keyshawn or nobody. What? Tank ain't fought Keyshawn or Shakur. And he ain't fought Devin. So what are we talking about? So Shakur got to fight all three of those guys? And what Tank gonna do? Nothing? These people are funny, dog. They expect Shakur to fight Devin, Keyshawn. Now, mind you, Shakur has been friends with Devin. He's been friends with Tank. And he's been friends with Keyshawn Davis. The man comes out and says, I don't want to fight Keyshawn, man. I don't want to fight him. I think Keyshawn said that I don't ever want to fight him or something like that. They don't want to fight each other. But people are ignoring that Shakur and Devin and Tank was friends with Shakur at one point. Like, bro, y'all don't know what these dudes really, when it comes to that, it's just promotion and everything, but keep it just promotion though. Until Tank actually jump out there and act like he want to fight. Nah, I ain't jumping off no ships for that no more. His resume ain't doing nothing like that. In a minute, I'm gonna have to start making excuses for Frank Martin, Hector Garcia, and why these fights on the resume. In a minute, I'm gonna have to start making excuses for Pitbull. I already got to make excuses for Rolly. Look at what Rolly did since he fought Tank. My thing is, why is Tank going out his way to fight a Rolly or anybody? And people like, well, he making $40 million. He making $40 million off that resume. Somebody think Tank, I don't know. Somebody must like his looks or something. Because his resume ain't to the point where it's like, yeah, that's $40 million worth. Now, I always gave him respect for the Barrios fight before the Ugas situation. I hate when people bring it up. People say Eastside Cruz was a bum. So 2021, Tank did his thing. He fought Barrios and he fought Eastside Cruz. That's when I was like, yeah. And everybody was going at Tank. Do you know that when Tank fought Barrios and Eastside Cruz, people was going at his neck? They called Eastside Cruz a bum. Tank just went 12 rounds with a bum. Then Barrios, they like, he's not even a good fighter. I don't even know who he is. I even heard people say he was losing that fight, which he was. But if you look at the scorecards, they acting like he wasn't losing the fight. Yeah, the Barrios fight, they was like, where is it at? They gave Barrios two rounds in the first 8 rounds. They gave Barrios 2 rounds. One judge did. The other judge gave him 3 rounds. From what I heard, Barrios was getting a lot more rounds than that. But that just lets you know. And Floyd's like, you down on the cards. I don't know what card Floyd was looking at. The cards I'm looking at now, he was never down on them scorecards. Yeah, we just want the best though. But I always got a rule like that. I don't never throw 100 boxers under the bus for one guy. I don't care what country he's from. When you start doing that, that means somebody is not that good. I got Shakur, one of the best fighters to hit America in the last 20, 30 years. I'm supposed to be like, yeah, man, he ducking. Nah, I ain't doing that. I've been watching boxing way too long. Sorry about that. No way. This man ain't lost a fight in like 10 years. I'm good. You can have that. I'm good on that one. That's one hype train I'm not hopping on. Definitely not going to do it. But yeah, if you look at the resume though, I mean, if people cool with this resume with Tank, with him getting $40 million for this, okay, no wonder Turkey She got to step in. If I was any fighter on PBC and this man is getting $40 million, I'm leaving tomorrow. Straight up. If I'm on PBC, I'm leaving tomorrow. With the resume like that, yeah, I'm gone. I'm out. I'm going to holler at you. Especially if you somebody like Barrios. Barrios had to fight. He done fought Tank, Keith Thurman. He done fought Ugas. He done fought Maidana brother, and he fought Ramos. And Ramos, that last fight, everybody talking about Ramos. He trash. I don't know why he fighting Ramos. Ramos almost stopped him. So obviously Ramos came to fight. Ain't no easy fights out here like that. I don't know if people know this or not. Especially when it comes to Netflix money, Turkey Sheik money. You fight on a Mike Tyson card. You seen how everybody was fighting on that Mike Tyson card? They came to fight. Everybody came to fight on that Mike Tyson card. People like, man, everything was good except the undercard. It's supposed to be like that. Mike Tyson ain't an active fighter. Every card is supposed to be like that. But it's not. That's how you can tell dudes be going through the motions. They don't be fighting real top competition. That's why people be getting exposed like this. I don't know who gonna get exposed in boxing. It is gonna be some guys getting exposed. Cause there's a lot of guys who ain't been taking 50-50 fights. I heard people talking about, man, yeah, Wilder been cherry picking over the years. Cherry picking? How was fighting Zilli Zhang, Joseph Parker, and Tyson Fury a cherry pick? Cause you know what they said over the years was, oh yeah, he don't fight nobody. You know, he ain't got no resume like that. If he ain't got no resume, none of these dudes got a resume. So if y'all hear me trashing dudes' resume, it's because they made that normal to where a guy can fight a couple of Hall of Famers or whatever, and then all of a sudden he trash. Nah, we ain't doing that. Nah, we ain't doing that. If that's the way boxing going, then I'm going with it then. Let's go. Let's go. Because it's hard right now to actually get up here and report real boxing news because people want to come with their own little narratives they heard from so-and-so. But as y'all can see, all of this is fake. If Tank Davis is making $40 million to fight Frank Martin, boxing in America is through. It's done. It's finished. Finished. If I'm Adrian Broner, I would have left PBC too. I'm finished. Adrian Broner sat out here and fought Manny Pacquiao. He done fought Maidana. He done fought Sean Porter. He done fought Mikey Garcia. Adrian Broner got a better resume than Tank. And Tank getting $40 million? Oh, all right. Okay. And they talking about knockouts. Man, I done seen Wilder get like 30 knockouts in a row. And the man that went out there and dropped Tyson Fury 4 times. Ain't nobody ever gonna be able to duplicate that. Then you got people running around 5 or 6 years later talking about, man, Tyson Fury cheated, man. It took you 6 years to find it out? Oh, you ain't gonna never be able to keep up over here. If you saying that 6 years later, you ain't gonna never be able to keep up. Oh, it took you a couple of years to find out Eastside Cruz was decent? Oh, okay. You ain't gonna never keep up. It took you 2 years to find out that Tank was thinking about fighting Lamont Roach? Oh, you ain't gonna never be able to keep up. Oh, you just found out that Shakur Stevenson and Tank was fans? Oh, you ain't been fans of Tank Davis a long time then. You ain't gonna never be able to keep up. You just starting to realize that the guy that you want Tank Davis to fight is a guy he used to be friends with that just called him a 30-year-old prospect. And Shakur ain't doing this for likes. Shakur could be calling out Tank every day if he want to get some likes. The man just said, I want to fight Zepeda. Zepeda like, well, I'm injured. Well, my wife pregnant. And what I've heard personally, though, is Zepeda wanted to fight, though. Zepeda like, I'm with whatever. And his people like, nah, not right now. We just wait. He like, all right, we can do that then. He like, I'm with whatever. But what Zepeda got to realize is Keyshawn Davis finna fight for a belt. And you've been a #1 contender for over a year. And Keyshawn Davis finna fight for a belt now. I thought Zepeda was going to try to fight Varanchik, but it ain't happening that way. Bob like, nah, we going to make that happen over here. We're going to keep that belt over here. Ain't nobody trying to fight anyway, so we're going to keep that belt over here. So if you're a Tank Davis fan, you need to be trying to make sure that Tank fight Keyshawn Davis after this fight. If you want to see Tank become undisputed, but he already said he don't care about undisputed. He don't care about fighting the best fighters out here. He don't ask for these fights. He said this plenty of times. The only thing he says is a lot of cap. The man ain't make $40 million, dog. If he made more than Canelo, his last fight, fighting Frank Martin, boxing is done in America. They just throwing away money. Because I just asked Troy earlier. Troy said, I'd rather see Charlo and Terence Crawford fight than Tank Davis and Lamont Roach. So why are they giving Tank Davis $40 million? When you could split that money up and have, you could make the same type of cards that Turkey Al-Sheet making. That's what I'm saying. PBC, are they spending their money the right way? I hate to count somebody else's money, but dang. It's kind of my money if I'm sitting up here supporting the fights. It's my money too. So Artur Beterbiev, 2 top 5 pound-for-pound fighters. Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol, a guy who just went out there and beat Canelo. And Canelo turned down his rematch. The man only made $10 million fighting Artur Beterbiev. Y'all telling me that Tank Davis made 4 times or twice as much as both of them guys combined? So PBC can get a card where they have, let me just put the eyes together. They could have made this fight up. They could have put this fight on the card and somebody else. And that would have been a co-main event and a main event. And that would have been like a Turkey Al-Sheet card. Or you could have spread it out. It's a lot of guys who ain't made over $1 million. Shoot, throw Teofimo $3 million. He'll take it. But nah, man, we're going to give Tank $40 million. Okay. Let's see how far Tank take boxing, take American boxing. Right now, American boxing is dying while Tank is fighting. So when Tank Davis retires, this era is gonna be remembered as the era that was dying and had Jake Paul running things. So I don't know if y'all know it or not. It ain't too good to be celebrating what's going on right now. Then y'all making a fuss about Devin Haney fighting in a couple of months, and we don't even know who he fighting. People just begging Devin Haney to fight somebody. Man, I'll watch Sandor Martin right now. Devin, I promise, I'll watch you fight Sandor Martin. Tank like, man, I'm finna fight Lamont Roach. You got Tank fans like, yeah, we gonna watch that. But man, Devin, I want to see you fight Sandor Martin. If it can't be him, what about Tio? You gonna move up at 47 and fight Jerron Ennis, Devin? What about that Ryan rematch? You gonna fight him too? Even with the lawsuit, you gonna fight him too, Devin? Why y'all can't ask Tank these same questions? I be tired of hearing grown men talk about Devin all day. That junk be annoying, dog. Man, Devin, you gonna fight this guy? Man, what about the Ryan thing, man? You see, recently he didn't even look at Ryan. Ryan didn't even look at him. See, he be having Bill talk for him the whole time. And who be talking for Tank? And who be talking for Tank? Who be talking for Tank? Y'all don't say nothing with these dudes with the beards be sitting there talking for Tank. Why ain't dudes, we got a whole I ain't see Bill Haney start no podcast so he can start talking about Devin Haney. You got dudes who start a whole podcast to talk about Tank. Who be talking for Tank? Starting a whole podcast to talk about him. The only reason I'm kind of upset right now, I'm not really mad because I ain't saying nothing derogatory towards Tank or nothing disrespectful. Actually, I've actually made him look good in this argument because to show that Shakur Stevenson is his friend, they're both friends and they want to fight each other, they at each other the way they are, that means it's real, it's a real fight. They're real passionate about their craft. So I'm showing y'all a different side of what everybody else show y'all. The stuff they be showing y'all compared to what I'm showing you right now, it's night and day. See, when I'm done, when I shut this live down, Tank gonna look good and Shakur gonna look good. I ain't gotta sit up here and be like, man, one of these guys trash, man. I'm just keeping it a buck though. Make something happen, dog. You the face of boxing, do it. This is your life. If you cool with the resume you have at 30 years old, that's you. But I know one thing. I ain't gotta ask Devin Haney to fight nobody. He gonna do it. I ain't gotta ask Wilder to fight a certain person. He gonna do it. Wilder getting one tune-up and everybody like, man, these dudes is so fanned out, bro. They more okay with Wilder fighting a real boxer than Tyson Fury. I mean, they hate on Wilder fighting a real boxer, but they okay with Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury fighting the MMA fighter. Y'all see why people be bringing up the race thing and the flags and the countries and everything? Y'all see why that be a big topic now in boxing? You see why people be bringing that up? People say don't use that as an excuse. Why y'all being biased in boxing? Why is Joshua and Fury just lost and y'all are treating them like they just came off a victory? Why did Deontay Wilder go 12 rounds of Parker and everybody said he need to retire? Y'all see how biased this is? You see why people you see why I gotta call it out? You can't even report the news no more because everybody running off narratives. You can't even report the news no more. That's how bad boxing is now. You can't even find out the truth. You got people announcing that Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney finna fight. It's next. All he gotta do is do this and that. So it's so many narratives have been put out, bro. I'm telling y'all, we can make a book out of this. So many narratives have been put out. But the one thing that bothers me is how many black fighters y'all gonna throw under the bus to make Tank look good? I ain't have to throw no black fighters under the bus to make Terence Crawford look good. I ain't have to throw no black fighters under the bus to make Deontay Wilder look good. I ain't have to throw no black fighters under the bus to make Floyd Mayweather look good. I ain't have to throw no black fighters under the bus to make Canelo or anybody else look good. I done seen y'all throw multiple black fighters under the bus, guys who willing to fight everybody. Under the bus year after year after year after year. Every time. Now we down to Shakur Stevenson? Nah, I ain't going. Never. This is highly disrespectful. Now Terence Crawford name coming up about some money. We got people out here thinking that Tank Davis will really beat down Terence Crawford. Why don't Tank Davis jump in the ring with Canelo then if he that bad? Tell Tank Davis to fight Majramov if y'all think that he bad then. Matter of fact, I got a better one. Tell Tank Davis to fight Matias. Oh, y'all forgot last year when Tank Davis said Matias was the best fighter at 140, he the real boogeyman? Oh, y'all forgot about that? Tank Davis said Matias is the real boogeyman that everybody's scared to fight him. Y'all forgot about that? Oh, you know who else said that? Keyshawn said that too. Keyshawn and Tank Davis said that Matias was a boogeyman and everybody was scared of him. No disrespect to them, but they don't know how to break down no fighters like that. If you think Matias was a boogeyman, you better stay away from 140. You better stay away from 140, bro. If you think Matias was a boogeyman, the man, and I usually don't say a guy's not a boogeyman or he's a bum because he ain't a good fighter or he's not the best because he got a loss. But to call somebody a boogeyman that has a loss, but then have a guy who's moved up 3 or 4 weight classes and knocked out everybody and say he's not a boogeyman, yeah. That's casual stuff. And you know what Shakur Stevenson said last year? Tank a casual. He said that Rolly was gonna knock out Pitbull. Tank a casual. He said y'all ain't hear that? Tank a casual, man. He said that Rolly was gonna knock out Pitbull. That man was in a ring. He was in a ring with Rolly, and he was in a ring with Pitbull. And that man said, "Nah, Rolly gonna knock him out." Then turned around and said, Pitbull was his toughest fight after Pitbull knocked out Rolly. Then later, after Devin Haney lost to Ryan Garcia, well, after the no contest was Ryan Garcia with Devin Haney, he sit up here and say, "Well, Ryan Garcia my toughest fight." Man, this dude, yeah, he be high. He definitely be high. He be high as hell. That sound like some Pookie stuff right there. He be high. He definitely be high. You know what Tank be saying when you ask him a question about a fight? Be like, "Hey man, you want to fight Shakur Stevenson? Tank, you gonna fight Shakur?" Be like, "Hey, you gonna fight Shakur?" This is what he gonna say.
Beverages, model glue.
I refuse to answer any question on the grounds that they may incriminate me.
Urine test or both?
I refuse to answer any questions under the grounds that they may incriminate me.
Suspension of your privilege to operate a motor
I
vehicle.
refuse to answer any questions under the grounds that they may incriminate
Period
me.
of 1 year if you're driving.
So he wasn't sounding like that when they asked him about Shakur? He wasn't saying that when they asked him about Shakur? I'm just asking, man. Because the narratives I'm starting to hear, bro, it's cool to build up a boxer, bro, but come on, man. Quit acting like Tank is Usyk or somebody. You know how the boxer fans know Tank ain't did enough, bro? They won't even put him on pound for pound, bro. That shows everything right there. It ain't no reason to argue. It ain't no reason to get mad. It ain't no reason to argue. It ain't no reason to debate about nothing. It ain't reason to, bro, look. They won't even put the man top 5 pound for pound, dog. They'll talk about how he went up the bar. He went up 50 pounds and fought Barrios, but they won't stick him on pound for pound, though. Y'all ain't got no balls to even stand up for this man. Unless y'all talking to another American fan or something like that. But y'all ain't really gonna stick out like that. Y'all ain't really like that. Trust me. Y'all ain't ready to stand out there for Tank like that. Trust me. You don't know enough. You don't even want to put this man top 5 pound for pound. You got other guys that been in the same weight class their whole career. That's top 5 pound for pound. But they don't even want to put Tank top 5 pound for pound though. But they'll talk about how everybody ducking. If everybody ducking, put him at top 5 then. Why would you put Bam Rodriguez over Tank Davis at pound for pound top 5? But you know boxing. You just copying what everybody else saying. Like, let's be real now. Y'all just copying what everybody's saying. Y'all ain't watching these fights for real. You ain't. You making a big deal about Tank, but you saying Bam Rodriguez is better though. So in 4 years from now, if Tank Davis is still boxing, Bam Rodriguez is still gonna be top 5 pound for pound. And people gonna be like, "Man, what about Tank? He top 5 pound for pound." They gonna be like, "Nah, not over Bam." Because Bam been over top Tank pound for pound. Not over Inoue. They telling you right now, Stephen Fulton fighting Inoue fighting Stephen Fulton means more than anything that Tank Davis done. The boxing world is telling Tank Davis that right now. So I don't want to hear about none of this stuff no more. They're telling you, even Tank Davis fans are admitting it. Tank Davis' own fans are admitting that Tank Davis, that in a way fighting Stephen Fulton means more than anything Tank Davis has done. I'm not lying. That's why I'm sitting here. I'm like, bro, y'all going out of y'all way to make all these arguments, and y'all really just, you don't understand what you're doing. When you argue about, in a way, how he needs to be number 2 pound for pound over Terence Crawford, you ain't just talking about Terence Crawford. You talking about Tank. You talking about Canelo. You talking about this guy. You talking about that guy. Y'all trying to make Terence Crawford look bad because of a list. Something that's the equivalent of a Christmas list or a wish list. But y'all won't even put Tank on that list. A list that somebody stole from me, where I had a list where I said that I was gonna make a list where all the fighters that fight anybody, I was gonna put Tank on there. Just because Tank was doing more than what all the other people was doing. A lot of people were still doing bare minimum. Let's keep it a buck. They were still doing bare minimum. Because, and another thing too, I know a lot of fans sit up here and say, well, you know, Tank ain't fighting nobody, but when he fights, y'all lose y'all mind though. I'm telling y'all, when Tank was fighting Hector Garcia, Tank versus Hector Garcia was the first fight I did not watch live when Tank was fighting. I was looking at it, but I was like, yeah. I was looking at it, but not really, because I already knew what time it was. Because Tank was supposed to fight Chris Colbert. Chris Colbert lost to Hector Garcia, and they went with Hector Garcia. Then turning around, Chris Colbert beat Rayo. Then they run the rematch for what they were going to do was they was going to go from Chris Colbert and Rayo straight to Chris Colbert versus Tank. They wasn't having Tank fighting Rayo Chris Colbert fighting Rayo for no reason. And what's crazy is they should have got De Los Santos to fight Chris Colbert if that would have made sense. You actually should have had Chris Colbert and Rayo fighting. De Los Santos, because De Los Santos the one who just won. But De Los Santos went out there and got that Shakur Stevenson smoke. He ain't do much, which a lot of people haven't done much against Shakur Stevenson in history. If you've been keeping up. But yeah, man, the cat's out the bag on Tank, man. And this ain't nothing to degrade him or go in on him or nothing like that. I'm just tired of hearing the cap, dog. Y'all sitting up here trying to disrespect Terence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, Devin. Y'all gonna end up talking bad about your mama in a minute so you can make an argument about Tank Davis. It ain't no boxer in the world that important to the point where you gotta disrespect the whole boxing world. The only reason I make some of my videos that I make to let y'all know that these dudes is normal just like everybody else is. They got their same flaws, the same way Devin Haney got flaws, or Wilder, or Shakur, or this guy, or that guy, or Benavidez. And the lengths that they go to make sure that everybody knows that these guys is weight bullies and they 200 pounds and I don't need an extra 25 pounds in a fight and extra 30 pounds or whatever. The way they go out of their way to find all that out, but they don't know nothing about Tank, that's scary. It makes you show y'all look obsessed. It's like it's a little like a stalker. It's a stalker, bruh. I'm telling you, if you know more about the other than you know about your favorite, that's not good, bruh. That's not good. That's not good. You can't ride or die for a fighter and you don't know nothing about him. Then you got Ryan Garcia on here getting Gatorade endorsements and everybody trying to talk about some money. Some $40 million pay-per-view or whatever. Oh, I made $40 million. Okay. The industry don't care about none of that money you making. They value Ryan Garcia. Them same elites that Ryan Garcia was crying about, oh, the elites, they after me. Guess what? They set up here and gave him a Gatorade deal after they did whatever he said they did, allegedly. He got a whole Gatorade deal. And y'all believed all that little stuff he was saying? They really believed everything Ryan Garcia said while he was running around with a Gatorade deal. I don't know how the hell he still got a Gatorade deal after all the things he said. I'm definitely going to find out about that. How does he still have a Gatorade deal? How I'm trying to figure that out now. ASAP, especially after Quinn against Tank the way he did. What? Nah, that's getting a little weird right there. Dude got a whole endorsement deal with Gatorade. And the people that they thought about picking was the two guys who don't even like Americans, allegedly. Y'all notice that? They picked those two guys. Coincidentally, Teofimo and Ryan was an option out of all the fighters that's walking around. No Tank Davis. When the fans gonna ride for Tank Davis though? Cause I don't see nobody riding for him yet. Arguing back and forth about Devin and Tank, they ain't doing nothing but promoting Devin. So I ain't got no problem with that. Go ahead and promote him. He, you know what I'm saying? Free marketing, free promo. Yeah, with all that. But when it comes to people talking about Shakur ducking, that story is over with. That's done. When it come to talking about Tank making more money than Terence Crawford, who cares? If he does, tell him to pay his taxes. That's it. That's how he can make me believe he got money. I never heard of a dude who got a whole bunch of money saying, you know what, man, I ain't paid my taxes, man. And I had a foreclosure. Then people talking about, man, why you talking about that? Why y'all talking about foreclosures and this man owed money on this? Why would y'all bring that up? Why is he bringing up how much money he makes compared to Terence Crawford? Because he's not going to say that he could beat Terence Crawford up. Y'all notice that, right? Tank Davis ain't do all that back and forth with Terence Crawford. Like, I'll put you to sleep when I see you. Y'all notice Tank don't do all that with Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford be like, okay. Because he know Terence Crawford don't need no contract. I'll beat you up behind a trash can. I don't need no contract. Tank a smart guy. He ain't gonna sit around and be rah-rah with Terence Crawford. He know what time it is. Trust me, he know. He definitely know. He don't even want to get in the ring with Keyshawn. So talking about he want to fight Terence Crawford, man, get out of here. I'm still mad about that. I'll knock him out in 6 rounds or whatever he said. I'm like, if I touch that chin, man, y'all know what's up. Man, please. You talking about knocking out Terence Crawford. After struggling with Pitbull, man, you lucky people don't, man, you lucky I took up for you then when your fan jumped out the band with your fake fans. Was sitting around complaining that you went the distance with Pitbull. These fake fans jumped out the bandwagon so fast, bro, y'all should have seen it. It was mostly coming from Twitter. Oh, man, he trash, man. Tank went out there and went 12. Because you know why? They only know knockouts. We got fans of Tank Davis that every time he goes 12 rounds, they say that Tank Davis is trash. That's how bad and so remedial some of these fans are. They casuals. They sitting up here, they on beginner level. They on rookie mode. These dudes sat up here and said Tank Davis ain't good because he went 12 rounds with Eastside Cruz. These ain't Tank Davis fans. These dudes is faking. I knew it right then. I said, oh, they ain't real fans, man. These dudes, I can't blend in with these dudes. As soon as Tank take a loss or something, they gonna sit around here talking about he ain't that good. They gonna do the same thing they did with all these other fighters. The same thing. Ain't nobody talking about Pitbull no more. Even though he had already had 2 losses. That one loss against Rayo, it was just a little bit too much for him. The fact that they actually seen that live with their own eyes, You know, it's different when you see a guy lose and it was a long time ago and you didn't know him then. You didn't see the fight. You like, I don't care about that. All I know is what I seen lately. But when they seen Pitbull lose to Rayo the way he did, and then they remember what Tank did with Eastside Cruz, they like, man, I don't know what level Tank is at. If anybody can sit up here and say they saw that performance that Rayo did against Pitbull, and then you see the performance that Tank did against Pitbull, and you want to blame all that on an injury, you're going to use excuses when it comes to Tank. But if I sit here and say, well, Devin, you know, he only got knocked down a couple times in that fight because of the PEDs. If I said that, if I felt like saying that, let's just say I felt like saying that. That ain't crazier than what, you don't got no evidence that Tank went, that he struggled in that fight because of an injury. I have evidence that somebody took failed a drug test in the fight I'm talking about. But for some reason, that just, people can't relate to that though. They like, oh, well, I don't understand that. You know, it don't matter. It was just because you're trying to lose weight. And, you know, I got to come up with certain stuff. Okay. Not going to argue with it. I'm just going to say this. The next 2 or 3 fights I see from Ryan Garcia, let's see if he's that same guy he's been. Let's just see. I bet everything I got that he won't be the same that he's been in that fight. Even Tank Davis knows that. Tank Davis already told Ryan Garcia, I ain't fighting at 144. So what Tank Davis said was, you ain't finna get me like you got Devin Haney. So obviously Tank knows that he had an advantage. Oh, I'll fight you at 140. So he already thinking about the fight. He already knows Ryan Garcia can't make 140. Tell me, I ain't fighting you at 144. Why would you bring up 144? Because you know he can't make 140? Who said something about the catch weight? Ryan Garcia? And guess what? Tank took that serious because he like, no, not 144, 140 though. Let's make that happen. The man knows the man can't make weight, dog. And he knew that in the first fight when he fought him. He knew it already. Y'all don't remember when Bernard Hopkins had touched Tank arm and everybody on Tank team started screaming, PEDs, they taking PEDs. Do y'all know that they were screaming that somebody put PEDs on Tank before the fight happened? So they had a weigh-in that Friday. By 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we had dudes from Tank team talking about, man, you know, he possibly put PEDs. You know, they got cream where, you know, where you can have PEDs and stuff and rub it on somebody, and if, you know, they can make Tank seem like he failed a drug test. Or that, you know, they could have put some substance on him and tainted the drug test or something. Now, mind you, when everybody heard that, they said, yeah, you right, dog. You know, people co-signed that when they heard that. We had people retweeting it and it was going viral. Yeah, they tried to put some steroid cream on Tank when Bernard Hopkins touched him. Then a year later, Devin Haney like, yeah, man, Ryan failed the drug test, man. Oh, man, you just using excuses, man. You trying to get them to take the video off of the zone, off YouTube. None of that stuff was true, but it sounded good. It sounded good. It sounded excellent. That's some of the best stuff I've ever heard in my life. Ever. He wanted to get the video taken down off the Zone's YouTube channel. Where did they get this information from? And y'all know what's crazy? I know this too. And I don't go around channels peeping around and all that. I be so busy. If y'all see how many videos I post, bro, I don't be going around doing all that, bro. If it pop up on my feed, I'll watch some videos, but I don't be checking in. I've been looking for, the only reason I started the podcast was nobody was talking about the stuff I was seeing. At the end of the day, everybody just regurgitating the same news. Fox News talking about the same thing. CNN talking about NBC. These dudes ain't nothing but Channel 4, Channel 9, and Channel 6. That's it. They regurgitating the same news. I'm like, man, I don't want to watch this no more. So when people ask me, hey, do you watch podcasts? Not really. It's the same stuff that comes out, the same news. Same stuff. It's a whole bunch of fairy tales that don't come true. None of the stuff y'all heard last year is going to come true. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. None of the stuff y'all heard last year is going to come true. None of it. I know a lot of people expected Devin Haney not to be pursuing the fight. I know a lot of people thought Shakur Stevenson was just going to sit back. They were surprised that he working with Turkey on the sheet now. So it's not really any excuses. From what I'm seeing, Shakur Stevenson is working with his second promotional company. And once he fights against Golden Boy, that'll be a situation where he's worked with 3 different companies. Top Rank, Golden Boy, and Matchroom. So he's worked with everybody. So a guy who's working with everybody versus a guy who's working with only one company and doing in-house fights, and he's only making himself available to Ryan Garcia, and he's going out his way to do it. He went on live the other day during the Ring Magazine Awards and said, I want $150 million to fight Ryan Garcia. And then he went on a rage talking about why he wasn't invited. Bro, you ain't fighting. You don't like Turkey. You don't want to be around him. You got issues with him. You making requests like one of them girls, Tank trying to get flued out. He like, I'm trying to get flued out. You know what I'm saying? If you send this, you know how them girls be like, if you send this, you know, I just need this and the plane ticket. You know how them girls get flued out, they need a way back. He on that type of energy. Like, I thought you was going to take care of me when I got here. He trying to get flued out. How you a boxer that made $40 million your last fight? And somebody need to fly you out to see Turkey on the sheet. You a boss. See, it look easy when Floyd and everybody else doing it. But when Tank doing it, I ain't never had to make no excuse up for Floyd not fighting Pacquiao right now, or this guy. Because you know why? Because Floyd's fighting Canelo and these other guys. Floyd always made a fight big enough to the point where he still kept you interested in Pacquiao. That's it. Then I'm starting to notice now Tank got to sit up here and promote his own fights. The man is promoting his own fights right now. He's going on Twitter every time before 3 or 4 weeks, or either 4 to 6 weeks before a fight. He's showing up. And did I show y'all earlier? Let me go ahead and pull this back up for y'all. What did Tank say on it? And what did Shakur Stevenson say when he responded to Tank Davis's coach? Respect to Kenny. Gotta appreciate the real in this game. I don't know what that last little part said, but he said he don't bring nonsense up that's irrelevant to try to trick the fans. I'm down whenever y'all make the call, OG. Kenny Ellis has said the week of the fight against Ryan Garcia and Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, he said Tank is fighting Shakur Stevenson next, then moving up to 140 for Devin Haney. I don't know if he's going to fight Shakur Stevenson next. I don't think that's going to happen. And that was last year. That was 9 months ago. So ever since then, Tank has fought Lamont Roach and Frank Martin. And we got dudes that's running around on the internet right now telling everybody around the whole world that all the American fighters is ducking Tank Davis and they don't want millions of dollars. So we got black men out here that never made millions of dollars telling the rest of the world that we got other black men out here ducking Tank Davis because they don't want millions of dollars. Y'all know how embarrassing that is? That's embarrassing, man. That's embarrassing. It ain't even funny. Like, it's embarrassing. It really is. Out of all the stuff y'all know our mamas and everybody go through, you gonna sit up here and say another dude is sitting here ducking millions of dollars? That's embarrassing, bro. It really is. Y'all be at jobs. I done been at jobs where dudes be hating while I'm doing all the work. I don't even want to do all the work. I'm like, bro, you do something too. And get everybody in trouble. Y'all know them coworkers that don't want to work. They want you to do all the work while they sit back and get the same check you getting. This is the type of energy they on. We got too many coworkers out here that want to get a free check. Hey, Shakur Stevenson was the last person at 130, right? Not Tank Davis. Shakur Stevenson was the last guy at 130, not Tank Davis. If Shakur would have fought Lamont Roach, they would have lost their mind. If Shakur would have fought Frank Martin, I mean, yeah, he was gonna fight Frank Martin. A lot of people said De Los Santos was a better fight than Frank Martin. You remember that? When Frank Martin moved on, and everybody was calling Frank Martin a duck. That's why when I say somebody ducking, it's real. If y'all notice anything, when I really say somebody ducking, somebody really ducking. If y'all ever hear me say ducking on my channel, I want y'all to look out and see if I'm capping or not. Matter of fact, you can go back in the rest of my videos and see if I'm capping about ducking. These dudes said Frank Martin was ducking Shakur Stevenson, and Frank Martin went to fight Tank Davis. I told everybody when I first started my channel, I said, Frank Martin finna fight. Bro, matter of fact, when I first started my channel, out of my first like 30, 40 videos, I made more Frank Martin videos than I did about Shakur Stevenson, Tank Davis, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, anybody. I started off with Terence Crawford because I knew y'all was going to cap. The day before, I think it was like around the Errol Spence fight, I was like, bruh, they ain't finna sit around and tell the truth about this fight after this dude win this fight. I said, let me go ahead and start this channel. I said, they ain't gonna tell the truth, and they not telling the truth. They still talking about Terence Crawford gonna get knocked out by this guy, that guy. He ain't did nothing. Oh, anyway, better than him. Man, please. And y'all want me to do what? Give who credit? Y'all ain't giving nobody credit. The only people y'all giving credit to is the guys Tank Davis fought. You got people looking the other way, acting like Rolly Romero ain't really dropped the ball and he ain't doing nothing right now. Rolly ain't doing nothing right now. And Tank went out of his way to fight Rolly. After Rolly got replaced, he went out of his way. Rolly ain't bring nothing to the table. He ain't no pay-per-view star. He ain't selling nothing on his own. He ain't got no whole fan base by himself. That's why when I was looking at Rolly, I'm like, bro, you need to quit talking like this on these interviews, bro, because people if you lose or something, they're gonna start looking at you funny and laughing at you. So, the little personality thing that people like, oh, Rolly's so funny, I like his press conferences. These people don't take him serious as a boxer. If y'all remember Rolly's last fight when he fought Manuel Jimenez, I forgot how you say his name, but as soon as he finished the fight, he wasn't smiling or nothing. He was just, serious face the whole time. Rolly was serious. He wasn't joking around. Nothing. He was serious the whole time. He was serious the whole week of the fight. When he was doing interviews with the press, he was serious the whole time. He didn't smile. He wasn't joking. Everybody said, what's wrong with Rolly? You remember when Rolly had did that little post interview with the lady talking about some I forgot what he said, like have a good day everybody or something. I forgot what it was. They were like, man, he got CTE, man. He got knocked upside his head so bad. Look at him. So his whole persona is just destroyed at this point. He gonna have to build his whole personality back up again. And he did that for a couple of clicks and likes. Like, bro, just be yourself, bro. Be serious out here. It's the boxing game. You ain't gotta sit out here and do all that to sell no tickets or get these fans that be interested in you. And the fans that you are getting to be interested in you, they're not real boxing fans. As soon as you lose or look bad, they're gonna look the other way. And I seen that real quick. And what did Floyd get up there and do? Floyd like, yeah, Rolly. Did a whole Instagram post. Yeah, Rolly, they laughing at you, but I seen what you did to get to this point, man. I'm proud of you. Da, 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 da. And as soon as Devin Haney had that situation with Ryan, Floyd like, yeah, that's good. You undefeated in the gym. What is my record under the lights? He ain't do Rolly like that. So it's a little deeper than what everybody's trying to make it seem. They trying to make it seem like, well, it ain't that serious. Dog, it is that serious. It is that serious. It's gonna be hard for Rolly to bounce back. And you know what? Him fighting Tank actually hurt his career a lot more than y'all think. Because now people feel like, well, he gotta be decent to get back to that level. Or he gotta be at that level to be considered serious, to be taken serious. Right now, they're not taking him serious, even though he got a decent resume. He's not really, a superior boxer like that. He's using what he got, power, and trying to work on a jab right now. A consistent one. But that's what happens, though. See, a lot of people try to chase the Tank Davis fight or Canelo fight. They start laughing at you after that. Like when Charlo was like, yeah, I want to fight Canelo or whatever. Bruh. You went out there and had the same fight that Jaime Munguiz had. You had the same fight that Berlangas had. They laughing at you though. And your fans ain't there to stand up for you. Earl Spence went out there and lasted longer against Terence Crawford than Ryan Garcia. But guess what they saying that's done and ain't gonna never be the same? And the guy who finished on his feet in the fight, Earl Spence didn't get knocked out. He was on his feet. They saying that Earl Spence done. He's cooked. He ain't gonna never be the same. So I know the biasness when I see it, but I just want people to stand on it though. Cause hey, I could take mine to the grave. Y'all dudes can't even make it the next week. They be like, oh man, I gotta change what I said about so and so. I seen Tyson Fury retire yesterday. I ain't seen none of them fans that sat up here and was like, Tyson Fury is the greatest thing since Ali and all that. I ain't hear nobody saying nothing yesterday. For some reason, Tyson Fury just the biggest thing ever of this era. The man retired yesterday. People like, oh, I don't take that serious. How you don't take that serious? The man took off 3 years after his biggest fight of his career. The man retired for 3 years after his biggest fight of his career. And he wasn't going to fight Joshua. Wasn't even thinking about Joshua. Joshua wasn't thinking about him. He wasn't thinking about Joshua. Joshua didn't start thinking about Tyson Fury till Deontay Wilder got Tyson Fury off the couch. And unless you get, and Deontay Wilder ain't getting him off the couch this time, so you ain't going to never see him again. Yeah, people don't know about that story though. Yeah, look that up. Yeah, look that up. All these big fights that get made, these boxers are going directly to these people. When Tank Davis wanted to fight Ryan, he went directly to Ryan. Oh, I want to fight you next. You better make it happen. I ain't playing. Make this fight happen. I ain't talking to you no more. He was on that type of time. Y'all didn't hear how Tank was talking to Ryan? He was dead serious. He wasn't throwing no insults. He like, bro, you don't make this fight happen, I ain't talking to you no more. He was like, for real. He was talking to him like that. And as soon as Ryan Garcia fought Tank, what he did, yeah, man, let me get your number, man. Then they texting each other after the fight, after him. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tank already knew, like, man, this dude a fan, man. Ryan really a fan of Tank Davis. That's why he was up there saying he Tank #1 fan. Y'all thought he was playing about that. See, I'm gonna run that back for y'all real quick, because ain't nobody said that. Y'all ain't noticed. Y'all think it's like a little game or whatever. What's up, Al Pal? Y'all think it's a game, but Ryan really was acting like a fan. You gotta think about it. Tank said, man, I ain't fighting you. I keep calling you about this fight. You what he said? Not calling. He said, I'm trying to get in contact with him about this fight. You didn't try to make this fight. We're trying to contact y'all about this fight. He said, if you don't take this fight, I ain't talking to you no more. Then after they fought, them dudes were exchanging numbers. And then Ryan came to the arena like, man, you a fan. That's how Oscar was looking at Ryan. Like, bro, you acting like a fan with Tank. You came out here and took a knee and everything. And then y'all don't remember the other stuff that happened leading up to that? When they said that Tank found out that Ryan had an injury, a rib injury or whatever. And how did he get Ryan up out of there? Hitting him in the ribs. Y'all didn't hear no fighters or no fans out here say, man, the only reason Tank beat Ryan because he had to cheat and find out that Ryan had a broken rib. And when he hit Ryan in the ribs, that's when Ryan ended up quitting. If people are such haters of Tank Davis, why nobody has ran with that narrative yet? Because everybody else has ran with every kind of Devin Haney narrative, all the way until him trying to get a video on the zone taken down. Why does nobody mention that Tank Davis' team went out of their way to find out that the man got a rib injury, allegedly? That he went out his way to find out he got a rib injury. And he hit him with a rib shot. Boom. Tank Davis ain't never knocked out no guys like that for real. He usually get you with a headshot. Boom. You see how he got Frank Martin? See how he got Leah Santa Cruz? He get you with a headshot. Boom. That's how he hit Ryan the first time. Then Ryan started throwing all them hooks. Tank like, oh no, let me hit him with that rib shot they told me about. Boom. And I'm going to take it a step further. Before that round, I want to go back and see that fight. Before that round, I want to hear if Tank Corner said something about going to the body. Or did they go to the other corner instead? Or was the cameraman so far away you couldn't hear nothing? I want to know about that. Because people act like, oh, we just such haters. Bro, do you know what Tank went through to get that victory with Ryan Garcia? Y'all talking about the man, Ryan Garcia. Y'all are admitting, the fans, not everybody here. I'm talking about the fans. They are admitting that Ryan Garcia is drained. Me personally, I never cared about that because once you get in the ring, it's on you. I'll bring it up, but how I feel deep inside, it's always your fault. Once you get in the ring, that's on you. That's just real talk. But if a guy's cheating or overweight and all this other stuff and other things involved, now that's a different story. But once you get in the ring at a certain weight, that's on you. 35, you know you wasn't supposed to go at 35. No matter how much the money was. Because in that situation, you can say that Ryan was probably greedy in that situation. Because Tank turns right around and say, man, I'll fight Ryan at 40. So Ryan went out of his way to fight Tank at 135 when Tank would have went to 140 to fight him. But he's such a fan that he'll give Devin Haney a hard time, but he look at Tank like Floyd 2.0, and he like, well, I'll give him the 135. I'll do this, and I'll go in the fight with a rib injury. I ain't gonna take no PEDs. I'm gonna be clean. Cause he look at Tank like a fan. He look at Devin Haney like an equal or something. So he like, nah, I done already beat Devin Haney before in amateurs and everything else. But why is you juicing though? That's the question. Like, do you think that? And then Ryan, after the fight, Ryan say Devin better than Tank. Oh, he'll beat Tank. Now, mind you, everybody believes everything Ryan Garcia says. He one of the only people that got in the ring with Devin and Tank. As soon as he say, yeah, Devin will beat Tank though. Oh, no. We don't believe that. You don't hear nobody repeating that. They'll repeat everything else Ryan Garcia say. They ain't gonna repeat that though. Ryan Garcia sit up here and say, yeah, if he dropped the lawsuit, yeah, I'll fight him. All he gotta do is drop the lawsuit though. I ain't gonna fight that. The whole world heard that. Oh, y'all heard? If Devin Haney just dropped the lawsuit, man, Ryan ain't gonna fight him without that. Cause Ryan said so. So just when y'all think people are being petty, it's a lot. People ain't being as petty as y'all think they are. It's a lot of layers to this cake. And we ain't even to the icing yet. This man sitting up here got everything going on when it comes to certain situations, and he gets pass after pass. Tank Davis is one of the most protected fighters in American history. Period. This man is the most protected. None of the fighters he's fought can sell a pay-per-view on their own with a no name. Not even Ryan Garcia. Trust me. If Ryan Garcia could do some numbers with Regis Prograis, he need to go in there and do them now then. But I noticed that Ryan, I'm a smart guy, bro. I notice everything. I notice every time Ryan don't talk about Devin Haney, he don't get no likes. So not only does the fans enjoy him talking about Devin Haney, the algorithms and the social media and the media outlets and the YouTubes, they push that stuff. I be seeing videos of Devin Haney. I'm like, so I seen a video that had like 100,000 views in like a day. And it said the face of boxing gets exposed or whatever. I'm like, damn, Devin Haney, the face of boxing? And guess what? Everybody clicked on the video. They like, yeah, he is the face of boxing. He got exposed. They calling this man the face of boxing on titles of video. They ain't even putting Devin Haney's name up there no more. They putting the face of boxing up there. They going out of their way to make sure. This ain't nothing promotion though. It ain't nothing but promotion. Cause as soon as Fury retired yesterday, you know what I heard? Man, what Wilder doing next? What Wilder doing next? Now you worried about Wilder? We got all type of heavyweights that's walking around that's popular now off of the blood and sweat of what Wilder done, cause they ain't done half of what he did. We just had Usyk fight Tyson Fury after waiting 50 years. Joshua still ain't fought Fury. So after all the blood, hard blood and sweat that Wilder put into the heavyweight division, now everybody wants to say, yeah, man, we got Joseph Parker, we got Dubois, we got this guy. These guys been around. Before Usyk came to heavyweight, they was already around. Why wasn't nobody fighting them then? Oh, you just want to fight the small heavyweight, y'all say they got skinny legs. Oh, okay. Another advantage you want to have. Oh, okay, cool. You don't want to fight everybody, just certain people. Oh, so you really ain't like that. Okay. Oh, as soon as Turkey out of sheet start making you move around, now all of a sudden you want to retire. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. So a cruiserweight just made you retire. But you're going to get all the credit that you deserve, though. Right, you right. I see what time it is. I see what time it is. Y'all right. Y'all right. Somebody got to explain this, though. So people try to make every argument about Tank. I'm like, bro, y'all ain't making no arguments for Tank now. If you want to argue for Tank, go find out why Gatorade let this guy who said all this. If Tank Davis would have did all the stuff that Ryan Garcia, and this another thing too, I'm gonna let anybody who's a Tank Davis fan or a black fan or a black guy, a black American, anybody want to know, anybody, this your wake up call right here. Tank Davis can do it. Tank Davis ain't did half the stuff Ryan Garcia's done. Ryan Garcia got restraining orders out on him by wives and ex-girlfriends allegedly that was out. What else? He's crashed hotels. The man took PEDs. He's went on rants, racist rants on all cultures and creeds. And he's the first American boxer to land an endorsement deal with Gatorade because he knocked out Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell ain't no Gamboa. Luke Campbell ain't no Mario Barrios. Luke Campbell ain't no Leo Santa Cruz. But you know what? They don't care about that. He got the little boyish look. And they like, you know what? We don't care about boxing and what these guys do in the sport. We care about these looks. We care about how Ryan Garcia looks. We care about how Tank Davis looks. We don't care about what he does in the ring. All that stuff y'all talking about, ducking in there. Nobody care about all that. Ryan Garcia ain't did no pay-per-views up until that point. Then they say, you know what? Put him on Gatorade. The man wasn't even known like that. Y'all got to think about that. He wasn't known until he fought Tank Davis. A lot of people still didn't know who Ryan Garcia was when he fought Devin. He's not known to the... You got to realize Canelo's still not known to a lot of the world. I'm talking about like famous fame. I'm talking about Mike Tyson famous. It's hard. And think about it. We got internet around right now. That's how you know a lot of people don't like y'all. You got internet and social media around. There's no way that Mike Tyson should be more famous than y'all. No way. And I told y'all that recently before Mike Tyson even had that fight. I said, bruh, he's more famous than y'all, and y'all are sitting trying to convince fans that what you're doing is $40 million worth, and it's not. It's not worth $40 million. It's just not. And people will get on here and fight. Oh, people are hating on Tank. The industry is hating on Tank. These elites that Ryan was talking about is hating on Tank because they don't want him. They want Ryan. They don't care about him. And they offered Teofimo before they offered Tank. And he on there arguing with Terence Crawford about some money. Don't nobody care about your money. These people don't like you. They don't like you. As soon as you retire, they're going to make sure that Ryan Garcia's story is better than yours. Right now, they got Devin Haney. They got Ryan Garcia fighting. His performance versus Devin Haney is better than anything that Tank Davis did, thanks to Tank Davis's fans. Tank Davis fans have promoted for the last year Ryan Garcia so hard that most boxing fans think what he just did is better than anything that Tank Davis ever did. So thanks, Tank. You co-signed a guy who basically failed a drug test, and now he's basically, in their eyes, he got a victory over Devin Haney before you did. So no matter what, so I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret. No matter what Tank does, the fact that he co-signed that victory like it was a real victory, he can go out there and stop Devin Haney in the next fight tomorrow. It ain't gonna matter because Ryan Garcia already had a performance over him. How about that? And they still interested in watching Devin Haney fight. They was ready to watch him fight Sandor Martin. So at the end of the day, y'all don't know, but Tank Davis, he messed himself up. You got a guy who just had a bad performance against Ryan Garcia that everybody wants to see. Everybody. They are so interested in Devin Haney. They know Devin Haney dad. They don't even know Tank Davis. They don't know who Tank Davis' parents is. You think anybody in there cares about who Tank Davis' parents is? You think anybody trying to find out who his parents is right now? You got people out here concerned about Devin Haney's parents. Who his parents is? They putting his mom on a meme and stuff like stuff I've never seen, but complete disrespect, first of all. But it's like fanboy stuff. It's like stalkerish. I don't care what boxer it is. I'm not putting Canelo's mom up here, Ryan's mom. The fact that guys is posting stuff like that, they're desperate and they really fanned out. And these are grown men that's doing this. They actually have kids of their own. If somebody was doing their own child like that, they'd be ready to go to jail. But when they're doing it to a stranger or somebody they feel like they got something against because they got something that they never had, they want to take the anger on that person. Yeah, I noticed that. If Tank want to change my opinion about him, he need to start going back and forth with fighters that ain't American. I see he did a little Billy Joe Saunders stuff, but yeah, clean that up. Clean that up, dog. Clean that up. Because people be trying to make it seem like, man, y'all just be hating on Tank, man. Everybody just hating on him. Why would y'all hate on him? He done did a lot in boxing. Devin Haney, he the one that need to step up. And then celebrating his win. Oh man, you drained, man. You can't celebrate nothing like this, man. You just can't. You can't. As soon as I seen this, I was like, it's over. I said it's over with. I said Frank Martin ain't gonna have no chance, man. This man done waited till about 7 o'clock to have his weigh-in. Y'all know the weigh-ins be at like 12 p.m. This weigh-in wasn't until like 7 o'clock. And then the crazy part was, I'm gonna tell y'all something else that threw me off all the way. When Frank Martin had the weigh-in, and at this part right here, when he weighed in, and when Tank was talking to him like this, he had an interview after this. The man Mouth was dry. They wouldn't hand him a bottle of water. The man didn't get handed a bottle of water, a Pedialyte, or nothing. He didn't get a water handed to him or nothing. I'm like, this is insane, man. But it goes to show how much people care and how much they don't, and what they pay attention to. But I don't understand the whole narrative about Shakur though. That's wild to me. That really is. That's a wild narrative, man. When these days, when you say ducking, they gotta be real. They gotta be some real stuff behind it. It really does. Because I remember when everybody said Frank Martin was ducking Shakur. Then he went on to fight Tank Davis. So you technically can't really say a fighter is ducking a fighter to go fight Tank. So if I pick Tank over Shakur Stevenson, that's ducking. And then when people realize he was fighting Tank, they're like, "Oh yeah, this is a good fight. This is a good fight, man. You know, Tank. You know, because you know whatever Tank pick, that's a good fight." But you just said that he was ducking Shakur though. So once Frank Martin picked Tank Davis, everybody was like, "Nah, he ain't ducking." I heard a couple people say he's still ducking. Oh, he's still ducking Shakur, you know what I'm saying? But he fighting Tank though, so it's all right. Does that mean Shakur is better? When it really wasn't no ducking. Frank Martin wasn't ducking. He just wanted more money. And Bob wouldn't finna throw it out. Well, PBC probably went out their way to put something extra on it. But that's sad though, that Earl Spence to get his fighter a fight with a Tank Davis before a lot of other guys can. Which is a good thing. I'm just talking about as far as the promoters. Promoters ain't ready to put certain guys in there with Tank like Zepeda. But Earl Spence, he like, yeah, he gonna be a good promoter. Earl Spence is gonna be a very good promoter. I think him having Frank Martin as a fighter on his promotional team was a very good move. Cause everybody was impressed with Frank Martin's performance. I was, but I knew right here, I said, yeah, it ain't gonna work. Cause if you look at up until this point, Frank Martin was a very big guy. But when he got drained like this, and if you know anything, the longer it takes to weigh in, if it takes hours to weigh in, oh my God. If it takes hours to weigh in, that 24 hours ain't gonna make a difference. And they do little things to kind of make things drag on. But I don't think people understand that, man. I had to go through this today because, you know, a lot of people want to hear this stuff. I know a lot of people like, man, why are you talking about this? Man, it's guys that subscribe to this channel that want to hear this. They've been telling me they want to hear this. So I had to give them a show. I don't really like going in on Tank like that. I'm a fan of Tank Davis. If y'all know anything, I've been on here a long time. 99% of the stuff I said today is my first time saying it. I ain't trying to go out here and search and get some clout off of him. Like, oh yeah, let me put Tank in the title so I can. Nah, I ain't one of those guys. Trust me. It's too many lies about Tank anyways for me to put a dent in any of his greatness. But what I will say is I'm not going to lie about anything, and people want to hear the truth. Him saying he made $40 million to fight Frank Martin? Nah, homie. Ain't no way. If PBC doing that, I'm going to have to make a video about them like, hey, why Tank saying y'all gave him $40 million to fight Frank Martin? Where they do that at? Why Frank Martin ain't get 5 or 10 million then? I don't know how much he made, but should be getting at least $10 million. And I just heard Lamont Roach ain't getting that much. Lamont Roach said I can get the same amount of money fighting somebody else. I'm doing this for greatness. I'm doing this to be great. Because I feel like I believe in myself. I can get this done. But Lamont Roach ain't finna make no $10 million fighting Tank Davis. And this is a guy he's cool with. He consider friends from back in the day or whatever. He ain't saying not one bad thing about Lamont Roach though. That's how you know you That's how you know that Tank want to fight Lamont Roach more than any of these other fighters. He hasn't said not one bad thing about Lamont Roach at all. And like I said before, Shakur Stevenson was the one that was backstage with Tank 2 years ago. Lamont Roach wasn't back there. And Lamont Roach, he ain't talking like Shakur Stevenson is right now. Calling Tank a 30-year-old prospect. So for people to be like, yeah, man, these guys was friends. So ain't nobody in boxing right now fighting their friends like Shakur Stevenson trying to do. By the time he finishes his career, he gonna fight a few friends. Everybody else ain't gonna fight no friends. Canelo don't even want to fight Mexicans. Except Munguia. So don't act like we got high standards now in boxing all of a sudden. Well, I just need to see Shakur do something because I just need to. Nah, you don't need to. Quick, cut it out. You don't need to. You don't need to. You done seen Rolly Romero versus Tank? Trust me, you ain't got no high standards. Don't nobody even want to watch Rolly right now. I bet nobody knows when Rolly's next fight is. They don't know who they want to see him fight. I know last year I was hearing Ryan versus Rolly. I ain't heard nothing about that no more. I heard Rolly versus T.O. I ain't heard nothing about that no more. So that just goes to show you, like, the guys that's on Tank resume, he crashing out on them. Crashing out. They getting more famous, but are they getting more value? I mean, Pitbull is because he's Pitbull. You know what I'm saying? Pitbull was always that guy. He ain't gonna never stop fighting top competition just because he fought Tank and he feel like he's in a certain position now. Shoot, Pitbull finna fight again. That's what he does. But these other guys I'm seeing, y'all remember when Abner Mares was supposed to fight Tank? Talking about he had an eye injury. He retired. He was like, nah, I'm retiring. And I'm hearing that he's supposed to come back and have one last fight with Leo Santa Cruz or whatever. But he ain't want that Tank Davis smoke. He said, I'm retiring. That's why I respect Leo Santa Cruz. Leo Santa Cruz could have been like, nah, I'm good. Real Mexican warrior. Stepped out there. Got put to sleep like it is what it is. And Leo Santa Cruz wasn't the guy who really get put to sleep like that around that time. He get hit a lot, but he wouldn't get put to sleep. But yeah, Shakur Stevenson is one of them. But for everybody to sit up here, and I'm not fanning out, I'm just saying facts. If y'all consider that fanning out, then it is what it is. But he's the only person that's actually running around trying to fight friends. I mean, at one point, him and Devin Haney was friends. I'm pretty sure they still friends. You know, competitive nature. It makes it like that sometimes. Him and Tank Davis was just doing this 2 years ago. He went backstage with Tank Davis. I'm pretty sure he got a pass through connections to Tank Davis or his team. They like, yeah, Shakur get a pass. What? Absolutely. Because he went with PBC. Everybody like PBC. Shakur just so anti-PBC. He want one deal. Oh, he don't want no one fight deal or whatever. He don't want to fight Tank. But he'll sit up here and get a pass to go backstage and say what's up to him. He ain't been backstage since, because you know why? They went in the same weight class around that time. Tank Davis happy to see that man. He like, yeah. How many times y'all seen Tank happy to take a picture like this? If you would have asked Tank during this picture, hey Tank, is Shakur Stevenson ducking? He ducking you, man? He be like, nah, Shakur Stevenson ain't ducking nobody. Nobody. But yeah, we definitely putting the pressure on him though. We got to. I got to, man. I got to, dog. I'm telling y'all, I got to. I've always done things like this. I got to. I got to, because history shows that when I press the gas on these dudes, the truth come out. And we not watching boxing to see certain people lose. We want to see certain people challenge themselves. We want to see the best become the best. And you can't become the best fighting the worst. So I'm trying to see what level Tank can go to before he retires. I don't want to see him out of shape or over the hill or 36 like Loma and everybody like, yeah, Tank, I'm trying to fight you. Abdullah Mason like, yeah, Tank, I'm trying to fight you. Tank like, I'm 36. I don't care. I'm trying to fight you. Well, I ain't ready this year. Oh, okay, you ducking. You ducking. The same thing that going on with Loma. If y'all think fighting at 36, I'm already hearing right now Canelo old at 34. So y'all said Lomachenko ducking at 36? When Tank Davis get to 36? If he don't take a fight with Abdullah Mason, whoever the top guy is around that time, he ducking. And guess who made the standard? Tank Davis fans did. Y'all don't understand that. When y'all make that standard like that, it's going to be like that to the end. Don't try to change the standards based on who it is. It's going to be like this until the end. I hope everybody know that. We're going to call this out. We're going to call it out. Once a guy call you, like Keyshawn Davis doing right now, and he finna get a belt. But I already put a video out a couple of days ago with Tank. Tank ain't trying to be undisputed. Tank ain't trying to be undisputed. He'll fight a champion or a former champion. Just like he's fighting a champion right now in Lamont Roach. He's not a champion at 135, but he is a 130 champion. They got a lot of common opponents. That's the guy he fought in the past, in the amateurs or whatever. But he's not going for undisputed. He's not even fighting at 135. When y'all expect, and people will say, well, they don't want to fight him. Shakur turned it down, Loma. What about Keyshawn? Keyshawn at that weight class. So when Keyshawn gets a belt, what is the excuse going to be then? He ain't fought nobody? Oh, he got to have a good performance? Oh, his last performance wasn't that good? He got to prove himself? Okay. Why everybody ain't say that when Ryan Garcia came off the top? Tank Davis lost. How did Ryan Garcia make $40 million after looking that bad against Tank? Why? Because he got a Gatorade deal? Oh, that's what we worried about now? We worried about Gatorade deals and stuff that don't got nothing to do with boxing? So he got $40 million after losing to Tank Davis and quitting. We talking about quitting? That was a quit. Never was in the fight, never was damaged, never was hurt to the point where you're risking your safety or whatever. His face was not swollen on the side like Devin's was at the end of the Ryan Garcia fight. And what did Devin Haney say in the ring? Nah, man, you won fair and square, man. Nah. Because Ryan was like, oh, man. Ryan he felt bad. It was almost like Ryan Garcia was apologizing. Did y'all see that? Ryan Garcia he looked like he was about to cry. Nobody brings that up. Ryan Garcia looked like he was about to cry when he was talking to Devin. And Devin like, nah, man, you won fair and square, man. Nah. You won fair and square, man. I like to get a rematch. That's it. Let's run it back. I like to get a rematch. You won fair and square. For some reason, that turned from Devin Haney saying that turned into he want the video taken down off the zone. Everybody forgot that Devin just fought Lomachenko the year before. They think he really lost that fight because they don't know how to score a fight. I heard a lot of people saying they thought Usyk lost to Fury. Okay. Let's see how that works out for you then. Okay. I told everybody about trying to skip these guys ahead of the line. I'm not going to lie. I love when fans do that now. When I know a guy ain't ready, but he got a decision, just because he's the most popular boxer, and the fans feel like, oh, well, he the same ethnicity as me. We from the same place, so yeah, he won. Okay. Let's see what happens when history proves that ain't going to work. That's not gonna work long term. It's so many guys that got set up and lost like that. Ryan Garcia gonna be one of them. Bro, I'm telling y'all, I was riding for Ryan Garcia after he lost the Tank. Because I know Ryan Garcia was trying to fight anybody. And what did he do? Jump in the ring with Devin Haney right after that. So I was definitely knowing what he was gonna do, but I also know that him being the first American boxer to be on Gatorade, and for everybody to be running around talking about people hating on Tank, you need to check these people who gave Ryan Garcia this Gatorade deal and see who hating on Tank. Because I ain't never hate on Tank to the point where I said Ryan Garcia need a Gatorade deal over him because he knocked out Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell ain't no Leo Santa Cruz. And can we please put some respect on Shakur Stevenson's name? He's going at Tank Davis more than any other boxer is going at anybody. Ain't nobody been going at Tank Davis' neck like Shakur Stevenson has the last 12 months. And this man was just friends with him a couple of years ago, backstage. Ain't no boxer in boxing trying to fight their friends or guys they was friends with in the past like Shakur Stevenson is. He's a real boxer. Oh, I know what time it is. Tank know how good Shakur Stevenson is. For Tank to take this picture with Shakur, and then at the press conference for him to turn around and say, Shakur ain't did nothing? How Shakur ain't did nothing when he just knocked out the guy that Lamont Roach lost to? Why would you fight the guy that lost to Jamel Herring instead of the guy who beat Jamel Herring? It don't make sense, dog. People think Shakur Stevenson running around going to Tank now because, well, he just promoting himself. Nah, he don't do that. Shakur Stevenson don't run around and just promote himself by calling people out and saying guys is ducking. That's not his style. He's never done that. Shakur Stevenson just as good as friends with Keyshawn as he is with Tank or with a Devin Haney in the past or whatever. But this is boxing though. They're not finna hold each other's hands. They all gotta eat. Somebody want to be the best. But to say that Shakur ain't doing nothing and Keyshawn look better, I'm glad he said that because Keyshawn finna get a belt. Keyshawn finna definitely get a belt. And Tank has been friends with all these guys in the past. He absolutely has. Keyshawn, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson. So it's not gonna be an easy decision for him to make to get in the ring and fight these guys because these like little homies to him or whatever. They younger than him, so absolutely. But he gonna have to make it happen though because you can't get out there and tweet about guys like that at the fights. The VADA stuff, bro, that ain't it, bro. That ain't it. You gotta stand on that. See, a lot of people say that standing on business stuff and they think that's just a slang or that's just a word that sound cool. No, standing on business, man, you gotta die with what you say. You better, once you open your mouth and speak them words, ain't no, man, I was wrong. You better die with them words. That's what standing on business mean. When you leave this earth, you better ride on them words. Ain't no take backs or nothing. That's what that mean. And that's how I look at boxing. Once you say somebody ducking you, you better make sure. That's why it's crazy to me that people running around here and just they make whole lives talking about how Shakur Stevenson ducking and he should have made a phone call. Bro, he already talked to Tank team, man. How many times he got to talk to Tank team? What is the other thing? How many times he got to talk to Tank team? Tank team was clout chasing. They was hating on Devin Haney, and that's some of the reason why I don't like them a little bit is because I said, why are y'all announcing Tank Davis gonna fight? This was 9 months ago. This is the week that he was gonna fight Shakur Stevens. Devin Haney was gonna fight Ryan Garcia. This was like that Thursday or that Friday. And I'm like, why is Tank this was when Shakur sent the video back and said, Tank, if you want to fight, and everything. I was like, why is Tank doing all this before Ryan Garcia? Because you already know they put the highlight video of Tank sparring Devin Haney. So I'm like, oh man, y'all trying to sabotage him. What? Why would y'all put that highlight video out like that? And I seen the real fight that nobody ain't talking about no more because they see what really happened. They see what really happened. Ain't nobody talking about that sparring video no more. The fact that nobody is talking about that sparring video no more lets me know everything I need to know. The fact that 50% of the people who seen that sparring video, they'll rather see Shakur Stevenson fight Tank Davis. That lets me know everything I need to know. Because half of them already know what's really going on. And I'm going to tell y'all something else too. Anybody who's a fan of Tank Davis, when you co-sign the performance that Ryan Garcia had, you're admitting that Ryan Garcia fights better against Devin Haney than Tank Davis does. So Tank Davis couldn't knock out a 16-year-old Devin Haney, and Ryan Garcia went out there and dropped him a couple of times. And for some reason, them same fans come out and say, oh, PEDs don't matter. Y'all see how Tank messed himself up like that? He shot himself in the foot. Bruh, you do know we got video of you fighting Devin Haney, right? And you ain't drop him. You talking about, oh yeah, I cracked him. What does that mean? I still don't know what that means. When somebody say I cracked somebody, what does that mean? I don't understand that. But Tank openly admitted, like, yeah, that was a fair and square win by Ryan. He did better against Haney than I did. Oh, so you not the best then. So everything that Ryan said about you draining him and everything, you actually validated it. If I was a real Tank Davis hater, I can go out here right now and say, you know what? Tank Davis drained Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia had a rib injury. Ryan Garcia said somebody had gave information out about his rib injury. If y'all notice, Tank Davis did catch Ryan Garcia with a headshot early in the fight. But when Ryan started throwing them left hooks that nobody was talking about, when nobody talking about the left hook before I was talking about that left hook all the way back when he was fighting Tank. Nobody seen the left hook until Devin Haney fought Ryan Garcia. That's how I know a lot of people don't really know who Ryan Garcia is. They ain't talking about that left hook till Devin Haney fought it because that left hook had some juice on it. He was on some juice and that left hook had some extra sauce on it. That's why a lot of fighters recently said, hey, yeah, I'm going to need that test, man. I'm going to need that test. But you got fans of Tank that say he got so much power, he'll knock out this guy, he'll put this guy to sleep, he'll stop Shakur. But y'all giving Ryan credit for him knocking down Devin Haney all them times. And then when you hear the information about him cheating, you still giving him credit, but you're discrediting Tank without even knowing it. So Tank Davis was in the ring with Haney for about 30 minutes, and he did nothing. But Ryan Garcia got in the ring with Devin Haney. He dropped him over and over and over. So technically, if I wanted to be petty, I could say, hey, Ryan Garcia got more power than Tank. If he wouldn't have been drained, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody be saying, Ryan Garcia was so drained. See, when it comes to Ryan Garcia fight with Tank, everybody know about weight and everything now. They know how being drained is so effective. You see how everybody just automatically gets so smart and they know about being drained and everything now? But for some reason, when Devin Haney says Ryan Garcia didn't drain himself to make 140, them extra 3 pounds, but when those extra 3 pounds Ryan had to lose to fight Tank, now everybody all of a sudden know what's going on. And shout out to Dennis Asby. And all of a sudden, Tank know what's going on and everything. Oh man, what Tank, you know, he just wanted Ryan to be on weight because he didn't want him to cheat him and everything else. And we seen how Ryan was in the past, accused Ryan of being on PEDs, accused B-Hop of putting PED cream on Tank at the weigh-in. That was a big story that everybody believed without a drug test. Ain't nobody seen not one drug test. They said, well, you know, if Tank them said that it was some PED cream, it had to be true. And this before the fight even started. This happened on a Friday. By Friday night, everybody was talking about it. I'm like, bro, the fight tomorrow. Y'all talking about PED cream? Because they knew what time it was. They knew what time it was. But I'm glad that everybody gave Ryan Garcia that respect, because you know who happy that they gave Ryan Garcia that respect? Gatorade happy. Gatorade sitting back like, yep, that's why we picked Ryan Garcia. That's why we picked Ryan Garcia over Tank. You think Gatorade dropped him after all that stuff he did and replaced him with Tank? No, they didn't. So the industry really shows you who they really favor, who they like. They don't like Tank like that, man. Y'all, man, Tank lose tomorrow, they gonna rag Tank. Tank got a lot of backlash for going 12 rounds with Eastside Cruz. Ryan Garcia, and to be honest with you, Tank don't get no credit for beating Ryan Garcia. If y'all don't really understand that, he don't get no credit for beating Ryan Garcia. When they bring up the rematch from Ryan Garcia, they say, well, he was drained the last time. If he's on weight and he don't feel drained, he'll definitely be Tank. So they really don't give Tank credit for that fight at all. They give Ryan Garcia more credit than all three of those guys out of him, Devin, or Tank, even Shakur. That's manufactured, but you got a lot of puppets out here who fall for it. Y'all don't understand how this works right quick. People really going against the machine right now. Out of all the boxers we have in boxing, this guy right here he the first American boxer to land an endorsement deal with Gatorade. The first. Not Ali, not Andre Ward, not Roy Jones, not Mike Tyson, not Evander Holyfield, not Floyd. He's the first. So the joke is really on everybody. They'll find out soon, though. That's why a lot of people ain't really getting mad like that. Boxing really exposes everybody. It's gonna show your real side. You might get away with something now, but later on, you got to prove yourself over and over and over in boxing. The one thing I know is Devin Haney gonna prove himself over and over again. So everybody's saying, oh, he's just blaming on PEDs. He gonna prove himself over again. I done seen him shut out a Regis Prograis. And then Catterall struggled with Regis Prograis in the last fight. The same Regis Prograis. So I know the talent gonna show up. But is Ryan's gonna be able to show up? He got to back up everything he said. And he got a lot of pressure on him. So even when he does fight Devin Haney, he still got to go out there and fight other guys. Is he going to be able to back it up? And right now, this dude walking around at boots in his weight, still thinking about fighting 140s and 144s, and he can't even make 140. People got to realize that. The guy who made weight is being called a weight bully. The guy who didn't make weight is not being called anything. How do you come in overweight and you're not a weight bully? I don't understand that. Don't understand that. But they're going to find out soon, though. They're going to definitely find out soon. There's a lot of people that's running into that trap right now. They don't understand what's going on out here. They're hearing a lot of reports. I'm going to be honest with y'all, man. If y'all ain't seen, there's a lot of YouTube channels that's going to shut down. There's already a lot of guys that's shutting down, taking the back seat, going on vacation because they don't care about boxing. They don't care about telling y'all the truth about boxing. A lot of these dudes getting paid to talk about boxing. I'm talking about to cap. A lot of these dudes getting paid to cap. It happens all the time. Shoot, ESPN pay these guys to say certain things, allegedly. They paid Skip Bayless to talk about LeBron all day. As soon as Skip Bayless stopped talking about LeBron every day, they said, oh, we done with you. We paid you for that. As soon as you stop doing that LeBron news, we ain't got no use for you. We had you over here for LeBron. That Cowboy stuff, it was all right, but we had you over here for LeBron for real. But Once people don't want to hear that, nah, we done with you. So once people don't want to hear about Tank Davis news no more, these guys is useless. I see a lot of people trying to jump around now. Man, I believe Crawford gonna beat Canelo, man. I swear, man. Y'all doing that now because you see the writing on the wall. You notice ain't nobody start saying that Crawford gonna beat Canelo until the fight got made. Why y'all didn't say that a month ago, 2 months ago? Why is everybody making their predictions for Canelo versus Crawford now and saying that Crawford gonna win? Why you ain't say that last year? Why you ain't say it the year before? You a boxing expert though. You do this every day. You live this. Why you ain't make a prediction a year ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 3 days ago, 3 weeks ago? Y'all notice that? Everybody putting out their predictions now for Terence Crawford and Canelo cause these dudes is bluffing, man. They putting out narratives. Whatever gets you clicks and views, it's gonna work. But I'm here to show everybody you ain't got to clout chase. You ain't got to sit around here and go at YouTubers and put out fake boxing news. You ain't got to sit up here and attack certain boxers because you don't like them and you got something against them. Trust me. I know people look at my page and probably think, oh, he don't like Tank. He don't like, bro, I got some of the most truth. I was the first YouTube page to put Tank on pound for pound list. Trust me, I watch YouTube boxing. These dudes want to put Tank on pound for pound, and they talking about Tank every day. Or guys who they consider ducking Tank. I had a video in 2023 where I said Ryan Garcia in 2024 is gonna have a bigger fight than Canelo. Ain't nobody talking about Canelo next fight right now unless it's Crawford. The only reason they talking about Canelo right now is because of Crawford. Canelo's career is so flat right now. He got to talk about a fight that's 6 months away. I mean, 9 months away. When have we seen Canelo plan a fight 9 months early? And people will say, oh, it's just turkey on the sheet. Canelo dates ain't changed. Canelo dates ain't changed. He ain't got to make a fight for September right now because he ain't fighting in May against Crawford. That ain't going to happen. It's going to be a stretch, but it ain't going to happen. Not from what I've heard. You might get Haney versus Ryan Garcia in May. But Terence Crawford versus Canelo, nah. Canelo ain't even ready to make that move that early. But yeah, man, you gotta tell the real news these days. What they gonna do, man? Push the same narratives in 2025? You can't push these same narratives. Fans want to hear facts. See, a lot of these people, they probably got into boxing by hearing people talk about Ryan and who ducking and all that stuff. Yeah, that's good to get the fans interested in boxing and everything else. But we all human. We gonna want to get educated. We want to learn. We want to evolve. So the guys who just want to be favoritism, you know, push narratives for their favorite boxer, they can do that. But the fans who want to grow and actually learn about the sport and know what they're looking at, which is most fans, they're starting to realize that a lot of people are full of crap. A lot of them. They starting to realize a lot of these dudes is full of crap. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This real talk. It's a lot of old dudes on YouTube. And this is the most realest thing I'm gonna say, bro. It's for anybody. If you look at YouTube, it shows you how a lot of the guys that's like over 40 years old is full of crap in this world. We got a lot of people that's over 40 that stepped on a lot of guys to get to where they at. They lied on a lot of people, stole, cheat, probably even got some of these people taken off the earth with the way they move out here. If y'all notice, you see how all these rappers right now, what rappers right now beefing? We got rappers that's 50 years old right now beefing on YouTube, on sports podcasts. Rappers who got sports podcasts beefing with other rappers, other athletes. These ain't no young people online going back and forth like this. These are the OGs, the older guys that's doing this. They the problem. They the problem. They the problem. A lot of people turn online and look at the older people to see what they got going on. And all the older people be like, man, they just so focused on the young guys these days. Most of the big podcasts are older people. It's not young people who got millions of subscribers and millions of this and millions of that. It's usually the older guys, and they pushing crap. They pushing fake news all across the board, every industry. That's why everybody always getting exposed every day, because ain't nobody been telling the truth for the last 30, 40 years. Everybody acting like a secret has been told. Ain't no secret. You just been capping the whole time. It ain't no secret. You just telling the truth. They be like, oh, well, I got a secret to tell. That ain't no secret. You just telling the opposite of what you said before, which means you were capping the whole time and lying. That ain't no secret. That's cap. And that hurts your brand for real. They hurt your name. When people come here to my channel, they know, hey man, I might not like everything he's saying, but I ain't never heard that. Or, man, just different things. But you gonna learn something when you come over here, whether you like me or not. Bro, trust me, I done went out of this page, not even looking at other videos. I done looked at Fight Hype or something. I done seen people saying in the chat what I be saying. Like, dang, man, I ain't never heard that person. I ain't never seen that person before. Like, the one thing y'all gonna start hearing in 2025 is Canelo only knocked out one black guy. I'm the first person to say that. Another thing y'all starting to hear in the boxing news, a lot of people starting to compare Manny Pacquiao and Inoue. Not because they're Asian, but because they the same height and weight. They both started at under 110 pounds, 105, 108 pounds. People don't even know Inoue and Pacquiao are the same height. And they started at the same weight. And they like, I don't want to compare those two just because they're Asian. They started at the same weight. What are you talking about? They started at the same weight class. There's a lot of people running around right now thinking, shoot, I tried to get G to fight the 54s. I'm gonna be honest with you. When Triple G went and fought Kell Brook, I stopped being a fan, bro. I'm telling you. I'm not the best like person at breaking down fights. Like back then, especially like 10 years ago, I wasn't the best at breaking down fights, or I didn't know every fighter or didn't know what was going on. But when you go from 160 to 147, like I was telling people a long time ago, Triple G and Canelo, they both fought Kell Brook and Amir Khan at the same time. Guys that were smaller than them. And it took me years to find out why they did that. Do you know why they did that? Does anybody know why Triple G and Canelo fought 247s at the same time? Why they went down in weight and fought two 147s at the same time? Does anybody know? Because this is a huge secret that nobody talk about. Does anybody know why they went down and fought those two 147s? Anybody know? I'm just asking. You know why they did it? They didn't want the other 147s to get credit. Kell Brook was undefeated at that time. He had just beat, Sean Porter, I want to say? Yeah, I think he had just beat Sean Porter. They didn't want Earl Spence. See, by the time Earl Spence had fought Kell Brook, that was just after Triple G fought him. They didn't want Earl Spence to be the first person to beat Kell Brook. So by the time Earl Spence beat Kell Brook, you know what they said? Oh, man, he already had his eye broken by Triple G. Oh, he already had his eye broken by Triple G. When Crawford knocked out Amir Khan, oh, man, he already got knocked out by Canelo. So y'all don't know it, but they already be trying to tear down other fighters' careers without y'all even knowing it. Why would Canelo and Triple G fight Kell Brook instead of fighting Charlos around that time? Why would you not fight Charlos or Andre around that time? It doesn't make any sense. The man literally fought. They both fought 147s just so Terence Crawford and Errol Spence wouldn't get credit. That's why they pushed that fight back with Errol Spence and Terence Crawford so long. Because PBC is full of crap. And I don't respect how they move because of that move right there. Look at Benavidez. Benavidez is willing to fight everybody, but they go out of their way for Canelo. Just imagine if you had Benavidez on your team right now. Why are you going out of your way to pay Canelo when you got Benavidez? If I gave y'all a choice right now and I said, hey, you can get Canelo right now or you can have Benavidez for the rest of his career, who are you going to pick? If you want to make some money. People might say, what, Canelo make more money right now for the next 10 years. Who are you going to pick? Not the next a year and a half, 2 years. Because the way Canelo picking fights right now, he's scraping the bottom right now. He ain't got nothing left. He's scraping the pot at this point. He ain't got nothing left. Everybody like, man, I don't want to see Crawford. Who you want to see? These people don't even want to see nobody fight Canelo at this point right now. Because they know what time it is. But ever since then, answering your question, Truth, Triple G went out of his way to beat Kell Brook. So by the time that, what's his name? Because he could have fought Danny Jacobs or somebody around that time. But he went out his way and did that. So by the time Errol Spence got triple, you can look at the box rec, look at the resume, and say I'm not lying. See, I'm not lying. And Errol Spence got that victory. And they said, oh, well, his eye was already broken against Triple G, so it don't really matter. And I said, wow, they discredited Errol Spence already? But you had a lot of fans that do what they do with Tank Davis right now. They wanted to make it a black versus black thing because that's what they focus on. These dudes over here. I don't know why they raised like that, but that's what they own. So they say, well, Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying? They discredited Terence Crawford. He wasn't even in the division. Terence Crawford at 140. Well, he come to 140. He ain't going to be good enough. He ain't fought nobody. Who he fought? He fought Jeff Horn. He fought Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn ain't good. He trash. And then what Keith Thurman said, well, he ain't fought nobody. He at 147, he got to do something. He got to prove himself. Danny Garcia, same thing. And Sean Porter was in the background like, oh, okay, they can say what they want. They know what time it is. And who the only person that jumped in the ring with him? Keith Thurman ain't jumping in the ring. Danny Garcia ain't jumping in the ring. Who jumped in the ring? Sean Porter. Terence Crawford and Sean Porter are very good friends. So Sean Porter had to fight his very good friend as his last fight of his boxing career because everybody else ain't want to give Terence Crawford a chance. So without people like Sean Porter and Errol Spence, you wouldn't even know how good Terence Crawford is right now. And people want to talk about American boxing. Man, it's weak. How is it weak? How is it weak when these other countries ain't trying to give Terence Crawford the opportunity to, Australia did. That's why, y'all will find out soon, but these people in Australia, they'll fight anybody. That's why these other countries, you got to pick it up. Australia, they'll fight anybody, win or lose. They'll send their best, and they ain't got that many guys to work with, so they sending their top guys. Like this Leonidas off 300. They sending their best guys over there like, man, win or lose, we got to make it happen. But over here, you want to save guys for Canelo. And you want me or somebody like me to respect that. After I done seen Canelo beat the crap out of Amir Khan when he could have just fought Charlo back then. I mean, you made sure that Triple G got $100 million fighting Canelo. I mean, I'm pretty sure somebody would have wanted to see Charlo fight Canelo back then. I would have watched it. We watching it now. We watched it last, 14 months ago? 15, 16 months ago? We seen it then. Yeah, y'all gotta understand how these guys move though. You gotta understand how these guys move. So when fans say, "Nah, man, this fighter ain't did enough. He need to fight this guy. He need to fight this guy," I started looking at people funny. When guys was worried about who Devin Haney was gonna fight next and everything else, after they talking about he was finished and he done, he got exposed or whatever, I'm like, bro, y'all ain't never worried about who somebody gonna fight after a loss. As much as I'm seeing that, they did the same thing with Wilder. It's an American thing at this point. Ain't nobody worried about who Tim Tszyu fighting next. Ain't nobody worried about who Ryan Garcia was fighting next after he fought Tank. When nobody worried about who Teofimo was fighting next after he fought Kambosos. Ain't nobody worried about right now who Anthony Joshua gonna fight next right now. Ain't no pressure on him. So I see what time it is. But yeah, man, I just want to give y'all that live, man. This was for everybody. I know people be at work, so usually I want to do like an hour. But you know, I'm loyal to the people who subscribe, so I just give y'all whatever. But trust me, the news I'm gonna start doing over the next couple of weeks, which is the lives and about these fights coming up. I'm definitely gonna make sure everybody know what's going on. I ain't gonna sit around here and do videos like this, but I just gotta throw this out. This was a very important news. I put out like 10 different facts in this video that nobody said on any live stream on YouTube. That's a fact. Not saying that I watch everybody. I could just tell by how the subscribers and everybody who jumps in the chat, their responses and what they say. Like, oh, Shakur Stevenson, he had a 1-fight deal that he turned down. Bruh, Shakur Stevenson's trying to fight his homeboy that he was just backstage with recently. Terence Crawford just fought one of his good friends, Sean Porter. So quit trying to make it seem like we ain't the only country out here fighting our best friends and close friends that we were just backstage with. That's the thing I don't like right there. Like, put some respect on these dudes' name, man. Y'all trying to win a debate that bad? An argument? They want to slander these fighters that bad? You want to make up things? Maybe these guys got to get themselves prepared to fight each other. Maybe Tank got to get his mind right. He did say he had a list. So Tank ain't going, hey, he got a list. Why ain't nobody asked Tank what the list is? These dudes are so scared. Let me tell you something before I get off of here. Shout out to the female. I'm going to try to find out who her name is. Shout out to the female that asked Tank about Shakur Stevenson. Do y'all know it was a female? It was a black female that asked Tank Davis about why do people say that he's scared to fight Shakur Stevenson? Do y'all know it was a female reporter that said that whoever she is, shout out to her, because all the other men was just asking Tank to take his hat off and see his braids. Shout out to her, and they really had said that I ain't clout chasing. Shout out to her for asking the real questions at a press conference. I don't know why these other guys going to press conferences and they ain't asking real questions. Shout out to her for asking a real question, because you know why? They sat up there and post that video like they answered the question. Shout out to her, because she the one who asked him, hey, what about Shakur Stevenson? We done seen dudes do all kind of lives and everything, articles, and they go to the press conference, don't even ask this man about Shakur Stevenson. She asked him, and he gave the answer. And y'all seen what time it was. Anything, every time he hears Shakur Stevenson's name, he loses it. Not to say that it bothers him, but it makes him emotional. So he got some kind of connection to that, as far as it ain't the same as everybody else. You know, you say something about T.O., he'll be like, oh, I'll slap him. Oh, what about Ryan? Oh, we'll make that happen. What about Shakur? Oh, Shakur? What? How? He didn't do nothing. Keyshawn looking better than him. I'm like, oh, man, I'm glad he said that, though. I'm glad he said that, because when Keyshawn get a belt, I'm like, hey, man, fight Keyshawn. You said he looked better than Shakur in his last fight. He been looking better than Shakur, so, hey, go ahead and put that fight together, Tank. Go ahead, dog. I just need Tank to do what Canelo ain't doing. But Canelo ain't in the same position as Tank. And a lot of people don't know Tank like that. That's why they can't really speak on this. They looking at Tank fighting Shakur Stevenson like they ain't friends or something. So it's going to be a challenge for him, but ain't nobody putting pressure on him, though. They like, well, Shakur Ducky, you know, that one fight offer, he ain't called nobody. And he was supposed to call, and they ain't send the offer and everything. So, you know, after Lomachenko, how was anybody going to fight Tank when he already been trying to fight Lamont Roach for 2 years? The man been trying to fight Lamont Roach for 2 years. I ain't saying that Frank Martin is a tune-up, but I'm saying he wasn't going to get straight out of jail and fight Lamont Roach. He wasn't going to jail and then getting out and fight Lamont Roach, so he went with Frank Martin. So that makes sense why he didn't fight Lamont Roach months ago. Now, I understand that. But people got to understand, Lamont Roach and Tank been trying to fight each other for 2 years. That's why the Hector Garcia fight in D.C. never made sense to me. I was like, why is Hector Garcia fighting in D.C. and you got Gary Russell in the crowd? You got other guys. I'm like, you can't fight nobody from D.C. That would have been crazy. And in this fight, it still ain't good because Tank Davis, they fight in New York. I ain't gonna lie, I want to see this fight in Baltimore or D.C. I ain't even from there, but I done been to D.C. before. I definitely love the DMV, but at the same time, I feel like the fight should have been out there. So PBC dropped the ball on that again. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. But what I see, though, they wanted Lamont Roach to become a champion first. Possibly. I'm saying possibly. Because Hector Garcia was a champion after he beat Chris Colbert. So by the time Tank fought Hector Garcia, he'd only be a champion for, a couple of months? And then Lamont Roach ended up beating Hector Garcia. They gave him more motivation. Be like, hey, I can beat Lamont Roach. You know, he a champion. There'll be another champion on my resume. And then when you ask most fans, hey, why is Tank fighting Lamont Roach? Oh, because he's a champion. So that's an easy sell. So it all makes sense. But as Truth said, how would Lil G do against 154? I think, to be honest with you, I think everybody struggle against the 154s these days. Anybody who had 154 would struggle. If Terence Crawford go out there and beat Canelo, it's going to show you how strong 154 is and how good Madrimov is. One question that everybody ain't asking, if Crawford beats Canelo, how good is Madrimov? If Canelo go out there, if Crawford go out there and sleep Canelo, put him to sleep, knock him out, how good is Madrimov? That goes back to what everybody said recently about Madrimov last year. Oh man, how is Terence Crawford going that far with a guy with 10 fights or whatever? Crawford go out there and knock out Canelo, that dude Madrimov gonna be a problem. And I think and I know a lot of people ain't gonna like me saying this, I think Madrimov better than Triple G. Real talk. I have no reason not to like Triple G. I think Madrimov is better. Madrimov wants to smoke, man. He really does. He wants to smoke. His resume gonna end up being better automatically, just because of how he moving right now. But if he goes out there and, man, I'm telling you, a lot of people don't realize that. And that's how boxing works. Look at how Daniel Dubois was able to go 12 rounds with Big Baby. He went like 8 or 9 rounds with Hergovic, and he went out there first round and dropped Anthony Joshua. So it's all about styles. And another thing people ain't looking at is Crawford fighting Madrimov helped him prepare for Canelo. So him fighting Madrimov, he prepared for Canelo fighting that guy. But a lot of people ain't looking at that. Madrimov used to be at 168, man. 165. It's guys that's top 5 right now that Madrimov done already beat up before. Or he done beat. So people don't even know Madrimov is really like a guy who can fight at 168. And he has fought at 168. He's just able to make weight at 54. So he's like, let me fight at 54 then. I can make weight. Why not? So that's a lot of things that's going to, happen in 2025 that people going to be like, oh, man, if that happens, though, it's going to silence the world. It's gonna silence the world. It really is. But it's gonna be hard for guys to beat Majramov. I think a lot of guys that can give him a chance at losing is like Virgil Ortiz. He got a shot. Like Conwell. I mean, 54 deep, man. It's all 50-50 fights. I ain't gonna sit up here and, they all 50-50 fights. Anybody can beat anybody at 54. But I said last year that that was gonna be the top division. A lot of people didn't see it because Charlo had just became undisputed and nobody really looked at 54 as having a lot of options. But I told people Bakaram, Tim Tszyu, Fundora, Conwell, Lubin, Ramos, who else? I know Bakary. I know y'all might know him. He's like an African fighter or something. He's pretty good. I know Xander Zayed. It's a lot of guys, man. They want that smoke, man. Oh, no, man. I was just talking about Shakur Stevenson and Tank and a lot of different stuff. As far as what they was talking about earlier. I had really started this live talking about as far as Terence Crawford. I was talking about Tank, really. I started talking about Tank. And I'm trying to think because there was so much stuff I said, but I was just talking about Tank and the Shakur Stevenson thing when people said that Shakur was ducking and he wanted a one-fight deal. And shout out to PD and Truth in there. But I was just talking about the one-fight deal and everything that people been saying over the years about Shakur Stevenson ducking, and I was letting them know that that's outlandish because you got to realize Shakur Stevenson is one of the only boxers that's fighting guys he's close friends with. This was just 2 years ago when him and Tank Davis was backstage. And I was telling people earlier, if you would have asked Tank Davis, hey, is Shakur Stevenson ducking in this picture? He would have been like, nah, he ain't ducking. But you got to understand, though, for Shakur Stevenson just to go out of his lane and be like, hey, man. Yeah, you good. I was trying to remember it. And I was just like, yeah. Nah, but yeah, everybody know Tank gonna fight Roach. But I was telling people earlier that when people were saying, well, why Shakur and Lomachenko ain't just fight Tank? Bruh, Tank been trying to fight Roach for 2 years, bruh. He been trying to fight Lamont Roach for 2 years. 2 years. He ain't been trying to fight Shakur Stevens for 2 years. He ain't been trying to fight Loma for 2 years. He ain't been trying to fight Devin Haney for 2 years. He was trying to fight Ryan Garcia for 2 months and he made the fight. So people like, well, how is he going to set up a fight with Shakur? Yeah, Shakur fight Keyshawn, yeah. Shakur fight all his friends. That's what I was saying. These dudes is friends. Shakur is the only boxer I know that will fight his friends. People don't understand how much he loves boxing. He don't take this stuff personal. He a competitor. And Tank know how good Shakur Stevenson is. He knows Shakur ain't no bum. But he also knows Shakur ain't scared to call him out and be like, hey, I'll fight him. Let's make it happen. But what Tank gonna have trouble with is Keyshawn Davis finna get a belt too. And for Tank to go out and say Keyshawn Davis, he been looking better than Shakur Stevenson. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna use that against you. You shouldn't have said that, buddy. You definitely shouldn't have said that. As soon as Keyshawn win this fight, I'm gonna be like, yeah, what you was saying about fight Keyshawn looking better than Shakur Stevenson? I don't even want that fight no more. Go ahead and make that Keyshawn fight. But a lot of people, even what's his name? Even Terence Crawford said recently that Tank trying to make that Ryan Garcia fight, man. And I was talking about earlier the tweets that Tank was talking about as far as the making more money than Tank said he made $40 million for Frank Martin. Bruh, if the boxing world is paying $40 million for Tank to fight Frank Martin, bruh, something going on. I mean, something going on. They having some Diddy parties or something. Ain't no way this man got $40 million to fight Frank Martin. Ain't no way. And Bitterviv and Bibble just got $10 million to fight each other? Where is it at? Bitterviv and Bibble just made $10 million to fight each other. And Tank Davis like, yeah, I just made $40 million to fight you said what happened to the richest fight deal ever, more than Floyd, but he never fight. Is that, you know what's crazy, PD? I actually got low standards for him. I just want him to tell me about the list he had. When they was asking about the fighters on the list, he said, yeah, he on the list. I just want to hear about the list. I don't know why everything got to be a secret. I mean, we asked Canelo to talk about his list in the open. We're like, Canelo, who you fight next? And who you fight after that? Shoot, I knew who Canelo was going to fight. I knew he was going to fight Berlanga and Munguia a year and a half ago. So I just want Tank to sit up, hey, who you going to fight? All just calling out people and this guy ducking and all. Bro, who you want to fight? Who you going to fight? What's up? Tell us something. But I ain't heard Tank mention Lamont Roach over the years. I ain't heard Tank mention Frank Martin. I ain't hear him call Frank Martin out. I ain't hear him call out Hector Garcia. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people say, well, Shakur need to call him out. He need to send a deal to him. And I also had posted this up too, PD, where a lot of people were talking about Shakur and the deal and everything. I was telling people that, you know, Tank Davis, he was being messy. This is what really made me mad about Tank, bro. If anybody wants to know, I'm telling you now. This is what made me mad about Tank Davis. So I want to say a day or two before Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney was gonna fight, that Tank Davis coach came up, and also Tank Davis was going back and forth with Shakur talking, we gonna fight next. And I felt like it was a clout chase, and they were trying to basically take the tension away from Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. So Tank Davis coach has said Tank is fighting Shakur Stevenson next, then he moving up to 140 to fight Devin. So I remember that, and I was like, okay, well, he fighting at 140, then cool. Bet. He gonna move up to 140, all right. So he's not going for undisputed. Now, he don't say nothing about Lomachenko right here. Anybody see Lomachenko right here? Is Lomachenko name anywhere near here? This is Tank Davis's coach. We don't see no Lomachenko. And Tank Davis was, and people will say, well, that's Tank Davis' coach saying that. Tank Davis was online saying that him and Shakur was going to fight next. This is before he fought Frank Martin. This is before he fought Frank Martin. Before Tank fought Frank Martin, his coach and him came out and said that he fighting Shakur Stevenson next. They made a whole little thing about it. Shakur had made a video. Look, you remember when Shakur made that video talking about Tank want to fight or whatever? That was that whole day. Tank coach came out, yeah, Shakur next. Then we moving up to fight Devin at 140. Then Shakur Stevenson came out and said, respect to Coach Kenny, gotta appreciate the real in this game. He not bending nor folding. Cause so-and-so something. He truthfully believe in his fighter. He don't bring nonsense up. Listen to this. Because I had wrote this down earlier, PD. Yeah, I know. Nah, actually, PD, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm about to break this down for you. It's gonna make sense in a minute. Cause I forgot about this story. I had explained so much stuff on here earlier. I'm trying to give you a crash course right now. He said, he don't bring up nonsense that's irrelevant and try to trick the fans. I'm down whenever y'all make the call, OG. So Shakur was just going back and forth with Tank then, like, hey, y'all gonna make the fight? Let's do it. Like, what we talking about? So now, I don't know if you noticed, but I think a couple of months ago, and this is allegedly, but you remember some people from I don't know if it was the coach Kenny Ellis people or whatever, somebody associated with all them people, and it might have been somebody outside of it, but somebody. They came on there. I don't know if y'all remember, they was pointing guns or something at the camera. You know, basically trying to send him, like going at Shakur Stevenson. Because Shakur Stevenson started saying something about the coach, because the coach started making shots at Shakur Stevenson. Oh, yeah, he the Wizard of Oz. But he ain't getting what he want, though. He the Wizard of Oz. Really, he ain't the Wizard of Oz. He Dorothy. Nah, he ain't the Wizard of Oz. He Dorothy. I'm going to tell you why he Dorothy. Ryan Garcia the Wizard of Oz. And this the reason why right here. This the reason why right here. This the Wizard of Oz right here. This something that Tank Davis can't buy with them $40 million, $200 million, $300 million. They don't care about them knockouts. They don't care about them ticket sales. They don't care about them followers. They don't care about going viral. Gatorade said, you know what? We picking Ryan Garcia. And Ryan Garcia, all he did was knock out Luke Campbell. After all that hard work, the boxing world, the media and stuff, they'll go at Devin Haney and roast him and try to make everybody feel good about Tank. They don't care about Tank. I'm showing you they don't care about Tank. They don't care about Tank. The first American boxer to land an endorsement deal before Roy Jones, before Mike Tyson, before Floyd Mayweather. They even could have they even could have gave Ali a deal. He probably wasn't active. Sugar Ray ain't get one. No Tommy Hearns. No Larry Holmes. No Mike Tyson. Nobody. Not even Floyd. You would think Floyd would be a person that'll be on Gatorade. Nope. You know who they gonna get? Ryan Garcia after he knocked out Luke Campbell. So when everybody try to say, man, y'all be hating on Tank, man. Why y'all try to hate on Tank? Y'all just mad, man, cause so-and-so. Bruh, them folks don't respect Tank, bruh. They don't respect Tank out here in the media. Yeah, he still got that deal. Good question. That's the question I asked. See, you think the same way I did. How the hell does he still have that deal? Kyrie Irving ain't with Nike, but he still got the deal? And this is after he got a restraining order put on him? That he had to pay like $50,000 a month to get taken off? He out here getting pimped right now. That boy ex-wife out here reading she out here reading the Iceberg Slim book. That boy girlfriend got him out here like Iceberg Slim. $50,000 a month, something like that. We ain't even talking about child support. I think it's like $20,000. It's either $20,000 or $50,000. Exactly. He posted a picture of a movie, dog. They lost everything. Then Ryan talking about the elites is after me. So look, all you Tank fans that was sitting around repeating this crap when Ryan was talking about the elites is after him. Yeah, they after him, all right, so they can give him a Gatorade deal. That boy made a joke of y'all, dog. Ryan made a joke of all y'all. The only thing Tank did was make Ryan better. I mean, bigger. Bigger than what he was. Because nobody remembers Ryan Garcia quitting against Tank. I hope y'all know that. Nobody cares that Ryan Garcia got stopped by Tank. Nobody. They don't even remember it. They like, so what? Who cares? He beat Haney. That Tank stuff ain't that important. They like Tank beat Ryan Garcia. So what? Ryan Garcia beat Haney. That's how the fans look at it. They like, nobody cares, man. We don't care what Tank did against Ryan Garcia. So Tank ain't even getting credit for the Ryan Garcia thing. Tank fans have rolled so hard for Ryan Garcia the last 12 months. That Tank ain't even getting credit for Ryan Garcia. No, what y'all think that live was about yesterday? I just did a whole live yesterday explaining that to y'all. Don't nobody care that Tank Davis made Ryan Garcia quit, cause y'all don't care. Y'all don't understand how boxing works. It's a lot of boxers that did more than what Oscar De La Hoya did, but they ain't known like Oscar De La Hoya. So in 20 years, Ryan Garcia might be doing fights like Oscar De La Hoya doing, and Tank might be standing on the side like B-Hop. And y'all out here playing games talking about $40 million. Man, ain't nobody worrying about no $40 million and all that stuff, man. If he getting $40 million to fight Frank Martin, that's because they know that he deserves a Gatorade deal, and they give him some hush money. They're like, yeah, we know you deserve a Gatorade deal, but we do say you the face of boxing. We got a whole bunch of fans that go crazy every time somebody say something against you. But when it comes to Ryan Garcia, we like him better. That Luke Campbell fight, that was good enough. What you did against Leo Santa Cruz, that don't matter. Who cares? Leo Santa Cruz ain't even active no more. Neither is Luke Campbell, but, you know, we like Ryan better. So this goes to show y'all what they really think of St. Davis. While everybody worrying about Devin Haney, man, okay. Y'all just spent the whole year letting everybody forget about what happened to Ryan Garcia. Don't nobody, that's why Tank like, man, I need a rematch with Ryan. I need to remind people. Nah, they don't care, homie. Nah, they don't care. And Ryan Garcia, he don't seem like he in a rush to fight you anyways, to be honest with you. Ryan Garcia knows he's not going to get the credit for beating you like he is for Devin Haney. Or even fighting you. So right now, we can sit up here and say Tank is the best all we want to. The fans ain't treating him like he the best. That's why I said I feel sorry for him. No trolling. I feel sorry for him because he deserved a Gatorade deal. And people will say, well, he just got locked up. Ryan Garcia just got locked up. And he had a restraining order put on him. And the man just went on a racist tirade on every culture and ethnicity and religion. This man went off on everybody. I guess they like, well, he ain't talking about me then. Okay. Good. Good, Tank. Let's see how your fans gonna deal with this over the next couple of years. And guess what? I'm gonna tell you the worst part about this, PD. Tank wasn't even the second option. Teofimo was. And this is 2021. Ain't that a coincidence? The guys who doing all this clout chasing stuff right now, they the guys with all the endorsements. How you got a Gatorade deal, but you need a clout chase? I don't know, man. I might have to take back what I said about Tom Brady. Tom Brady ain't never had to do nothing like that to get no clout. Might have to take what I said back about Tom Brady. You say I don't trust Turkey? Yeah, I understand. I don't trust nobody in Boston, to be honest with you. I don't trust nobody in Boston. I don't think it's more so Turkey is the issue. It's still, I don't think Turkey is more so an issue than these other guys have been over the years. Like, you know, I understand some things they do, but some things I just don't understand. Especially when it comes to the media. Right now, Turkey giving more credit to the guys who never gotten credit before. So that's the only reason I give Turkey a little bit of leeway. Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I only give them a little bit more leeway because, you know, certain things has happened so far. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't trust nobody. I still gotta figure out what he's about. Still gotta figure out what he's about, but you know, he haven't gave me any reason to question a lot of stuff. You know, I question some things, but not really to the point where it's such a big deal about it. And then Terence Crawford was going off. I don't know if you seen this too, PD. Terence Crawford was going off on Tank today. Well, this was yesterday. He said, I see somebody mad they wasn't invited to the Ring Magazine Gala. I remember being left out. That's why when they let me in, I crashed the party. And then Tank had said something about he make more money than Terence Crawford. And I think that's cap. But he said Terence Crawford responded. And he said, first thing a dumb rich person say to another rich person is, I got more money than you. Terence Crawford said, I bet you I own more investments than you, and I don't owe $1 in taxes. He winked at Tank because he owed taxes, allegedly. I don't know what he didn't pay so far, but last time I checked, that's what happened. He said, you can't buy nothing I can't buy that I want, sir. And that's a fact. Let's see who money lasts the longest, smart guy. And he says, by the way, little guy, don't speak too soon because you definitely not making more than me. Fighting who? Who you been fighting? That's why you talking about fighting Ryan again. Oh, and guess who just did a live talking about all that stuff Terence Crawford was talking about Ryan, Tank fighting Ryan Garcia again. Oh, okay. So Crawford know what's up. So basically Crawford saying everything I've been saying on the lives. He tapped in. He know what time it is. He know why Tank talking about fighting Ryan. Everybody else don't. You said Bud ain't fighting Canelo for greatness, in my opinion. Bud don't need the money from Canelo. He don't need Canelo. Canelo need him. Terence Crawford don't need Canelo. I understand what you're saying, you know, but ain't nobody in boxing fight for greatness. That's what I'm saying. So for me, and I'm not going against you what you're saying, but I'm just saying this. Fighting Munguia ain't chasing greatness. Fighting Berlanga ain't chasing greatness. Fighting Ngannou ain't chasing greatness. I can keep going. A lot of these guys ain't fighting for greatness. Like if Terence Crawford ain't fighting for greatness, I don't know who is. A lot of these guys ain't fighting for greatness. Ain't none of these guys moving up in weight. Like I said earlier, Truth, and I'm gonna ask this question again. What other fighter in boxing do you know where fans have asked the fighter, please don't move up in weight, please don't move up, that's too much weight? And somebody said Roy Jones earlier, well, Slick Nick said Roy Jones earlier, which he is true. He said, no, somebody said Dane Dubois don't move up in weight. He had heavyweight. I'm talking about another weight class. I don't know. I'm talking about a weight class, not Dane Dubois. I'm talking about a weight class. I'm talking about a fighter moving up in a weight class. Ain't nobody asked Dane Dubois not to move up. He's already heavyweight. Yeah, the Warren Buffett student. Yeah, I know. I'm talking about name a fighter in history where fans asked to not move up in weight. We said Roy Jones, but I'm not talking about the fans of the fighter. I'm talking about fans of the other fighter that he's fighting. We have fans of Canelo that said that Canelo would destroy Crawford, but they're begging Crawford and everybody else to not make the fight happen. That's never happened before in history. Not with Roy Jones or nobody. Ain't nobody told Roy Jones, man, don't go out and fight Calzaghe. What you fighting Calzaghe for? We don't want to see you fight Calzaghe. You need to fight somebody else. Ain't nobody ever seen this before in history. So this is chasing greatness. We got fans that's so scared, they don't want to KO a little guy. Yeah, Tank. And what I said, PD, earlier was, and I'm glad you said that, PD. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. See, you be thinking like I think. So when I started this live, So when I started the live earlier, my first thing when I first started the live earlier, I know I've been on here a while, but it is what it is, man. I like to talk boxing. But when I started the live, I had somebody on here that was saying, well, Tank probably only walk around at 155. And my first question to him was, do Tank probably walk around at 155 or do he walk around at 155? Because dudes throwing their opinions out there, well, Tank probably walk around at 135. I said, if Tank, I mean, 155. I said, if Tank is walking around at 155, well, why is he? I said, if Tank, I'm glad you said that too, PD. I'm glad you said that too, because I'm gonna pick up on that in a minute. I said, if Tank walking around at 155, why is he celebrating that he weigh 140 right now? I said, why would he celebrate weighing 140 if he walk around at 155? Any boxer will tell you right now, if you see a dude who weigh the fight is 6 weeks away, and he's celebrating being 140. Think about that. That sounds like somebody who ain't never on weight for real. And you know when you smoke weed, your weight, your metabolism and everything, y'all know how it is when you smoke. So that could be helping him out. Maybe he doing a little more medicating and the weight starting to fluctuate. He ain't got to drink and all the other stuff. So that helps. Because the way he looked before, he looked like he was a drinker. So everybody was saying, well, you know, Terence Crawford too big. He too big. How is Terence Crawford too big when him and Tank Davis fought Gamboa? Terence Crawford and Tank Davis fought Gamboa. Gamboa ain't no big guy. And Tank fought Gamboa 5 years after Terence Crawford did. And Terence Crawford got Gamboa out of the 9th round. It took Tank to get Gamboa 12 rounds with one leg. That dude had an Achilles injury. That's literally like having one leg. The man couldn't move around the ring, couldn't run or nothing. They was giving Gamboa, man, hurry up and take your shoe up. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm like, what? This dude got a torn Achilles. Y'all making this and hurry up? Oh, man, no. Ain't nobody asked Mikey Garcia. You said what? What about Mikey Garcia? Mikey Garcia what? Ain't nobody asked Mike. Who was worried about Mikey Garcia fighting Spence at 47? We had Earl Spence fans saying that they didn't want to see Mikey Garcia fight at 147. It's never happened before, Truth. I've done the research already. It's never happened. It's never happened, dog. It's never happened, ever. Ain't no fans ever asked nobody not to move up and get knocked out. Nobody asked. The only time it's happened is me by myself when I said I don't want to see Triple G go knock out Kell Brook at 47. I said I don't want to see that. But everybody ain't like me though. Everybody was cool with that. Oh, Canelo doing it, Triple G? Yeah. Mikey Garcia went 12 rounds with Earl Spence. Mikey Garcia went from 135 to 147, bro. Mikey Garcia went from 135 to 147 in one fight and fought Earl Spence. And went 12 rounds. And Earl Spence was known as man down at that point. Earl Spence wasn't manning down anything after Mikey Garcia. My brothers was roasting me when I was talking about he ain't gonna knock out Mikey Garcia. I said, he ain't gonna knock out Mikey Garcia. Oh, man, you just hate, man. Who is Mikey Garcia? He ain't beat nobody. I said, bro, he ain't gonna knock him out, bro. I said, he ain't gonna stop him. And he didn't stop him. And guess what? Earl Spence still got credit for that fight. Mikey Garcia wasn't even known that much to even for people to be saying, nah. Earl Spence fans didn't know Mikey Garcia who he was, really. I'm telling you, Terence Crawford got these dudes shook out here, man. Terence Crawford got these dudes shook. And for anybody to think that Terence Crawford ain't as bad as Floyd Mayweather was never knocking guys out at 36, 37 years old in his life. And he wasn't moving up 2 or 3 weight classes doing it either. Knocking guys out. When Floyd got to 47, he was going 12 rounds. Terence Crawford is moving up in weight, knocking guys out at the same weights that Floyd did. And Floyd ain't never go to 168. People just scared because they ain't never seen Floyd do it. But nobody ever went to 168 like Terence Crawford gonna do it because they know what time it is. But you know what's crazy? I was saying that about Charlo, and everybody was okay with it. People begged Charlo to fight Canelo. Oh, people. You said he fighting Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson. You didn't hear what Steven Nelson said when he met Crawford. Crawford was knocking out dudes 6'3", 300 pounds, man. Steven Nelson said Crawford been sparring with him his whole career. He's a 168. Terence Crawford's sparring partner for the last 10 or 15 years is a 168. Who's finna fight Diego Pacheco, and who's undefeated at yeah. Who's undefeated at 168 right now? Yeah, that's the same thing they say about him. Shoot. It just goes to show that all these dudes is scared. Like, why? Manny Pacquiao did this. I ain't seen nobody complaining when Manny Pacquiao was moving up. Manny Pacquiao moved up from 105 to 154, and ain't nobody saying nothing. They like, well, you know, that man moved up from 100 pounds to all the way to 150. Manny Pacquiao moved up 50 pounds. I'm asking Canelo and Tank to do half of that, and they like, no, man. Tank only moved up 15 pounds his whole career. Jermell Charlo just did that in one fight. Canelo, you said, can Nelson imitate Truth? If you've been watching boxing as long as I have, dog, you done seen Canelo get worked, man. Canelo got worked by Lara. He got worked by Trout. He got worked by Jacobs a little bit. He done got worked by Floyd. He done got worked by Bivol. Canelo so worried about Crawford that he said, I seen Crawford last fight. He don't move that much. I feel like fighting him now. That's the most cowardly stuff I've ever heard in my life. This man said, oh, he's talking about super featherweight, the 130. Who you talking about? Who you talking about, PD? Super featherweight, the middleweight. Who did that? You talking about Crawford? I don't think he was at super featherweight, was he? Oh yeah, Marquez. Man, Marquez was a problem, man. They ain't got no dudes like Marquez no more. But Canelo still, we still have to realize this. Canelo just fought Munguia and was struggling, bro. Canelo was struggling against Munguia, the same Munguia who just got put to sleep. Canelo was struggling against Munguia. I think a lot of people need to go back and watch that Canelo fight and realize this ain't 2015. This ain't 2018. Canelo ain't looked the same since he been on the PEDs. I know he knocked out Kovalev, but that's all he did. To be honest with you, a lot of fans need to be questioning why he knocked out Kovalev, but he ain't knock out Charlo. You see what I'm saying? And if anybody think that Charlo, and you know what's crazy? If people wanted to find out, look, if people wanted to find out if Crawford was good enough to get in the ring with Canelo, they could have made Crawford fight Charlo. Charlo had just got through fighting Canelo. You could have easily went in there and said, hey, let's see if Crawford can go in there and stop Charlo. Hey, you know what's crazy, PD? He fought like 4 weeks after he fought Anthony Yard, when he fought Canelo. Then he said when he went to go weigh in that the scales was heavy. So he had to lose an extra couple of pounds just to, I think he had a rehydration clause. So he had to lose a couple of extra pounds for the second weigh-in, more than what he'll usually lose. So Canelo fought all these guys with rehydration clause. He tried to have Badu Jack come from 200 pounds to 170. That was another thing I was going to do a live on tonight. I was going to actually do that, but Canelo tried to have Badu Jack come from 200 pounds to 170. But he'll tell all the fans that Benavidez is too big. How the hell is Benavidez too big and you try to fight a guy at 200 pounds? He tried to fight two cruiserweights. He tried to fight a Bacoli brother. Y'all forgot when Canelo tried to fight Bacoli brother and then nobody know it was Bacoli brother? Didn't nobody even know who Bacoli was at that time. This man tried to fight Bacoli brother and nobody even knew who Bacoli was. I mean, that was Bacoli brother. At 200 pounds, Canelo tried to fight him. I think that was after the Kovalev fight. And he was weight drained around that time. Drunk, getting in legal trouble. He took that money because he needed that money for that. After that legal trouble, he needed that Canelo money. You said the weight is not a problem, bro. Like I'm trying to tell you. Steven Nelson just said this. The weight is not a problem. I never worry about weight in boxing. I never worry about weight in boxing, to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you this right now, Truth. I'm going to be real with you. Crawford might go out there and, let me tell you something. Crawford got a better chance of knocking out Canelo than Canelo got a chance of knocking him out. Canelo not being able to knock out Charlo, I don't give him no kind of chance to go out there and just knock out Crawford. No, I do not. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't. I do not. People gonna find out how good Madrimov is this year, though. Canelo ain't knocked out no American fighters except Caleb Plant and Kirkland. And the way Caleb Plant was fighting, Crawford ain't finna be around the ring dancing around. And did you hear what David Benavidez's brother said? You heard what David Benavidez's brother said about Crawford? See, Jose Benavidez Sr., he's saying, well, that fight a joke. He keeps saying, that fight a joke. That fight a joke. That fight's a joke, man. That fight's a joke. That fight a joke. Now, mind you, ain't Jose Benavidez the same guy that Crawford just stopped a couple of years ago at 147? Didn't y'all notice how Jose Benavidez Jr. hasn't been stopped since he fought Terence Crawford, and he's fought Danny Garcia, he's fought Charlo. Charlo couldn't knock him out, couldn't drop him. You think somebody would say that Charlo's too small for Canelo? Absolutely not. Do you know that a lot of fighters like Edgar Berlanga, who got in the ring with Canelo, says that Crawford can beat Canelo? Why do people that been in the ring with Canelo believe that that Crawford can beat Canelo more than the people who haven't been in the ring with Canelo? These are professional boxers that's asking this question. We have professionals that been in the ring with this guy. This ain't me just coming up like, yeah, he's my favorite. Bro, I've heard people count out Crawford plenty. They just counted out Crawford last year about Earl Spence. And I'm saying last year because it's barely, what, past 2025 already. So I know it's a majority of people that don't think Crawford that good and stuff like that. I don't think Canelo's that good for going the distance with Munguia. So if anybody can't understand that, then well, that's just it's a personal thing at this point. Everybody got a personal preference, which I understand that. But Canelo ain't knocked out but one black guy his whole career. He gonna have to show me. He got 60-some fights. He knocked out one black guy, and he ain't been fighting that many black guys lately. Then the last one he fought was at 154. He gotta show me, dog. He gonna have to show me. He gonna have to show me. For real, for real. He gonna have to show me. Canelo been looking lackluster lately. The way that French guy went out there and did Munguia, Canelo gotta show me. The way that John Ryder just retired, John Ryder went the distance with Canelo. He retired after that. And then guess what else? Let me tell you the worst part about it. Canelo went the distance with John Ryder, and then Munguia went out there and knocked him out. Munguia went out there and knocked him out. Then what did Benavidez say after the fight? Oh, that's the reason why he didn't want to fight me. Everybody like, what are you talking about? Munguia just got the knockout. They didn't see Munguia getting touched up like Benavidez did. I did. I seen Munguia get touched up against John Ryder. So y'all telling me that if Crawford would have gotten in the ring with John Ryder, he couldn't knock out John Ryder? That's what we saying? So Crawford can't knock out John Ryder. Crawford couldn't knock out Munguia. I told people last year, hey man, Canelo fighting Munguia, he ain't that good, man, to be fighting right now. Oh man, he 40-something, man. He just knocked out John Ryder. I mean, he a big name, why not? No, I was saying KO PD because I think he can put KO him. I think he could really go out there and KO him. Because you gotta think about it. The way Floyd and Bivol made Canelo helpless, and Canelo ain't really fought no guys who's technical fighters like that, who's slick fighters that's technical and really can get it done the way that Crawford can. The times he have fought those guys, he came up short. People forget that Canelo was getting outboxed by Billy Joe Saunders. They forget that he was getting outboxed by Caleb Plant. They forget that Munguia was outboxing Canelo before he got dropped. Canelo's got outboxed in most of the fights he's had recently. But people are thinking that, oh, well, he gonna get a knockout. Okay. You betting so you risking the whole fight on a knockout? And the man don't knock people out like that from America. If it was easy, man, Canelo would have been fighting guys like Charlo. He would have fought Charlo 4 years ago. The man brought the Charlos up 2 weight classes. He brought Charlo up 2 weight classes and couldn't get it done. And people were like, well, you know, Charlo, he wasn't doing that much. And that 11th and 10th round he was. After he got knocked down, Charlo did enough to survive. He was definitely throwing some shots at Canelo where Canelo was like, nah, I ain't going for that knockout. I done seen Crawford in the same position and he got the job done. And y'all forget, Crawford was trying to fight Canelo. He was trying to fight Charlo before Canelo got the fight with Charlo. And that's not the Charlo that Canelo wanted to fight. He wanted to fight the big Charlo. And Crawford wanted to fight the smaller Charlo. If that would have happened, he would have got knocked out, man. I'm just telling you for real. And you know what's funny? People forget that Earl Spence and Charlo used to go back and forth toe to toe. And people like, man, what the weight classes didn't matter though. The weight class didn't matter when Canelo was moving up. See, that's bias right there. When Canelo was moving up, nobody said anything about the weight being the issue when he went from 47 to 54. This man lost to Floyd Mayweather. Little small Floyd Mayweather. And they was okay with him going up to 168 and 175. Think about that. What man get outboxed by Floyd and say, you know what, I'm gonna move up 3 weight classes and go fight so and so. That's how I know that people know that Crawford is a threat. They don't want, Pacquiao went from 100 pounds to 150. Nobody had an issue with it. It's going to be easy for Terence Crawford to be the GOAT of this era. Easy. Even Canelo knows Crawford got more of a chance than everybody does. Canelo was like, Crawford is a great fighter. A very good fighter. He's amazing. Then a couple of months later, they said, hey, would you fight Crawford? He said, yeah, absolutely I would. No, he wasn't the only. He was the first. He was the first. He wasn't the only one. He's the first. He should be 3-time undisputed right now. But they ain't want him to fight Charlo, so they start stripping belts and everything. I'm gonna be honest with you though, undisputed don't really mean nothing to me no more. And I'm not being petty. I'm just being 100. Undisputed don't mean nothing because if you look at what's really going on in undisputed, they kind of just giving it away. Look at all the guys at 54 that Charlo didn't fight. He ain't fight Bakaram, he ain't fight Tim Tszyu. Both of them was his mandatories. Look at Benavidez, not Benavidez. Look at Canelo. He ain't fight Morrell or Benavidez. And I'm disappointed in everybody who's a David Morrell fan. Y'all sit around here and use all that energy the last 3 months talking about Benavidez ducking. But y'all don't want to sit around here and hold Canelo to the same standard. Y'all will let Canelo punk David Morrell, make him move all the way up to 175 after 10 fights. Cause y'all don't want to hold Canelo accountable. But y'all will hold Benavidez accountable like he Canelo. Is Canelo the face of boxing or is David Benavidez the face of boxing? Then the dumbest thing they say about Canelo is they'll say, well, Canelo going to 175, he was just challenging himself. So, that's how you know these people are biased. So Crawford can't go up and challenge himself? Canelo was trying to go to cruiserweight, 200 pounds, and nobody said anything? This is after losing to Bivol and after losing to Floyd. So he gonna do all that? The man tried to fight Badou Jack. Badou Jack was at Bridgerweight, 225. After Badou Jack was at Bridgerweight, the man said, hey man, I'm trying to fight you. Badou Jack like, bro, I weigh 225. Yeah, I'm trying to fight you though. Shoot, Canelo gonna be the only great fighter in this era if he the only one that can move up. Right now, he the only person that's getting credit for moving up. He said, who's the next after him? I think it was Inoue, then Carissa Shields. I think Carissa Shields might have been in there first. Or around there. I don't know the order. I think Inoue, then I think Usyk. It was in there somewhere. But they blocking, man. They could have had Charlo 54 undisputed. But they were dragging at 147, talking about Crawford been ducking all these years. So Crawford had to basically go over there and beg at PBC to make the fight happen. They dragged their feet to make that happen. He didn't get credit for that. He didn't get credit for being Spence. He didn't get credit for going from 135 to 147 and dominating all three of them divisions. Josh Taylor ain't want no smoke at 140. He would have got destroyed. So it really, I don't think people understand how good he is. Yeah, I want Crawford to fight Charlo, man. And people worried about Charlo and Crawford weight and everything. Yeah, you can find out how good Crawford is by fighting Charlo. He literally told Crawford, I don't know if y'all know it or not, but he told Charlo after he knocked Spitz down in the ring during the fight, he ran to the ropes and he said, "Suck my stick." Then he said the N-word and he pointed at Charlo and then he grabbed his nuts. And he said it again, laughing. He said, "Suck my stick, suck my stick. You next, you next." And then the dude standing next to Charlo said, "Hey, man, why did he say that to you? Y'all in the same division?" Charlo said, "No, man, we ain't even in the same division. I don't know what he talking about. Don't want no smoke." And his girlfriend was sitting there looking at him like, "Man, what the?" You just let this boy punk you in front of me. He just punked you in front of me. That's why these dudes be having female problems. They be doing all that huffing and puffing and can't blow no house down. He said that to Charlo. It's on video. So if you don't want to fight Crawford after that, I mean, it is what it is. Enjoy that Canelo payday. But nobody had a problem with Charlo going up getting a payday from Canelo, though. Nobody had a problem with Munguia going up getting a payday against Canelo. Nobody had because that's all it was. Nobody had a problem with Berlanga getting a payday against Canelo because that's all it was. People had so low expectations for those guys. They celebrated Berlanga going 12 rounds. They celebrated Berlanga going 12 rounds. So the fact that people think that Crawford actually thinks like that and they think, bro, we're going to find out who really know boxing this year, dog. I'm gonna let y'all know that right now. We're going to find out who know boxing this year. I ain't going to argue about no picks or nothing like that. I'm just saying, we're going to find out who know boxing. I know everybody agreeing on the same thing. Well, I think this guy, I heard people say the same thing about Pitbull and Rayo. They didn't give Rayo a chance. I heard the same thing. I heard people say the same thing about Tim Tszyu versus Fundora. Tim Tszyu, one of my favorite fighters. I picked Fundora to win that fight. I don't know if everybody know that or not. I picked Fundora. The day before the fight, I said, nah, I'm rolling with Fundora. Did a whole live stream. I did a whole live stream an hour before the Majamal versus Crawford fight started. I said, I'm going with Rayo. You had everybody on there talking about, man, I think Morrell gonna knock out Hot Rod. I said, no way. I said, if y'all going with that, then okay. Let's see. Morrell ain't getting no knockout that fight. Rayo got upset, and you know what everybody was asking me? Hey, man, why you go with Jared Anderson? Shit, I went with Jared Anderson because y'all said he gonna beat Wilder. That's why I went with Jared Anderson. Y'all been hyping him up. Shoot, I ain't been making no video talking about Jared Anderson he'll knock out Wilder and this guy and that guy. That's everybody else that was hyping him up. And it's gonna be another situation like this. But I just want everybody to know, Crawford ain't no Munguia. I hope everybody know that. He ain't no Jaime Munguia. Never. That dude, that Bruno guy, yeah, Crawford will put hands on him too. I think a lot of people thinking about weight, bro. You gotta understand though, these guys, when they walk around in their regular clothes and everything, these dudes ain't no super humongous guys. The only people that's really big like that is like Benavidez or somebody, but these guys ain't super huge. Like Canelo ain't no big guy. You see how small Canelo was next to Ryan Garcia? Ain't nobody seen that? Canelo was small next to Ryan Garcia. Canelo not a big guy, man. A lot of people making it seem like Canelo's a super big guy. Canelo is small. Matter of fact, let me pull up little 154 Charlo and show y'all how big Canelo really is. And if you look at Errol Spence, when he's walking around, Errol Spence the same size as Charlo, man. Errol Spence the same size as Charlo walking around. People keep talking about size. Canelo ain't that big. I don't know why people think Canelo's 6 foot. Once he ain't no Berlanga. And even Berlanga knows, yeah, Crawford will give him that work. Berlanga said this. Dimitri Bivol says he'll give him that work. Arthur Bitterville think he'll give him that work. They asked Arthur Bitterville, they asked Alexander Usyk. They said, who the number 1 fighter in the world? Right now, pound for pound. Usyk said Crawford. Bitterville, Crawford. Lomachenko, Crawford. What do they all have in common? They ain't from America and they all technical fighters. They know what time it is. I know people love Canelo and everything else, and he's a favorite in situations. He don't get knockouts though. And he ain't finna outbox nobody. So the fact that he ain't getting knockouts no more, which I don't know who expect him to go in there and outbox Crawford for 12 rounds. He said, what's up? I didn't know. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, absolutely. Bro, it's getting real out here. You see the thing? Bro, it's getting real out here, Peter. It's getting real. When I say it's getting real, it's getting real. They're hoping that Crawford, they think that Crawford's going to, man, when they going to bet on Crawford. They think they going to bet on Crawford. I'll just say that. And I'm going to tell y'all to be real with you. I'm a real one. I ain't going to look at Canelo no different he lose. I ain't no sucker like that. I ain't going to look at him no different if he lose. I ain't no sucker like that. I ain't going to look at him no different if he lose. No different. At all. He's still going to be a top fighter, all-time great. No disrespect to him. But to make it seem like he just abnormal or he different than everybody, nah, he ain't doing what Crawford did. Crawford knocks out everybody he gets in the ring with. To the point where he went the distance with Madrimov and everybody like, oh man, why he go the distance? Canelo went the distance with Triple G 3 times. I don't know why Canelo's sitting here knocking out Kovalev, but he couldn't drop Triple G in an hour and a half. He fought Triple G for 90 minutes and couldn't get not one knockdown. He didn't get he didn't even get what Usyk did at Fury in the 9th round. So we didn't get none of that. So his power is not what people think it is. If you look at Canelo, all the fights he had in America, from the time he got to America to now, he got like 40% knockout rate. And most of the guys he knocked out ain't from America. Like 99% of the guys he knocked out ain't from America. You said it's not gonna do his brand any good. Yeah, but it ain't do Floyd brand any good by fighting Canelo. To be honest, I don't think it did Canelo brand any good by fighting Triple G. Triple G got more out of fighting Canelo than Canelo did. The only thing Canelo did was fight the guys that people wanted to see him fight before he even fought Triple G. He still went after that and fought Charlo like everybody wanted him to. So him fighting Triple G didn't really do nothing for him. If you really look at it, Triple G got $100 million and he ain't put in the work that I'm just talking about me personally, I ain't like it. I know how everybody did like it. I ain't gonna care to you, PD. I ain't like it though. After him and I was telling people earlier that around that time, I don't know if you remember it or not, but Earl Spence had just hit the scene with Keith Thurman. And a lot of people don't know it, but Keith Thurman and what I was gonna say, Earl Spence was supposed to fight Kell Brook first. Kell Brook was undefeated. He had beat Sean Porter. Triple G was such a weight bully that people won't talk about. He went down 2 weight classes, like everybody don't want Canelo to do. He went down 2 weight classes, the same thing they don't want Canelo to do with Crawford, and fought Kell Brook. So, if anything, people are sitting around here criticizing Crawford for something they let Canelo and Triple G do. They let these guys go down 2 weight classes to fight Kell Brook and these other guys or whatever they was doing. I know Triple G did. And he didn't get criticized at all. He should have never been in the ring with Kell Brook. Triple G was known as a machine around that time. And the fact that people sitting around saying, well, Crawford, I don't believe that he got a chance against Canelo, but I believe that Kell Brook had a chance against Triple G. Man, please. Just tell me you don't want Crawford to win. That's it. I understand. But that's why I be going in on dudes' resumes, because people co-sign that stuff, then they want to contradict themselves. Kell Brook went up 2 weight classes when he never should have. 147 had Keith Thurman. It had Terence Crawford wasn't there yet. I think he was about to get there, almost there. He might have been there. I don't know. It's like borderline. And then we had Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia. You know, all those guys at 147. Yeah, but he gonna have to take the shot though. He gotta do what Floyd did. He ain't fighting Benavidez. He ain't fighting Benavidez. He ain't fighting Morrell. We got guys who's fans of Morrell that won't even hold Canelo accountable. They sit around here saying Benavidez is ducking Morrell. I already exposed that. People talking about, man, why Crawford fought a guy with 10 fights? But then they begging Benavidez to fight a guy with 10 fights. Oh, so he fought him at middleweight. I didn't know that. Damn, you telling me something? I wasn't even paying attention to that. He fought him at middleweight. I thought it was 54. It wasn't 54. It wasn't 54, PD? Damn. It wasn't 54. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I was scared for Khan life. Cause then Amir Khan had Virgil Hunter around that time. I was scared for Amir Khan life, man. I was scared for his life. Even though Kell Brook got like the worst of it from Triple G. He got the worst of it. Kell Brook did. But I think the Canelo fight was a little more competitive with Khan. But nah, he don't need to retire. Canelo gonna be good, bro. I'm telling you. Canelo go out there and fight Crawford, he lose. It ain't gonna do nothing but solidify that Canelo been fighting the best. That's what people don't realize. We don't need Canelo to we don't need to find out if Canelo is the greatest of all time and all the other stuff. Like Oscar De La Hoya went out here and did the same type of things. Oscar De La Hoya went and fought B-Hop. And him and B-Hop was like 20 pounds difference. Shoot. To be honest with y'all, B-Hop was at 175. And Oscar was like a little 147 or something, 140. And they end up fighting each other. But B-Hop started his career at 75. And he ended up fighting Amir Khan. I mean, not Amir Khan, I'm tripping. He ended up fighting Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins ended up fighting Oscar De La Hoya. And that's the same Oscar De La Hoya that fought Floyd. You gotta think about that. So a guy like Canelo, he's smart, bro. He know the game. Canelo sat back and said, you know what? Oscar did fight B-Hop, and I did do this against Floyd. Y'all gotta think about it. Canelo went out there and lost almost every round to Floyd, and he still went to 175 and dominated. Nobody was predicting that. I knew he could do that, but a lot of fans that don't believe in moving up, they don't know that. Canelo went out there and lost every round to Floyd and still went up to 175. The man went up 28 pounds, almost 30 pounds. After losing almost every round to Floyd. That means Crawford could have lost almost every round to Floyd, but he would have never got the opportunity to move up to 175 because they weren't investing in him like that. They so invested in Canelo that even after losing all those rounds to Floyd, they'll say, well, he was young. Bro, he was a year younger than Devin Haney was when he fought Lomachenko. Let's stop it. Oh, yeah. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When I look at him fight, I be thinking about that. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about that the last time I seen him fight. I think it might have been like, might have been a B-Hop fight. I don't know who it was. Trying to think of who it was. It wasn't Floyd. Man, I watched Floyd so much growing up. I barely even watch Floyd these days. I think I've only watched Floyd and Canelo probably one more time because I only watched it like one time. Usually when I watch a fight live, I don't watch it no more. Unless it's like that Virgil Ortiz the Vulture. You know, I really didn't know who won that fight. I wasn't gonna cap. You know who Oscar De La Hoya trying to fight right now? Hey, PD, I'm gonna go ahead and do the story on that since you said that. But you know who trying to fight Oscar De La Hoya right now? Trinidad want to fight Oscar De La Hoya right now. Nah, I just wanted to see what Canelo, what the good things he did. The good things he did. The one thing about Canelo, like the little knockout stuff, it'll be hard to do that because Canelo knows how to roll those punches. He knows how to survive. He don't take those punches flush like Munguia does. Munguia just take the whole punch. Yeah, he ain't do nothing in that fight. I ain't gonna lie. I can't watch it again though. I ain't gonna lie. It was so boring by the time I got to the 9th round. I'm like, dang, man. Canelo ain't did nothing. But when and shout out to my dog Truth. Ain't nothing against him. I'm just throwing that out there like, and these is all facts. This ain't my opinion. Canelo lost almost every round to Floyd and still was able to go to 175. And people want to be like, well, Crawford, he looked funny style against Madrimov. I don't know. Well, why did y'all let Canelo go up to 168 then? He ain't look good against Floyd. Why y'all believe in him? And I seen that fight live. And I said before the fight, why do y'all got this kid fighting Floyd? This dude ain't no Maidana or nothing like that. Why is he fighting? I said, out of all the guys we got right now, y'all gonna throw him out there? Yeah, Pacquiao and Marquez, man. I love watching Pacquiao, but we ain't gonna have no more Pacquiaos though. These dudes ain't getting it done like that. We ain't gonna have no more Pacquiaos. They ain't getting it done like that. I was trying to tell people about that with Tank earlier. I'm like, bro, Tank ain't getting it done like Pacquiao was. I know people said, well, Pacquiao was on the juice. So was Ryan Garcia. Like I said, they ain't get it done like Pacquiao. See, that See, I'm gonna tell you something else, PD. They can't bring that up no more. Oh, well, Pacquiao was on the PEDs. Ryan Garcia was on the PEDs. And that don't mean nothing to y'all. And from what I heard, that's only for weight loss. That's only for cutting weight and losing weight. So I don't know why Pacquiao would have to lose weight when he moved up from 108 or 105. I keep saying 108, but it's really 105. I don't know why Pacquiao would have to lose weight coming up from 105. So if PEDs is for losing weight, then Manny Pacquiao should be 50 pounds right now. That's how you know these people be capping, dog. These dudes really be capping. I done seen dudes their whole life run around and say, man, Floyd don't need to fight Pacquiao. He on steroids. Why would Floyd fight him? He on steroids, man. Steroids got Pacquiao knocking all them guys out right now. That's how you know these boxing fans is liars. And you know that too, PD. PD, when Floyd was thinking about fighting Pacquiao, what all these dudes were saying? Nah, man, Manny Pacquiao, he need to take the drug test because he on steroid, man. Don't nobody trust that. You seen the way he was beating up on Mosley and them? When he beat up Cotto, everybody started questioning everything. I'm like, what? Y'all so weak? Y'all are weak. I'm like, y'all doing that now? That's weak. That's a weak move, man. That's a weak move. If I was worried about anything, if I'm worried about anything from Crawford, I need to be worried about him fighting a guy who used to be on PEDs. And that's real talk. I don't know what boundary, I don't know how far Canelo would go to win this fight. And he ain't nobody that should be trusted. But that shows you how much leeway some of these guys get. He ain't bigger than Charlo right here. This man ain't bigger than Charlo, y'all. Canelo ain't no super big guy. The man that been in the gym, let me see a picture of Teofimo and Canelo to show y'all how big Canelo really is. I think this is the best one I can find, man, but this ain't a good one. That's the best one I can find, but this ain't good. I think Teofimo was at 135 around this time. Yeah, it had to be. He was like 135. Canelo, he don't even got a beard in this picture. He been rocking a beard for like the last 3 or 4 years. This was after what fight this was after? Yeah, this era of boxing ain't nobody gonna be great if it's only a certain fighters that can move up and be great. See if I can get this picture real quick. I can't get this picture. Yeah, but y'all understand what I'm saying, man. These guys is big enough. They know what time it is. Everybody trying to make it seem like Canelo is just great white and everything. Hey, man, this dude ain't knocked out Charlo. We good. I trust Crawford to go in there and box better than Charlo. So anytime somebody say something about size or dude, I trust Crawford to go in there and do the same thing that Charlo did, at least. Now people say, well, there ain't a win. Hey, man, Triple G ain't win every fight. I ain't see Triple G. Why Crawford can't go in there and do what Triple G did? What's the big deal with that? I don't understand that. Why Crawford can't go in there and do what Triple G did? And people celebrate what Triple G did against Canelo. He can't go in there and do the same thing? Come on now. That's double standards. That ain't high standards. That's double standards. So you don't think Crawford going up from 135 to 168 and him doing the same thing as Munguia, Triple G, Berlanga. I just seen how y'all celebrated Berlanga. Everybody talking about they can't wait for Berlanga to get back in the ring. So how bad was Canelo getting his butt whooped the last fight? So that means y'all noticed that Berlanga was putting hands all over Canelo. That's what that let me know right there. And then Munguia even said, man, I fought better than Berlanga did. You did. And for you to get knocked out the way you did, Canelo's, if Majramov would have got knocked out against that French guy, they would have said, man, Crawford just fought a bum. Am I capping? Exactly, PD. I'm glad you said that too. Because I had to explain to everybody, because you was here, PD was here all last year. So this is my dog. PD knows when I was talking about Mike Tyson and Jake Paul before anybody. A lot of people didn't even know that fight was going to happen. I told PD, because we started talking about Tyson for some reason. And we was talking about Jake Paul for some reason. I told him, I said, hey man, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson sell more than anybody right now. I said, if Mike Tyson was to come back, he'll sell more than anybody. And PD, I was saying earlier, you remember when Tank, after the fight, when Tank was like, man, Jake Paul went out there and did all that to Mike Tyson, I want to fight Jake Paul. Bruh, the casual fans, bruh, who went to go see Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, they didn't even care that Tank was on there threatening Jake Paul. They like, man, who cares? Like the casuals didn't even pay Tank attention. Y'all gotta understand that. When y'all think these boxers are really popular like that, nobody was even thinking about Tank Davis after that fight. They like, bro, he just talking again. Nobody said, yeah, he should fight Jake Paul next. They knew that wasn't gonna happen. So the casuals even know that Tank was capping. Well, not capping, but they weren't taking him serious. That's why I said this era that we in right now, Canelo ain't got no choice but to fight Crawford. Everybody acting like I wanted Canelo to duck Morrell and Benavidez. That's the reason why this Crawford fight is even an option right now. This man made two of the best fighters of this generation move up a whole weight class because he don't feel like it. That's like a girl make you sleep on the couch because she don't feel like having sex. Come on, man. Let's be real. I'm moving out if I got to get up and do all that. Or somebody getting cheated on something. You ain't finna make me go through all this. I'm paying the bills. Man, what? Come on. Most watched fight. And I'm gonna tell you something else too, PD. I'm glad you brought that up because I don't know how PD keep bringing up stuff I said earlier. And he wasn't here. But when Tank Davis said he got $40 million, what's up, Warlock Boston? Tank Davis said he got $40 million to shout out to Warlock Boston, man. Tank Davis said he got $40 million to fight Frank Martin. But I told everybody, hey, Mike Tyson got 1.5 against Roy Jones. He sold 1.5 against Roy Jones Jr. with no crowd. Then he had a higher gate than Tank when he fought Jake Paul. And he only got $20 million. $20 million. The man only got $20 million. He sold 1.5 million pay-per-views on his own with no crowd. And he only got $20 million for fighting Jake Paul. Y'all got to think about that. So when people say, man, this fighter's selling that much, he only had 1.5 million pay-per-view sales. And he only got $20 million for the Netflix fight. So when Tank says, hey, I made $40 million for Frank Martin. Tank, no disrespect, bro. That Frank Martin fight wasn't bigger than the Tyson fight, bro. Do y'all realize I didn't even know Mike Tyson was naked or nothing like that? I didn't know they showed Mike Tyson in his drawers or in his underwear or his butt was out, whatever it was. I didn't know that until like December. The fight was in November. I didn't even know until Christmas time they had Mike Tyson in his drawers on TV. That's how big the fight was. I didn't even know what happened. Like, everybody else was talking about a whole bunch of other things by then, but I didn't even know that happened. Not that I was looking for it, but I didn't know it happened. Everybody was like, that went viral or whatever. I'm like, what? I'm like, that went viral? When did that happen? They like during the fight. It must have been when my TV glitched or something, because I ain't see it. I must have been looking away. But that just shows you how big the fight was, though. It was a huge event. So if PBC, and I asked somebody earlier who was a Tank fan, I said, who would you rather see Tank fight? Lamont Roach or Frank Martin for $40 million? Or would you rather see Charlo and Crawford and each of those guys get $20 million apiece? Because I think that was like the similar thing that happened with Crawford versus Spence. It was like $20 million apiece, $25 million apiece. And they was like, I'd rather see Charlo and Bud. I'm like, exactly, bro. Fan, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Troy earlier. Yo, me and Troy was having a good conversation. But Troy was talking about, I'd rather see Bud. And he a Tank fan. He said, I'd rather see Bud and Charlo. I'm like, bro, that's why PBC, if Tank is really getting paid $40 million for Frank Martin, PBC is going to fall, bro. Because I'm going to tell you why. Where is it at? It's up here somewhere. Bitter Viv and Viva only made $10 million, and that's with Turkey Al Sheik. $10 million with Turkey Al Sheik. $10 million with Turkey Al Sheik. And those guys are top 5 pound for pound. They only got $10 million. That means Francis Ngannou got more than both of those guys combined. $10 million. Francis Ngannou made both of those guys combined. And everybody like, yeah, man, Tank, you need to go work with Turkey Al Sheik. If he getting $40 million, no, he don't. No, you don't. If you getting $40 million to fight Frank Martin, no, you don't. But I think it's capped, though. Ain't no way Mike Tyson getting $20 million. Bro, y'all got to understand what Mike Tyson is. Mike Tyson had video games named after him. Mike Tyson Punch-Out and everything. Mike Tyson had video games on Super Nintendo, 64, PlayStation, Xbox. This man had been on, and people will say, well, those just video games. Bro, that's how popular the man was. Y'all got to understand that. That's how popular the man was. And for Tank and all these other fighters to have internet and social media and not to be able to hit that threshold that Mike Tyson is on as far as how popular they are, that's bad. That's not a good look. If Mike Tyson grew up in this era, he'll be the biggest thing ever. And Mike Tyson would have been like, man, I ain't fighting no Holyfield or no Lennox Lewis. What you talking about? I'm only 225. I ain't fighting these guys. I know Holyfield is a cruiserweight, but shoot, he tall. I ain't fighting him. The same way Benavidez sitting in Canelo weight class, and he like, nope. The same way Morrell sitting there, he like, no. I don't care if you are mandatory. No, no, no. And he's still able to keep them belts and become mandatory or whatever, and they want him to become 2-time undisputed. That's sad, man. It's like they building champions. And I can't overlook that. Yeah, you took the whole budget. Bro, we could have paid everybody. Well, we could have paid everybody. Man, PD, we would have had $40 million. Man, please. Y'all will see. Shoot, me and PD had $40 million. Y'all will see a fight card better than Turkey Al Sheik. And PD will tell you that personally. Y'all will see a fight card better than Turkey Al Sheik. I tell you that. 40 million? Okay. See what I do with it. See what I do with that 40 million. Some of the best fights y'all done seen last year, then guys was only getting paid 1 million, 2 million. Rayo them ain't get that much. Tank got 1 million versus Esau Cruz. So all I do is pay the next tank or somebody close to him. Yeah, for that recovery, put a little fire to the side, spread it out. But man, if Tank getting $40 million, he need to stay exactly where he is. Exactly. But I don't think he making 40 though. I think it's cap. Because if he was making $40 million, trust me, if Tank Davis was making $40 million a fight, that's more than what Canelo is getting. And Canelo is technically taking tougher challenges, I guess. Munguia, Berlanga, Roach, Frank Martin. I feel like it's the same level, but bigger names, I guess. More notable names. That's the only advantage. So if he getting 40 and Canelo getting 30, that don't sound right. And Canelo doing a bigger gate. I don't think the gate that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul did broke the gate that Canelo did. Nah, he ain't on Canelo. Nobody's on Canelo level. That's why I'm saying Canelo's at such a high level right now, bro. You ain't got to do nothing. Canelo got to understand we give him a pass for not really fighting people like that. Like, I'm not on his back about fighting Morrell because I'm sitting here looking like, okay, well, you know, I wouldn't really force no guys to fight somebody with 10 fights. I ain't going to force them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to really force them because I haven't seen Morrell in the ring that much. But these other guys is like, Benavidez got to fight him. Bro, that ain't Benavidez mandatory, though. My only thing is, like, why are people so scared to sign that Timmy like 3 crowns? Yeah, man. What? That little $200 million? What he had with Oscar? Man, Oscar was getting a dude paid, man. That little DAZN deal he got? Man. Then I think Triple G had got $100 million going over there. They was throwing that cash around. Then Mikey Garcia and Vargas. You remember when Vargas and Mikey Garcia fought? Eddie Hearn gave him like $7 million or something like that. He didn't know what he was doing. Mikey Garcia was like $7 million. Oh yeah. That was after the Earl Spence fight. He like, oh yeah, I'll take this. That's what Mikey Garcia was like, hey, maybe I need to go over there with DAZN or something. And right after that, he fought on DAZN again. That's when he fought Sandor Martin or whatever. I think that fight was on DAZN. But yeah, they know what time it is, man, as far as the money and everything. And I understand what everybody's saying as far as the size with Crawford and everything. I understand all that. I understand what people saying as far as the money. And it looks like a money grab or whatever. I understand that. Because ain't nobody else doing it. I understand that. We don't know how good he is yet. I understand that. That's part of the problem is because guys like Charlo ain't got in the ring with him. If Charlo would have fought Crawford at 154 like he's supposed to, we would have knew how good Crawford is right now. But we don't know because he ain't getting challenged. But I think people forgetting how good Earl Spence was or how good he is. I think a lot of people forgetting that because Earl Spence has been sparring with guys like Charlo for a while. Training with them same guys. And he's around the same size as these guys. If you ever seen them at a fight, those are some big guys. They're not small. Earl Spence is not a small guy. I'm actually impressed by how Earl Spence is able to get up in weight and then get down in weight. I think that's the most impressive thing to me about him. But y'all gotta think about it though. The size thing, it ain't really a big deal to me, man, because I seen how big Charlo is next to Canelo. Let me see, let me fix this picture. But if you just look at the size, I don't think people understood the size yet. If you just look at the size right here, look at Spence and Charlo. As far as the size difference. Ain't no difference. That's what I don't understand. And people, I don't think people looked into this a lot. Ain't no real big difference between Earl Spence and Charlo. It's not a big difference, man. Everybody knows this. So when you see Charlo standing next to Canelo, he's not that big. Well, Canelo's not that big as far as the difference. Then you understand, okay, Crawford put on a couple of pounds of muscle, he good. And you know what, another thing too, people don't realize, people don't understand how big Majumov is. A lot of people don't understand how big Majumov is. This dude is huge. Bro, Majumov is huge, man. I ain't gonna lie, I wish I had a picture of Majumov standing next to Triple G or something. He ain't got no picture with Golovkin or something? Oh, he do. Yes, sir. And this is how we do it. This is how we do it. Slightly shorter. Them boys do look like each other. That's crazy. I'm not surprised. I knew it. He said what? He said we should have known from that weight. Yeah, I knew it. I'm gonna tell you when I knew that he was gonna try to go the distance and not go for try to win the fight. I think it was like a Tuesday during that week of the fight. Charlo was like, man, if it don't work out, I'm gonna just go back to 154 and figure it out at 154. You know, so I might think about 160. I don't know. Depends on how the fight go. And I was like, yeah, he might go to 160 after this fight or something like that. He said, if I do good at this fight, I'll just stay at 168. I was like, I don't know about that. But when he was like, but if it don't work out, you know, it is what it is. I said, oh, nah, he gonna lose. I said, he gonna lose. I said, he going in there just to go 12 rounds. And as soon as he said that, I want to say a day or two later, Oscar was like, nah, from what I'm seeing and hearing from Charlo, I had Charlo winning, but I think Canelo gonna take it. And Oscar said at the same time I said it, I was like, man, he finna lose. Yeah, from that posture he had, bro, you already tell. When Canelo was throwing up the two hands like that, I said, Charlo is done. I said, he's cooked. If y'all notice, Canelo ain't never that happy at the weigh-in. He seen something that in Charlo's eyes where he was like, yeah, he ain't ready. And then he do his little shout, Cabrones, Viva la America. And that's when Charlo like, yeah, man, what I'm gonna do with that money when I get it? Look at Derrick James talking to him. Derrick James already knew. I ain't trying to go in on Charlo, I promise. You know, I ain't trying to go in on him. You say, I want to see the dude. So what I'm hearing right now, PD, is what I'm hearing right now, this is the one reason I want the Crawford and this is the one reason I want to see the Crawford and Canelo fight. If Crawford and Canelo gets made, we got like a 90% chance you might see Charlo versus Baccarat. Depends on what happens. But I can almost guarantee that it's gonna be a 154 from PBC that Baccarat gonna fight. But I don't know. Right now I got Charlo as a guy that's right now it's Charlo. Right now I have Charlo at 154 fighting Baccarat. It's gonna be the same situation what Badu Jack has with Zerdo Ramirez and Jal Patel right now. So Charlo the champion in recess right now, and Baccarat I think is in May or April or something like that. He's supposed to get in contact with PBC, figure out what the situation is gonna be, and they gonna see what options they want at 154. I mean, by that time, Earl Spence and Fandora possibly can fight by then. If not by then, they might put all the fights on the same card. You never know. But I'm hearing that Charlo could possibly be an option for Baccarat. And I'm not just throwing it out there either. Not just throwing it out there. They gave Charlo a little bit of leeway because he can still come back, fight Baccarat. That's 2 belts if he wins. And then you have the other belt that's still going to be with PBC, whether it's Spence or Fundora. Then I'm already forgetting who the other champion is. Who the other champion is? Tripping. Trying to figure out who the other champion is at 54. I don't even know. Got a brain freeze right now. But yeah, once I seen that look, see a lot of people think that, Crawford gonna go. But like I said, man, a lot of people have doubt Crawford when it comes to certain fights. So I'm not surprised by that. A lot of people don't expect him to come out and do much, but I don't expect Canelo to do much. Canelo got to prove to me that Munguia fight wasn't a fluke. Because I was very critical at a Munguia fight. I supported it, but I knew what time it was. I'm like, Munguia ain't finna really go out here and do much, man. He got a chance to do something, which he did. Munguia had a good chance in that fight. He was letting his hands go. But what Canelo and Munguia fight shows you, and Berlanga, you got to have a guy against Canelo that's going to let his hands go. Nobody has gotten in the ring with Canelo and let their hands go except Bivol. And even with Bivol, he slowed down with the punches after a while, but you need a guy who can go in there and punch the whole time like Crawford does. The whole time. That's the only thing you need. I think a lot of these fighters, when they get in front of Canelo, they ain't been punching. And then Canelo's working on that jab a lot more. I know people hear me say that, but yeah, man, he could have, dog. I don't want to like hold it over his head like he ain't a good fighter, but man, that was like the 11th or 12th round, man. I forgot that it was that late, man. I thought it was like the 9th round. He got knocked out. Man, he made it all the way to the 11th or 12th round. He almost won that fight. Then I seen that he was talking during the fight. I'm like, this dude was talking to Canelo during the fight with a whole mouthpiece in his mouth. Y'all gotta understand how hard that is. This man was moving and talking with a mouthpiece in his mouth. I'm like, man, What's up? What's up, Tony Reviews? He said Canelo about to beat the brakes off Bud. I mean, possibly can. Possibly can. But I just hope everybody give Terence Crawford the same I just hope everybody give Terence Crawford the same chance that they was giving Errol Spence when he fought. Like when Charlo was about to fight Canelo, a lot of people weren't saying Charlo was gonna get the brakes beat off him. When Errol Spence was an option for that fight, a lot of people didn't say he was gonna get the brakes beat off him. So we gotta, it just, whatever you want to go with as far as your But one thing I will say is, you said Bud way too small. Yeah, but Tony, you gotta understand though. Floyd Mayweather was a guy who was way too small for Canelo, and also Lomachenko was a guy who had 10 fights. So the amount of fights don't really matter. Lomachenko was a guy who had 10 fights. So that theory really doesn't matter. But people said that Terence Crawford wasn't gonna be good at 147. So for Terence Crawford to Terence Crawford knocked out everybody at 147, and he went the distance with Madrimov at 54, his first fight at 54. I don't feel like that's a big deal. I mean, what's wrong with Crawford going out there doing the same thing Charlo did? What's wrong with Crawford going out there doing the same thing that Madrimov, not Madrimov, but Munguia did? I didn't think Munguia deserved to get in the ring with Canelo. And as we learned in December, when Munguia got knocked out, nobody thought that Munguia was not at that level. Everybody thought that because Munguia went the distance with Canelo that he was at that level. But that dude Bruno just showed you that a lot of these fighters over here that Canelo been fighting ain't that good. They're not that good. You said Tony, you said this your first time listening to my channel? I want you to look at Canelo's resume after I tell you this. How many black guys have Canelo knocked down in his career? I just want you to go to Canelo's resume, and I want you to look at his resume and find out how many black guys he's knocked down in his career. Because I already know how many. How many black American fighters has Canelo knocked down in his career? That's the only thing I want you to see. I'll give you the answer right now. But if you know the answer, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. I just want to ask you, how many black guys? You said Canelo's not a 168, bro. I don't know why people keep acting like Canelo ain't fighting no top 168s. Canelo ain't fighting no top 168s. Canelo fought John Ryder, who I think Crawford would knock out. He fought Munguia, who ain't got no chin, and couldn't get him up out of there. The questions I'm asking right now is, why Canelo couldn't knock out Munguia, who ain't got no chin? He gonna say that what's going on as far. And shout out to Tony Reviews too. I've seen your channel before. Why Canelo couldn't knock out Munguia? That's all I want to know. Why Canelo let this dude with 4 knockouts? Like people want to overlook what Canelo ain't did lately. Canelo ain't had a knockout in like 4 or 5 years. He's only knocked out one black guy his whole career. He couldn't knock out Charlo. He cleared out the division. What the hell? What channels you been watching? You said Canelo cleared out a whole division. What? How he cleared out a whole division when Munguia? You said he cleared out a whole division. Morrell? Oh, let me guess. Morrell only got 10 fights. He ain't good enough. So Morrell don't count no more. Okay, so Morrell doesn't count. Benavidez, so Benavidez ain't fighting Morrell right now, who was at 168. So Morrell don't even count no more. That's why I said Morrell ain't finna get credit, y'all. Benavidez ain't finna get credit for fighting Morrell, y'all. I don't even know if I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't even know if I want to do videos for that Morrell versus Benavidez fight. Benavidez ain't getting credit for that Morrell fight, man. If you look at the list that Tony Reviews just put up, Morrell ain't getting credit for that Benavidez fight. Benavidez ain't getting credit. He knocked out Morrell. I hope y'all know it. It's just a roadblock. My heart is not into this fight as far as recovering it, because I see so many intentions behind it. Now, Morrell ain't ducked Benavidez. Morrell tried to fight Benavidez before Benavidez fought Andre. And Benavidez told Morrell, let's wait about 2 years to build a fight up, because Benavidez was trying to fight all the old guys first. What Benavidez was trying to do was he was trying to fight the older fighters before they get too old. So he wanted to fight Andre while he was still like younger. He wanted to fight Canelo while he's still younger. He wants to fight the older guys while they're younger. And he was saying, since me and Morrell are the same age, we'll be able to fight each other and it's no rush. But people were saying, the fight got to happen now. You said Morrell literally turned it down, his coach, when it was into damage control. Bro, Tony, I put down all the videos when the fights happened, brother. I literally got videos on here from 2023 talking about when Canelo was going to fight Munguia and Berlanga in 2023, bro. A whole year before before Canelo fought Berlanga, I was already predicting that fight to happen in September. This ain't something I'm saying as far as opinion. This is facts. I got the videos to tell you. I'm telling you. Bruh, Benavidez was trying to fight Munguia first. Munguia agreed to fight Benavidez around September or August of 2023. You can Google it. Google 2023, Munguia and Benavidez. It will pop up. Benavidez and Munguia were going to fight each other first. Canelo came in October and said, I want to fight, Canelo came in and said, I want to fight Munguia. And he said, would you wait until May to fight? And Munguia said, why would I wait from October to May to fight you? That's going to be what? Like 9 months without me fighting. No, I'm not doing that. So that's when Benavidez was like, okay, I'm just going to fight Andre then. So around October, that's when Benavidez, Andre start promoting the fight. And Morrell was like, he a duck. He don't want to fight. Morrell said he ducking. Benavidez ducking. He don't want to fight. He fighting Andre, but he don't want to fight me. And I said, bro, fighting Andre is not ducking you. No, Tony, I understand that, because I'm not really like a super Morrell fan, but I'm not going to lie about him. I'm not a super Morrell fan. I ain't going to lie to you. But I'm not going to lie on him, though. I'm just telling you something you probably didn't know, though. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're talking about mostly like recently. You talking about like mostly this year, Tony. You talking about like mostly like this year. But I'm talking about like in 2023, Benavidez turned down Morrell because he was gonna fight Munguia, who's a bigger name. Benavidez had went from saying he was gonna fight Morrell, which he was gonna do. Yeah, but Morrell wasn't ready 3 years ago, though. That's what I'm saying. Morrell wasn't ready 3 years ago. So they shouldn't have fought each other in the first place. Morrell wasn't ready how many fights Morrell had 3 years ago? 2 fights? Morrell wasn't on my radar 3 years ago. Yeah, Morrell wasn't on my radar with 6 fights, bro. To be honest with you, Morrell, I don't think he's prepared for this fight right now. Yeah, Morrell ain't ready for Benavidez, though. I'm just keep it a buck. If you see Morrell's last fight, he ain't ready, bro. He got out jabbed by a defensive fighter the last 3 or 4 rounds. Morrell's only went 12 rounds. Like, he's only went the distance like once or twice. Benavidez he's had like, man, Benavidez has like, he has more 12-round fights, 10-round fights than Morrell has fights. So I would definitely put my money on Benavidez with this fight. But yeah, I know he been calling him out and stuff. You right about that. But I'm talking about as far as Benavidez and Morrell was going to fight 2023. And then it went from that to Munguia. Munguia was like, I'll fight Benavidez. And Benavidez was like, cool. And then Canelo jumped in. And he was like, nah, I'm going to fight Munguia. That's when Munguia said, I'll just fight John Ryder then. And Canelo didn't even want Munguia to fight John Ryder. So he fought John. Do you remember when Oscar De La Hoya and Canelo was at the press conference? And Oscar was like, yeah, why would you be working with me and everything if you feel like I'm stealing your money? If I'm a thief, if I'm such a thief, why are you trying to work with me now? Why you make a deal with me? If I'm such a thief, why are you working with me again? Because Canelo needed that Munguia fight. He ain't got nobody to fight. Canelo is down to Crawford. You know what I'm saying, Tony? This was something I was saying like 2 or 3 years ago. I already knew this was going to happen to Canelo. Canelo ain't got nobody to fight. He down to Crawford. And this is a guy he asked to fight. But yeah, Morrell did. You talking about Morrell as far as that. Morrell called out Benavidez, but he's not ready. I understand what you're saying. We agree on things. I agree with that. But what you said earlier was, let me go back to what you said earlier though. You were saying that Billy Joe Saunders, Smith, and you talking about Benavidez. That's not clearing out a division in my eyes, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. When you clear out a division, that means everybody gone. Like right now, the way Terence Crawford left 147, like a lot of people don't know this, Tony, but 168 is still a strong division, even though Canelo forced Morrell and Benavidez out of there. It's some 168 guys that Canelo ain't trying to fight right now. You said Canelo beat everybody, but he's only knocked out one black guy in his whole career. If this was Terence Crawford, and I sat up here and told you that if Terence Crawford only knocked out one black guy his whole career, we talking about Terence Crawford going 12 rounds with a guy that basically. Do you know that Madrimov used to be 165? The guy that Terence Crawford just fought, he used to be at 165. Madrimov used to be at 165. Israel Madrimov used to be at 165. His whole amateur, before he turned pro. Israel Madrimov has almost 100 amateur fights. And he used to fight at 165. The dude was 165 9 to 10 years ago. That's not what I'm saying, though. People talking about Terence Crawford small. He's small. Let's go see what Terence Crawford was weighing in the amateurs. I'm glad you said that, Tony. How much was Terence Crawford weighing in the amateurs? Terence Crawford was fighting at 130 in the amateurs. 130. Terence Crawford was fighting at 130 in the amateurs. He just went out there and fought a guy who was 165 in the amateurs. Canelo just went out there and struggled against a guy who got put to sleep in his own country. And everybody not even looking at it. Canelo was 168 against Floyd. Nobody cares about that. Canelo was 168 against Floyd Tony. Canelo was 168 against Floyd. And guess what happened to Canelo? He lost almost every round. Canelo was 168 against Floyd and almost lost every round. Do you understand that? Canelo's always been 168. Canelo's just a weight bully that people don't want to hold to accountable. Canelo's always weighed 168. Even the announcers on HBO even said, man, Canelo rehydrated about 165, 168. They said it after they did the announcements during the Mayweather and Canelo fight. Canelo been fighting at 168 for almost 2 decades. He been rehydrating to almost 168 for 2 decades. Canelo's fighting at his walking around weight. He's 34 years old. He's not finna be losing weight. If you go look at Canelo right now, when he was sitting next to Ryan Garcia the other day, he's not a big guy. Canelo's not a very big guy. He's small. He's a very tiny guy. Canelo's not big. Did you see Canelo was next to Triple G? Canelo ain't that big standing next to Triple G. I understand that, brother, but at the same time, Canelo has 60-something fights in his pro career, and he's only knocked out one black American fighter. He's only knocked out one. That's it. James Kirkland, that's it. He couldn't knock out Charlo. He couldn't knock out Trout. He couldn't knock out Lara. He couldn't knock out nobody from this country except Caleb Plant. I know everybody see him knocking out Kovalev and Billy Joe Saunders, and they think, well, that's well, Crawford, he's smaller, so that gotta be nah. Do you know that? Do you know that Dimitri Bivol thinks that Crawford can beat Canelo? Do you think that? Did you know that Berlanga, who just got out of the ring with Canelo, says that Crawford can beat Canelo? Do you know that Usyk just said that Crawford is the best fighter in the world right now? Do you know that Dimitri Bivol gives? Do you know that Dimitri Bivol gives? He probably walk around 190, but it ain't healthy weight. It ain't healthy weight though. He can walk around at 190, but it ain't healthy weight. He can walk around at 190, it ain't healthy weight. Canelo ain't been the same since he got popped for PEDs. Let's keep it a buck. Since Canelo got PEDs, he ain't been getting no knockouts like that. Let's just keep it real. You can look at this chart right here I made a while ago. And people say, oh yeah. You can be here. Have you seen the predictions I made last year? I ain't one of them channels. Have you seen the predictions I made last year? I ain't one of them channels. I picked Fundora to beat Tim Tszyu after he got knocked out. After Fundora got knocked out cold, I picked Fundora to beat Tim Tszyu. After Rayo got knocked out cold, I picked Rayo to beat Pitbull. So I ain't going off of no feelings or somebody getting knocked out and stuff like that. I really know boxing for real. I didn't pick plenty of guys to beat people after getting knocked out cold. Oh yeah, appreciate that, Tony. I seen people do the same thing with Rayo last year. Nobody gave Pitbull a chance. Rayo a chance against Pitbull. And this is a guy who just got knocked out. And we talking about a fighter who's knocked out majority of the people he's been in the ring with. And Terence Crawford. The thing that's gonna, if Pacheco loses to Steven Nelson, which is gonna be pretty tough, that's gonna show how tough that gym is as far as with Bomac. Bomac is a guy. He knows how good Terence Crawford is. What he can do. And a lot of other people that's been in the ring with Terence Crawford knows as well. But if Terence Crawford, if Spence would have fought Canelo, I heard a lot of people giving Spence a chance to beat Canelo. I heard a lot of people giving Charlo a chance to beat Canelo. Charlo ain't better than Crawford. Not from what I seen. Not the Charlo I seen fight Brian Castano. Matter of fact, Brian Castano fought Charlo the same way that Canelo did in the first fight. But the difference was Charlo let his hands go in the second fight. But if you go back and look at the first fight with Castano and Charlo, and you go look at the fight with Canelo and Charlo, you know, he just fought the same way. The size didn't really make a difference. The size ain't never make a difference. I think size is like the biggest. After seeing, like PD said, the size ain't nothing, bro. Like Usyk just proved that every time. Even when Wilder been dropping Fury all these times, people expected him to go outbox him for 12 rounds. He ain't that type of fighter. But he still put him down, so size don't really matter like that. We look at Tank Davis against Barrios. Size don't matter. To be honest with you, none of those. To be honest with you, you said Bakaram is Charlo's mandatory from 2 years ago. I did a video on that already. That was one of the first videos I did on this channel. Bakaram is a mandatory for Charlo from. Bakaram was a mandatory for Charlo for 4 or 5 years. Before David Morrell was even pro, I want to say. I think Bakaram was already a mandatory for Charlo. So the only thing you're talking about right now is Crawford fighting Charlo's mandatories. Everybody said they wanted to see Tim Tszyu fight Crawford. That's Charlo's mandatory, Tim Tszyu. Everybody wanted to see Bakaram fight Crawford. Bakaram is Charlo's mandatory. So the guys at 140 ain't really even been fighting each other. The only reason why people know who Bakaram is, I'm talking about 4 years ago. The only reason why people know who Bakaram is because Crawford is at 54 now. When Bakaram was fighting Jack Koke last February, did nobody know who Bakaram was? Terence Crawford is bringing attention to the 154 division. The same thing that Charlo and Canelo and all these other guys could have been doing. But instead of Canelo fighting at 54 and doing that, he moved and fought Amir Khan. Then he went up and fought Triple G 3 times. So these guys ain't really been never even fighting guys at 154. And then when Charlo beat Castano at 154, I said that's not really a good fight for Undisputed. People were saying, "Oh man, well it's Undisputed, man." What's up, Miles Jordan? When Charlo beat Castano for Undisputed, I said that ain't really good, man. He need to fight some other guys. Oh, he Undisputed, man. He cleaned out the division, bro. He ain't clean out no division. He ain't fight Charles Conwell. He ain't fight Bakaram. He ain't fight Tim Tszyu. The only person he fought was Erickson Lubin, Tony Harrison, and Castano, and somebody else. I'm gonna look real quick. But all these guys was his mandatory already, though. People trying to make it seem like Bakaram and Tim Tszyu ain't 30 years old. These guys ain't 23 years old. They ain't Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis. They ain't 26, 25 years old. These dudes is 30 years old who in that division. They are 30. I'm going to go through this list already. Boychuk, 29 years old. The same Boychuk that knocked down Virgil Ortiz twice. Charles Conwell, 27, 21-0. Fundora 27. 21-1. We already know. Got Jesus Ramos. The only young guys in 54 is Jesus Ramos and these other guys. That's it. But these the same guys that always been at 154. Brian Mendoza, who knocked out Fundora. I predicted that fight. I knew Brian Mendoza was gonna knock him out. Who else? It's a lot of names on here you can pick through. It ain't no. I'm telling you, Terence Crawford makes the division look great. He makes it look better than what it is. Anytime he jumps into a division, it gets, it gets important. But all these guys done beat each other already in this division. The only person who ain't, and the dude Madrimov you talking about, Madrimov, bro, he beat a 168 who's top 5 right now in 168. So what I think a lot of people ain't doing, they ain't giving him credit for being a good fighter. Yeah, they old like Tank, man. They 30 years old, man. These guys ain't been getting ducked. These are two mandatories. Everybody got Charlo. They trying to put Charlo and Benavidez as mandatories on Crawford. I mean, Benavidez. Bud don't need to run the gauntlet, man. It's guys that's younger than Bud and ain't fought nobody. At 154, 68, 60, Janovic got 2 belts at 160 and nobody can name anybody he fought. That man has 2 belts. He's had 2 belts at 160 for like 3 years. Nobody can name one person that Janovic has fought. Canelo sold his old to Floyd Mayweather. Canelo didn't make over $2 million until he fought Floyd. He made like $12 million, $10 million or something like that. So he sold his old. And Canelo still considered the face of boxing. And Canelo lost to Floyd at 147 and he still moved up to 175. Canelo tried to fight a cruiserweight. He tried to fight Bacoli brother after he lost to Floyd Mayweather at 47. I didn't hear nobody questioning Canelo as far as him not being good enough. He lost almost every round to Floyd. And we talking about a 147 Crawford who's knocking out everybody at the weight class. Yeah, because Floyd made Canelo fight at a catch weight. I mean, Floyd let Canelo fight at a catch weight, which is unheard of. Floyd was so good, he let him fight at a catch weight. But look at how much Floyd weighed when they weighed in. It was at 150, not 152. The catch weight was 150, I think. It wasn't 152, it was like 150. Canelo lost every round against Floyd, and the boxing world said, I believe in you. You said Crawford showed 0 power at, yeah, but how much power did Canelo show against Munguia? Why did a guy with 4 knockouts knock out Munguia, but Canelo couldn't do it? Why everybody want to ignore that? Why does everybody ignore that Canelo ain't got no power and he had no knockout in 4 or 5 years? Why everybody want to ignore that Canelo couldn't knock out Munguia and Munguia just got knocked out? Is everybody doing it on purpose? Am I being trolled? Why is everybody ignoring that Munguia got knocked out by a guy with 4 knockouts? And the dude got like 30 fights. I don't understand that. The dude has 30 fights. And he only got 4 knockouts. So you telling me if a guy with 4 knockouts went out there and knocked out Madrimov right now, that you wouldn't question that? You said Canelo got one of the best chins. What his chin got to do with him getting outboxed by little Floyd Mayweather? Floyd ain't never knocked nobody out at 147 like Crawford has done. Floyd never knocked nobody out at 147. Floyd didn't even not get knockouts when he was in his 30s. Crawford is putting guys to sleep. He just beat the crap out of Earl Spence. And everybody wants to forget that, like Earl Spence is a bum or something? Was Earl Spence a bum when he was out here sparring Charlo every day? And he's the same size as Charlo? You keep talking about size. Size don't mean nothing in boxing. Tell Manny Pacquiao about size. And people will say, well, he was on PEDs. Ryan Garcia on PEDs. Size means nothing. Size is for a novice. As a boxing expert, size should never be a reason why you picking in a fight. That's why a lot of people lost money on betting against Usyk. I seen Usyk beat Anthony Joshua, and because he was small, he was still the underdog in the second fight. That's unheard of. What boxer beats a guy and he's the underdog in the second fight? People are so, you said weight classes matter? How does weight classes matter when Canelo just went up to 75 and got beat by Dimitri Bivol and got credit for it? How does weight classes matter? Canelo got beat by 175 and got credit for it. And he lost almost every round in that fight. Because he beat Billy Joe Saunders? Have you seen Billy Joe Saunders lately? Oh, you give him credit for Billy Joe Saunders. Let me go ahead and find that Billy Joe Saunders video real quick. This what you giving Canelo credit for. Oh, okay. Hold on. He giving Canelo credit for this, y'all. He giving Canelo credit for this, y'all. Look how out of shape Billy Joe Saunders is. This what Canelo getting credit for, y'all. This what Canelo getting credit for, y'all. But Canelo will sit up and tell y'all David Benavidez is a weight bully. He too big. All he carries is an extra 30 pounds in the ring. Billy Joe Saunders is the same size as Andrew Ruiz right here. Look how big he is. He's the biggest man in that room. So why does everybody, let me ask you a question, Tony. Why does everybody believe in Canelo so much after seeing him get outboxed by top fighters? Willie Monroe. Who said Willie Monroe was an elite fighter? Willie Monroe he was never an elite fighter. What? Willie Monroe? Willie Monroe ain't elite. Willie Monroe was never elite in America. Willie Monroe was never a Peter Quillen. He was never a Danny Jacobs. Willie Monroe went on that level. Willie Monroe ain't never been on that level. Willie Monroe on the same level that Jane Kirkland was. And Kirkland probably might have been better than him. Willie Monroe ain't never been on that level. He fought enough big names for us to remember who he is, but he ain't on that level. We got guys that's less talented than Willie Monroe that's still out here fighting. With less talent. Willie Monroe ain't been on that level. If you think Billy Joe Saunders is that good, though, I mean, all right. No, I'm not asking about the Crawford thing. That's my thing about the PD. I don't never try to change nobody's mind as far as them thinking that Crawford will lose. I'm just asking questions as far as when they say the size. They don't say that when Tank Davis going to 140 to fight Barrios. They don't say that when Manny Pacquiao going up to fight the guys at 47 and 54 after being 100 pounds. Manny Pacquiao went up 50 pounds. Nobody questioned that. I think that people seen Triple G sit in the same division and weight bully everybody for so long that they think like, okay, well, moving up it don't make sense to move up. Charlo moved up to 68. You think Charlo better than Crawford? That's probably the reason why you looking at it like that. You like, oh well, he can't do better than Charlo. Yeah, he can. Charlo ain't do nothing. Charlo ain't do nothing against Castano. Do I gotta pull up Brian Castano versus Charlo and then pull up Charlo versus? Let me do something real quick, Tony. I'm gonna do you a favor real quick. Cause this is a little thing I like to do over here. Cause a lot of guys, they like to, I ain't gonna scream and yell about it. I'm just gonna do this right here. This is all I'm gonna do right here. That's all I'm gonna do, Tony. Check this out, Tony. I'm gonna put this on the screen for you, big dog. Yeah, shout out to Tony too, man. I seen this channel before. All right, all right. Now this the same Charlo that fought Canelo, okay? It's the same Charlo that fought Canelo, okay? Same Charlo that fought Canelo. I'm gonna hit play, all right? I want everybody to look at the screen right quick. Now, mind you, he got caught in the first round. Boom. All right. So what is Castano doing right now different from what Canelo was doing against Charlo? Look at how Castano is getting off on Charlo. This at 154. I want you to just watch this now. Charlo let his hands go in this fight. Boom. Letting his hands go. Letting his hands go, he's still on the ropes, right? Yeah, y'all see that? You said the difference. Charlo was getting touched up in this fight just like he was against Canelo. You see, he almost got dropped right then. He almost got dropped right then. So he almost got dropped right then. I ain't got to argue about nothing. Look at that referee had to jump in. Charlo almost got knocked out. So for everybody to watch Charlo fight like this and they say, you know what? I think he got a chance against Canelo. That's favoritism, Tony. You know it. A lot of people fan favoritism right now. That's favoritism, bro. For everybody to see Charlo fight like this, for everybody to see Charlo get touched up like this and think he got a chance against Canelo, I told everybody, I said, man, he got touched up all in this fight. If anybody think Crawford was fighting Madrimov like this, you on drugs. This is at 154. So Charlo had a worse performance at 54 before fighting Canelo. And mind you, Charlo had a loss before this fight. He lost to Tony Harrison before this fight. So if anybody think that Brian Castano is Madrimov, gotta be on something. I don't know why fans think Brian Castano and Madrimov on the same level. And mind you, that's the same Brian Castano that Earl Spence was putting hands on. Charlo was able to survive like that with Canelo because he wasn't going out there to fight. He's surviving right now in this fight. Yeah, that was a good fight, but that was a very good fight, PD. But people forget how much Charlo was getting touched up. Do you know what Canelo said after this fight? After this fight had a draw or something? You know what Canelo said? He called Brian Castano. You know what Canelo said? Hey man, you won this fight. Canelo said Charlo lost this fight. Hey, you know what Canelo did? Canelo thought Charlo lost the fight, and guess what he did? He went and fought Charlo next. That boy, Canelo is smart, man. Look how much he getting touched up in this fight. If anybody sit up here and say, man, I don't believe in Crawford because of the size, man, Charlo ain't got the skills like Crawford. Forget the size. And people really believe that, well, Floyd, I would have gotten there with Floyd, like Charlo said recently. I would have gotten there with Floyd and put hands on him. Bruh, you had a chance to get in the ring and fight somebody close to Floyd. You fought Canelo. I ain't saying he is Floyd, but he a name like that. You had a chance to fight Canelo, and you ain't let your hands go. A lot of people think that, Crawford, and I know that people think Crawford still ain't got no skills after the, look at this. What is Crawford doing? I mean, what is Charlo doing? Y'all think Crawford gonna go in there and fight Canelo like this? Please. Canelo couldn't knock out Munguia. Let's be real. Canelo and Munguia ain't got no chin. I done seen Munguia get hurt by Derevyanchenko, John Ryder, the Bruno guy. I seen Munguia get hurt against the Eric Bazian guy. The guy he fought in September on ESPN. Skills pay the bills, man. He beat his boy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want to see the fight. I think it's too far gone though, PD. Once Crawford fight Canelo, he out of there. And as he should. He fight Canelo, he gonna be that guy. A lot of people don't want to see him. A lot of people don't want to see him fight. And PD, that's enough right there, right? Because it was a draw. That's enough. Now let me go ahead and play. Give me a moment. Now let me go ahead and play Charlo versus Canelo next. And tell me what difference was Canelo? I mean, what was Charlo doing differently in the Castano fight that he was doing in the Canelo fight? And then I might play Munguia next. Trust me, man. I look at this stuff. Everybody talking about size and everything, bro. That's how I won a fortune off Usyk when he fought Anthony Joshua because people thought that he was too small. I won a big bag off Usyk. Charlo was more aggressive against Canelo, wasn't he? Hey, PD, am I tripping? Was Charlo more aggressive against Canelo? Am I tripping? Am I tripping, PD? Whoa, that left hook. Whoa, left hook to the body. Whoa. Was Crawford a little more aggressive against Canelo? What's going on? Canelo with that weak jab. That jab ain't doing nothing. Canelo, them right hooks to the body, they ain't doing nothing, man. Charlo ain't got the skills like Crawford, man. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Sorry to tell you. He ain't got a jab. His jab ain't good enough to even be in there like that. Like, he stay on the ropes. And guess what? Y'all noticed too. Let me tell y'all what else y'all noticed. Charlo bigger than Canelo. Charlo bigger than Canelo. I'll repeat, Charlo is bigger than Canelo. And I ain't talking about height. Charlo is bigger than Canelo. Oh, all right. I'm going to holler at you later on, dog. Appreciate that. I'm going to holler at you later, Tony. Appreciate you for coming through, bro. Now, Tony was saying a lot of facts, though. Hey, I got... You know, Tony going to have me sitting around here thinking about my pick. Like, I don't know. Ryan to go out there and knock Canelo head off. Ryan to go in there. Not to say Canelo won't win, but Canelo throw one of them left hooks like that. Like, hey, what is he doing? But if you look, Charlo was a lot more active in this fight though than he was in that Castano first fight. Yeah, Canelo ain't doing Crawford like that, man. I'm telling y'all. Canelo punching him to the body. Ooh, look at see, Charlo is able to land some shots. But people got to understand, man, it's a different beast when you fight Terence Crawford. Did y'all see how I want y'all to say look at something too. Go back and look at that Errol Spence and Terence Crawford fight. And I want y'all to look at Jamel Charlo. He got that big old red shirt in the crowd at that Errol Spence fight. I want y'all to see how big his eyes was and how his face was looking. When Charlo seen what Terence Crawford did to Errol Spence, he wanted no parts. No parts. Not to say that he's scared or nothing. He just don't want no parts of it. He know what time it is. He saw a ghost. Yeah, hey, you know what's crazy? That's the video I had put up. I was like, he's seeing ghosts. That was like one of my first videos. He was seeing ghosts. Yeah, I got the picture up here and everything. Now look at this. Now you see the technicality? It ain't really no technical fight like that, PD. Boom. Look at Crawford catching him. Canelo there to get hit. And then we're going to go to this one. And that's going to be a wrap. But yeah, I ain't trying to convince everybody. Shoot, I want everybody to go against Crawford. As the fight get close, I'm gonna be like, yeah, man, Canelo gonna get him up out of there. And I'm gonna put down a big bet. I'm like, yeah, he gonna get him up out of there, man. But you know what, PD? I think I'm gonna roll with Majumov as far as a threat, man. I think Majumov a huge threat for the next couple of months. I think Baccarat will cause a lot of issues, but that's the fight I really don't know about. Cause you know, me and PD had already picked Tim Tszyu to lose to Majumov. I think that was before Tim Tszyu had lost to Baccarat. We was talking about Tim Tszyu ain't got no defense. Baccarat. Look at Majumov. He got defense. When he fight Virgil Ortiz, PD, we gonna learn a lot. I might have to put a bet down before he fight Virgil Ortiz. Because once he fight Virgil Ortiz, all the odds gonna change in the fight. See, Terence Crawford ain't finna go to them ropes like Charlo did. And Majumov cutting that ring off too, y'all. And this man's fought him in southpaw the whole time. Yeah, Virgil Ortiz. I got a lot of respect for Virgil Ortiz. I ain't gonna lie. I think I got him losing in that fight though. I ain't gonna cap. Yeah, but I was saying that earlier. Even if Virgil Ortiz go out there and lose or whatever, it's gonna mean more trouble for Boots. Not because Boots ain't got no talent or nothing, but I mean for Virgil Ortiz to get adjusted, get that experience against Madrimov, it's only gonna make him better. So that's gonna be a upgrade for him. But yeah, Madrimov is doing a lot more than what we just seen Canelo doing. Canelo's not the same fighter as he used to be, and I don't know what he's like without the sauce. So from what I've seen of him lately, I'm definitely confident in what I'm seeing. But I see what people saying as far as the size. But Madrimov a big guy though. Ooh, look at that uppercut Crawford just threw. Ooh, Madrimov throwing some heat. See, Madrimov, he getting up out of there though. Canelo ain't gonna get out of there. That's what people ain't understanding. Madrimov getting up out of there. Ooh, Madrimov threw some. Ooh, Terence Crawford, tripping standing right there. Yeah, Madrimov throwing some heat, boy. Dang, this was a good fight. Yeah, man, I definitely ain't counting them out. Ooh, yeah, that was the uppercut I was looking at. Yeah, man, the dude, he's just too good right now, man. To be honest with you, to count him out right now, it's gonna be Usyk and Fury all over again. It's gonna be Usyk and Fury all over again. People gotta remember, the only reason Usyk was the favorite over Tyson Fury is because Tyson Fury looked so trash against Ngannou. Against Ngannou, Fury was basically looked at as a guy who just lost. Yeah, they were throwing some shots, man. I got a question, PD. It's a real question. It's a real question, PD. If you had, I know this is gonna be a crazy question. You're gonna be like, what? Hey, if you had to pick, who you pick between Madrimov and and Munguia? Who you got between Munguia and Madrimov? Who would you pick in that fight? Madrimov and I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. The only reason I'm doing a long live right now, cause my dog on here. Dang. Hey, you know what's crazy? People don't know it. You a Munguia fan, bro. Both of us are. Hey, me and PD like Munguia, dog. Like, no lie. Like, next time you fight, yeah, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I was one of the only people that went live for that fight. Cause PD was like, hey, I'm ready to see this Munguia fight. And I was like, dang, you too? He was like, yeah. I was like, man, I'm ready to see this fight too. Yeah, me too, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you, me too. And I'm gonna be real with you, that was a good fight. It was a good fight, man. Even though he lost like that, that was a good fight. I still like Munguia. I ain't gonna lie. People don't know it. That Mexican style, man, I don't know. It's something about it, bro. It's something about that Mexican style. I can't really never go away from it. That's what I grew up on. Mexican style. That's the first thing I know for real. Yeah, man, that mistake he made, he should have got him up out of there early. To be honest with you, that fight was over with second round. Damn, Madrimov just got caught bad. Woof. Terence Crawford was throwing some heat, boy. Hey, Madrimov got a chin, too. People ain't talking about that. Yeah, man. Munguia got some hands though. Like when he got him out with that power, I was like, woo. Cause he almost knocked him out of the ring. Munguia knocked him under the ropes, almost out of the ring. Then dude was laying under the ropes like, ah. I'm like, man, he ain't finna get up in time. But Buddy got up, man, and went to work, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. That was a good fight, bro. Now that's the type of matchup that can be a trilogy. Yeah, Munguia, he just helped put another guy on the map though. I'm gonna tell you another thing too, PD. They got a lot of guys from France that's fighting. I don't know if you seen the guy Christian and Billy fighting from France. They got a lot of France fighters. Them dudes, they putting on a name for themselves this year. Yeah, I don't think people understand, man. Terence Crawford was standing in the middle with this guy. And I was saying earlier too, Pete, I don't know if you heard me, but even Benavidez Jr., who Terence Crawford knocked out, Benavidez Jr., he fought Charlo at what, 64 or something? You remember when Charlo came in overweight? Even Benavidez Jr., and he knocked him out. No, the guy I ain't talking about, he ain't brutal. He the same size as Christian and Billy. One of them African guys. He got some hands too. No, this is African guy. He built like in Billy is. Big old dude. It's a lot of guys from Africa. That's coming through France. Man, they got some dogs. A lot of them dudes top 5 right now. The only reason I'm saying is because before the dude Bruno knocked out Munguia, me and Truth was talking about France fighters on here. We was like, man, them France fighters, they got some dogs out there right now. And man, the next thing you know, dude Bruno went out there and put them hands on him. Yeah, Crawford can't take them shots like that from Canelo. He can't take them shots from like that from Canelo. That boy Majamal got some hand speed though. Hey, am I tripping, dog? If I think that Majamal got a little better skills than Triple G, not to take shots at Triple G or nothing. I think Triple G can do stuff like this, but if Triple G fought like this, man, he would have got Canelo up out of there. I'm gonna be real with y'all. This is what Triple G kind of needed a little bit. If he would have fought Canelo like this, he would have got him up out of there. You said older Triple G? Yeah, the young Triple G, I don't know, dog. I think he a little too small for young Triple G. When Canelo got, and to be honest with you, Canelo had got Triple G right when he was starting to fade a little bit. Like right when Triple G started to fade a little bit, they started to fight. I don't think Triple G was the same fighter in the second fight that he was in the first fight. I think he had aged a lot, bro. Yeah, I don't know, man. I see what people be. Trust me. I be seeing what everybody be saying about Canelo now. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like Canelo just a bum or something. Don't get it twisted. I ain't acting like Canelo just gonna go out there and lose to Crawford now. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I didn't figure out. No, it ain't like that. I ain't saying he gonna lose to him automatically, but like PD said, definitely a good chance. Yeah, that power jab was amazing. Yeah, if Canelo would have got Triple G like a couple of years younger, would have had a couple of issues. Definitely would have had some issues. I heard Triple G say recently he ain't retired. I'm like, man, he need to go ahead and hang it up. You could have fought last year. Do not have these people jump out here and have you doing whatever. Do not have this man have you jump out here and do whatever. Abel and yeah, I want to see Abel work with some different fighter. I forgot the last guy he was working with. Cause Abel's still training somebody right now. Who he working with? I can't even remember who Abel working in right now. Wasn't it a guy that was on Pro Box or something? Dang, I forgot who Abel Sanchez working with. Dang. Forgot who it was. Abel used to talk that trash too. Ooh. Abel used to talk that trash. He was one of them dudes. Really, Abel, one of them guys who made this interview stuff on YouTube start to pop off. Because you remember trainers didn't really interview like that before Abel Sanchez was doing it. Abel used to always interview all the time and get them little sound bites. Go at Canelo. Especially leading up to that second fight, he was talking so much trash about Canelo. Canelo said, he called me a cheater. He called me a cheater. I was like, man, he tripping. Triple G was looking at him like, Canelo was mad, boy. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that was a good rivalry though. Is that fight what made the trilogies come back? Because before that, we didn't really have no trilogies between Triple G and Canelo since like the Pacquiao and Pacquiao he was having trilogies with everybody. Didn't he fought Tim Bradley twice or 3 times? I'm thinking it was 3, but I don't know why I'm thinking 2. Yeah, he was always running those trilogies back. I think once Canelo seen that, he was like, yeah, I want me a trilogy too. Certain boxers want trilogies. Even Tyson Fury was kind of happy about having a trilogy against Usyk, but who was it? Frank Warren, he kind of admitted recently that, Fury probably retired because he mad about the loss. You know why he retired. Don't act like you don't know. You know he mad about that loss. That boy mad. He know about that loss. He knows he's mad about that loss. See, everybody want to fake the funk and say, well, Tyson Fury, you know what? I feel bad for Tyson Fury, bro, because to be honest with you, not feel bad as far as what he done did to himself or to others. I feel bad that people are really starting to reveal that they don't really know him like that. People don't understand Tyson Fury retired after his biggest win in his career. The biggest win he ever had, he retired. People like, I don't believe he gonna retire. He ain't serious. Bro, he retired after beating Klitschko for 3 years. The man retired for 3 years. Man, he ain't coming back. If that man says he's retiring, he's retiring. The only reason he got off the couch last time because Deontay Wilder got him off the couch. Anthony Joshua didn't do it. Frank Warren didn't do it. Eddie Hearn. Turkey Al-Sheikh. It was Wilder who got him off the couch. That man ain't coming back. He ain't coming back. He knows how it feels to lose a close fight now. He ain't get robbed like everybody else did, but now he knows how Ngannou feels. Getting a knockdown in the fight, holding your own. I would say this though, Ngannou was getting touched up in that fight, but he boxed a lot better than people give him credit for. He was doing some good jobs, counterpunching and stuff like that. He really did a good job in that fight. For a guy who was a first-time boxer. MMA fighter, turned boxer. Against Joshua, he got flatlined, but he did a good job against Tyson Fury, man. But Fury knows how it feels now. It ain't a good feeling. I told people, Fury don't know how to lose. He already was acting weird going into the rematch. He wasn't acting like himself, joking around. He wasn't really joking in the fight. And then, like the crazy part is Tyson Fury was like, I'm doing less clowning than horseplay in the second fight. I'm like, bro, why would you clown around in an undisputed fight? I'm like, nah, man, you tripping. You are tripping. That's when I changed my pick. Then I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, nah, I ain't rolling with him. His heart ain't really in it. Yeah, man, Usyk changed that man's personality. He really did. He does not know how it feels to lose until that point, but now he does. But yeah, man, that was a good decision for him to make. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. I appreciate my dog PD for holding it down with me, man. I need to start doing these late lives. I started early, man. I've been on her all day. But I ain't been going live lately, man. I got too many, you know, I've been trying to go live more for the subscribers. I know people be wanting to hear me go live, talk about certain topics, but whatever y'all want to talk about tomorrow, we can. I know Benavidez and Morrell, that's a big topic right now. I know Pacheco and Steven Nelson, that's gonna be good. Appreciate you, dog. You already know PD. Appreciate you, dog. You already know. All day. Yeah, that's the fam right there, man. Appreciate PD for coming through, man. For real. You be safe tomorrow, man. Appreciate everything, man. I'm gonna be on here tomorrow though for everybody. I'm gonna drop some videos as soon as I get off of here. I got some big news I'm gonna drop for y'all. I got like 3 videos, so if y'all want to see that, then I'm gonna post them. I'm gonna definitely post them. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. Shout out to everybody who came through on a live today, but I'm gonna do one tomorrow. Probably do one quick in the early in the morning, then later on. See how everything go. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming through.